No, no one's listening. It was him.
Oh, okay. his little
We swapped
wings.
seats, but don't tell anyone, okay? No one should know that.
Oh, Phil, Maurice is the penguin that Jimmy has.
Name's red. Wait.
And before Phil's like, what? Who's the penguin?
No, I know who the penguin.
I'm sure
okay.
penguin.
The penguin. Yeah.
On the left, clear.
I understand that, without my agreement, Reliant Drop-In have put out a press release late this afternoon that I am driving for them next year.
True.
This is wrong
True.
and I have not signed a contract with Reliant for 2024.
Thank you for that. I like that as a
They've done
comment
like
master.
that.
Alright guys, I think I'm going to call it there. I'm going to go to bench. And I'm going to leave you in the more capable hands of the gorgeous John
Don't know
Bacho
what's going on, but the car
and also
feels
Bailey.
very different to practice. Feels very slidey at the rear.
Pass.
And also Bailey.
Thanks! Love you,
Oh, we
Bailey.
don't have like a
Daytona
cute
with
name
right
like
turns.
Bacho and Boyley in the morning or something. You know, we need like a tag team radio. Bed and breakfast.
Well. I need to set up some things, but chat, I'll be back in the
I was
morning.
gonna say Beauty and the Beast, but we'd have to fight over which one's which.
Oh my god.
Where is my stints? Let me just...
Right, I know my place, it's fine.
Fine, I'll be the Beast.
Come on, Nightbot. Nightbot. Thank you. Right, I'll be back probably about 9-ish.
Alright,
Maybe,
nice.
Mr. Choppy.
Maybe
Have
earlier.
a nice sleep.
Part timer, isn't it? Love you,
There's
chat.
some words coming out of Jimmy, but none of them that are very complete. But I'll just assume he
Oh,
was saying.
sorry. Love
Here
you.
you go, guys. Here's the keys. Don't fuck it up.
Here are the keys. Fuck it up. Yeah.
Keep to the right. Clear.
Oh, we're swearing on
Already
Jimmy's
asleep,
chip,
mate.
is that
Already
right?
snoring.
Until he tells me otherwise. I heard him use the C word earlier. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
that's
all
all I'll
right.
say.
That was Crumpet.
Oh, hey, take it easy.
Yeah, I noticed.
Nah, we'll be disembodied voices ourselves. Well, how's everybody doing? Assuming that Jimmy is actually gone, you've made it to another weekend of Radio Bacha, 2 in a row. 3 in basically 5 weeks somehow. So I'm happy to be here and hang out for the next few hours. Sounds like the next 8-ish hours, and have all kinds of things to talk about, I'm sure. You can always ask if you want to know something from either the people that are here on the channel with us, like Boyley, of course. He's joining me again for one of these late nights at his favorite racetrack in Florida. And also got Phil and Joe and Coin. No, never mind. Coin's on here. You can't ask him anything. But otherwise, we'll be hanging out. We're all sharing the same comms here for a while, so if any of the lads here have something to say about the race and that, they just step right over us. We'll shut up because the race is more important than whatever we're talking about.
But please shout, Phil, if it's too much.
Yeah. Let me know. I know you say it's comfortable, but you know, it could get crazy. You never know
You
what's
said that as if I'm not already.
Hi, Mark Hatton.
I need to fast forward the stream. Come on. There we go.
Oh yeah, I gotta go. I got synchronized watches. Gotta be the most up to date with what Phil's looking at. Silently judging his driving, as we all do. Any 2
I feel
CVs
no
tonight?
pressure whatsoever.
Luna Weasel wants to know if you're gonna get the 2 CV out.
Bloody piss off.
Taco Bell drive-through. Taco Bell's so good late at night. Maurice is back.
Look at that.
Murray's giving us the finger.
Oh, dear.
Finally, the creepy guy is gone.
This is fair.
Who was that blonde-haired man?
Less chance of punts now as well.
Oh. Wait a little bit till he goes to sleep before you start whipping that out.
No.
I think more people love Maurice than me. That's fine. I can deal with it.
Every time you say the word Maurice, I just think of the lemur from Madagascar.
Oh yeah, where's that? Radio Maurice.
Moorish Maurice.
50 Shades of Maurice and his foam finger. Keep that thing away. So if you don't know, we got Phil driving, and Joe is just in the car with his stunning laps that obviously I noticed. He didn't have to toot his own horn about it. I certainly noticed before where Joe could... Joe's not one to brag about anything, of course. But Bailey and me, we're not driving today. Bailey, the head honcho here at DHR Industries.
God damn it.
And I just have the pom-poms and and root for them all onwards, of course. But
And I'm a groupie.
and you're a groupie with your own channel dedicated to this race. Even you can do exclamation timing. You can get Headless Joe's channel. Headless Joe doesn't really stream much other than in these big events, but it's a good way to follow along. And the other a good place if you want to follow along is often the stream live chat in Gymcord. Was really surprised last week at how many people were doing such a good job at paying attention to what was happening in the race. Much better than I ever could. So that's always a good spot to hang out too. There's something a little separate from YouTube. I think that's all exclamation Discord. And so yeah, we'll be carrying along and chatting with everybody. And it's great to see so many names, so many familiar ones, but lots of new people too, as Phil goes through the night here at Daytona.
Yeah, Phil.
I need the live timing up too, actually. Headless, where are you? I found you.
Exclamation timing, that's it.
Oh,
Try
right,
that.
yeah, sure. Somebody told me about that. Nice, we are in P3.
God damn right.
It's just one of those races, isn't it, Bailey, where you just kind of go round and round, and
Yes.
maybe there's not always the closest battles at any given moment, but they can come back to you one way or another, and all you can do is account for what lines you're taking, how safe that we're being, and just hope for the best. Hope for. We don't wish ill on anybody in front of us, but if it happens, then seize upon it.
There is a line that I have quite enjoyed, as I'm Phil probably. You control what you can control. That's
Yeah.
literally it.
I need to apply more of that to the rest of my life, so that I don't
Please
worry
don't
about
know.
all these things I really shouldn't, you know, I can't.
Please
change
don't
them.
remind me.
Let's not talk about our previous conversation.
Oh god.
Nothing but pain.
There's the pit support set up. Joe?
Alright?
There's the pit stuff
Yeah,
all
yeah.
set up.
All good.
Good stuff.
Lovely GMC who's in Glasgow. Beers are in the fridge, ready for the night shift. Hell yeah.
Portland.
You got 4 to go at the line anyway, haven't you?
Yeah.
In a real Scottish city, not like Edinburgh, am I right? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, people from Edinburgh. I'm just I watch a lot of Lemmy, and he takes the piss out of people in Edinburgh, so that's where I'm getting it from. That's all. That's my excuse for that last comment. Hey, Jack Finn, moving on quickly. Thank you very much. It's good to see your name. Someone says you are correct, Macho. This is Mini King. How many folks do we have in the UK specifically in here tonight? Probably quite a few. Glasgow any day of the week. Cheers for the positive vibes, Kenneth from Ireland.
Positivity?
In the sim racing community, I'm not
Nice,
used to
it's
that in the
highly
last week. We break free of the mold, but we're not at each other's throats about the thing I like is better than the thing you like, you know? It's much more of a it's much more loving today, thankfully. I certainly agree with Jimmy's comments about sim racing needing something like this to go off without a hitch, if possible, to the best ability that iRacing has, sports and all, with that one. But that there's a whole range of people driving in the 24 today. And I hope everyone out there is having a good time. The swings and roundabouts of racing, let alone sim racing. So
Yeah. I don't even know what to say about it. Quite honestly.
I know. It kind of even bringing it up. I wanted to acknowledge it. It's. Last week obviously was tough, and I've really been enjoying today's race. So I hope that continues to the end for anybody out there that's driving. Someone from Chester? Oh, yeah. I was watching old British Rally Championship stuff, and a lot of those opening days were starting. I can't remember which rally. Was it for the Welsh? I think it was for the Welsh Rally, where they would have their their service area and promotional stuff to begin with in Chester. I don't know why the Welsh Rally, a la Chester. All right.
Like,
It looked like a nice city.
I've never been, to be honest.
I suppose it wouldn't be too far.
It's a quite a big distance.
Oh right, if you drew in a straight line, maybe.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, it's up
North Wales.
well, it's up near Liverpool. Not that far away from Liverpool, really.
M Glass, that's full Baldwin that's driving right now. Did I see the WRC Monte Carlo video where people were apparently doing the sex, as John says it? Have you seen that, baby?
Oh god, yeah.
People were fucking on the side of Monte
Yes.
Carlo rally?
Well, so they either were definitely or they were posing,
Oh, let me see.
but it was certainly make no mistake that was what was at least being simulated.
Link, please. No, don't.
Let me go and get. I will go and find the picture.
Live react to the sex happening.
Live react to WRC Dolby.
It's the hottest craze. There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what?
Oh, there we go.
Live react to WRC Dolby. It's the hottest craze. There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what? There's a few people that have seen it, and some that are like, what?
Yeah, if you're planning to attend the Daytona 24 hours IRL, don't get any ideas.
That's a big track, Phil. You could amazed what you could get away with up in the stands or something.
I'm sure.
Rooftop Ray, no.
Hope the
One
night
at the line,
stands go
Phil.
all right for you all.
Okay.
Three types of bangers in the WRC: the car's exhaust, the sausage campers eat, and the doggers.
So,
Oh yeah. Get some. That's something.
Saw a joke earlier that was like, what's the difference between the bone and the marrow? I've not marrowed next to a WRC route.
The World Raw Dogging Championship. Yeah, we were talking earlier when I was on. Jimmy was getting something to eat, and yeah, British slang. Dogging is not a word that has that meaning in the U.S. at all.
Is it not? Is it
I mean,
in the US?
not. I don't think there is one for that sort of thing. It'd be way more to the point and crude.
Phil and Get Bust Up Wrong, they're the more iconic duo.
Bucks, bucks, bucks.
Cock in.
Cock?
Cock in.
Pit boxing 10,
Well, that felt like it wasn't amazing.
5,
The whole stint or the entry?
2,
The whole stint.
right here.
It feels kind of like it's steering more from the rear than from the front in many places, which is scary, especially through the bus stop. I had one time where I was basically just doing a giant wiggle the entire way through it.
I mean, that doesn't. Definitely not a positive experience. I think it's just
No.
the temperature of things, or the way the setup feels at
I
this
don't
state?
know. It might have been after my mistake, the tyres were just a bit hot. So I'll be curious to see how they are on this one. I've double checked the traction control is still on.
Yeah.
They say you cut the cord. You'll have to slow down and give up the time game.
Well, video 360. It's also the late night hours. I expect chat to be in the gutter at this time.
The tyres looking like Joe from that stint.
Yeah, good. 81, 83 rears. Fronts are 86, 87.
Looks like I'm in a race for position.
Yeah, Cameron, Crabtree. I'm going to be watching next week. Bathurst the week after. Man, suddenly went from like no racing to a bunch of racing every weekend, including, obviously these sim racing events and WRC and a couple Formula E events. Jimmy was talking about the LMP3 races, the challenge class for Daytona. I should find some highlights for that. I heard turn 1 was an event.
They've just gone in, Phil.
Ah, okay.
Well, let's give it another couple races, not my Roderick. I kind of get what you're saying. Like the pace of those new Gen 3 cars wasn't outrageous. Of course, I know the track length was messed with a little bit, and the tires they're using in Formula E are really hard. Those groove tires, it was shocking how loud they were going around. But yeah, just got to give them some more time for them to figure out those cars and see what other circuits maybe can produce good racing. Just tuning in. Well, welcome in, Corey. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, the sound even different than the Gen 2 ones, and again, I was the pronounced tire noise. It happened when F1 switched over to the V6s, where all of a sudden I was hearing how much they scrubbed and rubbed and all that. It just added a room. I wasn't as annoyed by that. For some reason, the Formula E cars they in general hit a frequency that makes my head hurt. So, but I'm always wanting to like it, and I'm frequently disappointed. And I'm also looking forward to Swedish touring car racing this season. That's all electric, and I'm hoping that will provide something that's interesting. Also, to say I'm excited about Swedish Touring Car Championship is not a sentence I've said in a while. Like the time aspect of the ACC special events. I was going to ask Jimmy about that, if he was planning any Bathurst 12 hours with Jardier this year. They've done several of those in the past. It's your first time being here live. Well, hey, Early. And also, cheers to O'Connor. I'm really flattered for you to say that. And the nighttime here at Daytona is pretty soothing. It does feel like the field's thinned out some, right? Didn't you say, Phil, there were like 7 cars that were missing from our division? Our class, I should say.
Yeah, I think there's been 7 in retirement so far.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like 7 LMDHs are out.
No, I've noticed it too, that just visibly there's less traffic to deal with. Can't complain in some ways, but I feel for anyone that had to DNF.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Welcome back, Graham. Oh, I'm doing great today. I had way too much sleep last night, so that means I'm ready to take everyone through here till 9 a.m. GMT. At least I hope so. My voice was falling apart last week with an hour to go. My mom even told me so. She's like, I listened to you at the beginning and I listened to you at the end. It sounded like you're running out of power. That's right, my mom watches me stream sometimes. It's a weird feeling. And have you ever had your moms watch your streams?
No.
No? Your mom doesn't tune in to the Radio Bacho Hours? I'm offended.
She does tune into Jimmy's stream, not my stream. When I stream.
It's like, no, I want to watch Jimmy instead. Mine doesn't even know what a stream is. Oh, good. I'm glad there's a couple of you that have had that. Well, that's very sweet of you all to wave to her, assuming that she's there somewhere. Not with a username, of course. Even on Twitch, she doesn't have a username. I've suggested several, but we haven't gotten to the stage of actually getting her one. You're not liking Jimmy's new look? Yeah, that one was for charity as well. He's turned into a penguin. His name is Maurice. Where Jim? Jim's sleeping.
All right. Clear.
I'm speaking.
Cheers, Zank. I wasn't sure if I could do it today, but I woke up just feeling fresh and hanging out with Bailey and Oscar and Phil earlier, and just getting some talking, getting warmed up a little bit, and I felt like, okay, yeah, I think I can do this. My favorite meme? You've asked the right person. Someone real connoisseur of memes, as Bailey knows.
Come on, open up that folder.
I'm an all your bases are belong to us kind of guy. I like those OG memes, like 99, 2000. I like boomer memes.
You're a fan of Minions memes, like Chen?
No, not at all. I can't stand those little shits.
Yeah, me neither.
One that Jimmy and I really like is the "you can't break those cuffs" meme. Memes we go way back for our mid-aughts for the classics, really. Any kind of meme you could find on like "You're the Man Now, Dog," if that place even still exists. Facundo says we need to unlap some people.
I'm doing my best.
Rip E-Bomb's World. Yeah, that's my time period. Now Bailey, I mean, we're too broke in the race these days for whatever reason.
Well,
take your pick.
Nah, I'm not going there.
Bailey still does some driving, and I do as well. He's slightly more prolific than I am, and Bailey races in Dakar. He used to do WRC Generations, but he uninstalled it.
I do.
I don't even know if that one's gonna come back anymore.
But I didn't do the dramatic thing of uninstalling it on the stream. I only uninstalled it about a week ago.
And you didn't tell everybody else to uninstall it too?
No.
Bailey, as a content creator, you missed a trick there. I think.
Do you want to be an influencer? Gosh.
God.
In the bin, says Burns.
Hell, I'm debating deleting Twitter after today, quite frankly, but
I'm not surprised from what we talked about before, but anyway. I'm about to go play ACC. Good luck. All right, thanks, Roasted. Good luck in ACC. There's some other boomers in here that also know what You're the Man Now, Dog was, so I'm happy about that. All the pre-YouTube places to be able to put your content, when media was just way too large. Way too large for what the internet could handle back then, so they had to be distilled into simple slideshows and timed wave files.
Right side. Clear on the right. Car on. Clear on the right.
Someone asking what happened to Ollie's team.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Was I a Vine fan? Yeah, a little bit. I watched some of those.
Is that Audi blinking for everyone else, or is that just me?
Just you.
It's looking through okay.
You're not back, Joe.
Oh.
You were starting then. Not everyone is blinking, but I passed an Audi that was blinking frequently. The GT3.
Oh, Brandon Alvarez. It's kind of the style of the corner. Think of Spa's old bus stop chicane and the angles that took. Obviously, it's a little bit different now. It's kind of weird to call up it. Nonetheless, it remains. favorite 24-hour race to have done the nighttime for? Probably one of the Le Mans races, just because I love that track and the history of it, and a chance to be there, even in a simulated way. We can get to talk about it more. So, especially if I got Bailey around, because he's a treasure trove when it comes to anything history related for Le Mans in the last 20, 25 years or something.
Well, what was it? I don't know.
20.
I might know some stuff. I might know some stuff.
Treasure trove, I say.
Thank you.
Our community here is, when you have us all together, we cover many decades of racing, but all of us individually, have our own areas of expertise, or at least fandom, that warrants you some amount of information that you can share and discuss. And it's good. I like those when everyone has something different to bring to the table. About something. I mean, racing is just, there's so many series, so many drivers, so much to it.
Am I looking all good on your end, Joe?
Sorry?
Am I looking all good on your end, connection-wise?
Yeah, you have a
Sorry, that sound was coming more from Batcher than Ninfield.
Okay, cool.
You had some packet loss, Batcher. Sorry. That's alright.
I've got packet loss.
Well, you did. Not anymore. It's gone away now.
What old sim holds up the best? You've been playing some GP4? I was going to ask, how do you think GP4 holds up these days? But, I set a course there from 2014.
AMS1.
AMS1 from around that time. There's still people playing Grand Prix Legends. All these games continue on into the future. NASCAR 2003 still gets new mods. But I would think it's AMS1 for how it drives. I think it would be really surprising to a lot of you if you had a chance to set up your wheel, which some modern hardware is not so easy to use with that game, because it's not ever being patched or anything like that anymore. But just the moment-to-moment driving in it is really good, as you've seen from many of our Mushroom Trophy races that Bailey's put together. But just a set of courses, breadth of mods, and how different it looks these days and continues to evolve. It looks like a modern game and not like something from 9 years ago now. But and a lot of intense work from people in the community. Mainly been an F1 fan recently. I've been feeling less interested by it, so I'm trying to become more accustomed to things like WRC, WC. I encourage you to. Yeah, there's so much going on along the calendar. There's 23 F1 races now, but dig into something like WRC. It's tough to watch if you don't have a subscription to their service. And same for WEC, unfortunately, but if you can find a race here and there and watch Spa and all the other places are going to go in WEC, but especially if you like watching this, what we're doing here, this sports car racing. There's a lot to dig into for that kind of endurance racing.
Yeah, the real version of this happens next weekend.
Yeah, perfect.
Get stuck in. You can do it for free on IMSA TV if you're in the UK.
Yeah, it's more complicated in North America because they want you to have the channel that's showing it instead, so I can't watch IMSA.tv. Did I ever play the original Need for Speed? I did. Yeah, the full motion video in that game is hilarious. I think I played on one of the... I think it was on PlayStation, right? But I played a lot of Need for Speed 2 because it was one of the early games that had 3D effects to it, where you had to have a dedicated card that was actually doing the 3D graphics. And there was such a stark difference in fidelity that you had to play pretty much anything that did. I understand when people get way into VR and think, oh my god, this is, what a sea change. This game will never be the same. That's what it felt like when 3D cards were around, because all the others were just doing sprites and 2D stuff. or really crude software wrappers for the 3D graphics, and it always looked super had huge jags and ran like crap. Like Motocross Madness and Quake 1. Once you saw those with 3D, it was and colored lights, Unreal, the first Unreal game, really melted brains who had never seen graphics like that. Unreal Tournament 1994. There was no Unreal Tournament 94. Came out in 99. I agree with you. Actually, that's as much as I like Need for Speed and played them on the PC and that Porsche Unleashed and Hot Pursuit and High Stakes, all those games are really fun. Burnout 3, in terms of like an arcade game to play, Takedown Revenge, right? Man, I played the shit out of those games. Hard to think that I did too, because I mean, you're always going 200 miles an hour and dodging things by millimeters, and then when you absolutely slam into things, it would hurt my head. So you go from that speed to zilch and crashing all over the place. That was a good time of arcade racing. I don't really know if we have much of an equivalent to that now. I know they did Paradise, right, and then they redid Paradise a bit later. Criterion tried to make a Burnout-like Need for Speed game that had a lot of multiplayer and like 8 different cars, and try to mix up what each of the games were. But something about Burnout 3 was just hitting at the right time. Hazza, what's the best way to play that then? If like reverse engineer or reverse compatibility on Xbox or any kind of emulator or something like that, I would play that. I mean, if I played Burnout today, I would go, oh my god, this game's too hard. But the nostalgia might kick in for at least to have a good time. I like Burnout 2 as well. I recall doing a lot of the crash mode on that one. They kept that going for a little bit, and I don't know, it's sort of overshadowed by the sequel, unfortunately. Like in the way no one remembers GTA 2. the 2D GTAs are just like so pushed out of everyone's mind, for what that game series turned into, that you really feel like an old person talking about when Grand Theft Auto was top down.
I remember Burnout 1 was like my first game on the PlayStation 2.
Nice.
I played the ever-loving hell out of that. As
Did
a
it have
kid,
a crash mode?
No, it didn't. It just had Grand Prix mode, which is like 4 cars on really long motorway-based circuits. And it had head-to-head, which is how you unlock new cars, where you had to do a head-to-head race against that car. And I remember there being one against a Roadster, which I think was like a knockoff Tesla, like Roadster, the old one, or something similar to that, and it was really difficult to beat as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I remember spending hours trying to beat that thing.
Nowadays,
there's also a tow truck, which I remember unlocking and enjoying.
Johnny, obviously, Garanga. I'm glad somebody in here knows. Someone said, is it Boomer Hour? Maybe. I mean, Joe and me are here. It's definitely Boomer Hour. Sorry. GTA 2 is goated. It's a hard game. Really, I'd never beat that second one. I love the look of it, though. Making it all in the dark, and good use of 3D graphics in that game. 2D, 3D, essentially. She loved it too much. Crispy was talking about how his mom, when she played Burnout 3, she only did Crash Mode. And I could see that, because it's at least scoring points, and it wasn't too difficult trying to steer yourself. And then somehow, I'd love to know who at Criterion thought about the aftertouch idea of Burnout, where you're able to still move the car in midair to get even more points and extract more crashes, which is absolutely silly, but also it's a video game, it should be fun. Oh, and someone else mentioned the Fallout games. Yeah, Fallout 1 and 2, except for those that played the Brian Fargo games, or they know what Wasteland is or something, right? Fading a bit. I tried to get Nate Lux to play one of the 2D Fallout games, because I think they're really fun, and the writing in them is... Obviously, it sets the tone for even what the newer Fallout games are that most people would know. What was it? What was the progenitor to Halo? I think it's Marathon, and that was ages ago on the Apple. So there's some of those that have a long connection to games that are forgotten. There's Nate. Hey, Nate. I did. I was trying to get you to play Fallout 1. One of these days. What if you just play it for me on Discord? How much do I have to pay for it? I think it's the new...
Step away for a sec, Phil.
Okay.
Yeah, careful of the guy behind you. I think he's trying to bring you away or something.
I couldn't either, Brandon. Speaking of Nate, we've talked about this a lot, that Fallout 4 giving you a very specific character to play, a la like a Mass Effect Shepard or something. It didn't work for what that series was, because anyone that had played all the other Fallout games was used to being whoever you made them to be, as good or bad, or gray, anti-hero, complete jerk, a cannibal. I mean, the sky is the limit in Fallout. That's what I liked about it. It was a very adult role-playing game. I grew up with Forgotten Realms, Dungeons and Dragons type of stuff, and it didn't have that edge to it, that adult edge, and I was really happy to, have something risque for video games, and it still needs some of that. Yeah, that was a good game. Grand Prix World Circuit from Microprose. Microprose is back again. I don't know if they're into making like a manager F1 game, now that we have one of them that was fairly popular there for a bit from pure development. Or if you've ever played Sid Meier's Golf, that's a great game. The market for like a tycoon game, but in the golf world, is still yet to be exploited in modern times. I did play the Modern Warfare story. The first two games. I thought they were really good for the time. They brought them back as HD remakes. It seemed like they were worthy of being played again. Oh, nice, Nate. I went through Half-Life 2 a couple years ago. I tried to 100% it. There were some secrets I didn't know about, like, I'll spoil one for you, where one of the Vorgons is in like this sewer pipe that you have to jump to with a box in a janky Half-Life kind of way. And it was really fun looking through all the achievements and trying to figure out, oh, where in the game is that? Let me see if I can get that one, because I wasn't, I already played through Half-Life 2 a couple times, and I thought I should give it one more honest go to see how good it was, and I enjoyed it quite a lot. Much easier to handle now that the load times for the levels are instant. Back in the day, I used to get annoyed where you'd go through a hallway and it would have to load the next chunk and then sit there for 30 seconds. Nothing breaks my immersion on that loading screen. Yeah, the hoverboat section, which is just the right length of time. There's something to the timing of the different levels of Half-Life 2 that's quite brilliant. That it never really overstays its welcome. Ravenholm probably gets the closest, in my eyes, to being like, okay, I know, but that whole section it feels so different, you know, like it was made by different people or was meant to be a different game. And wasn't there like a demo or something for Half-Life? I know there was when I first showed it at E3, and it was mostly in Ravenholm as a kind of excuse to show off a lot of the physics and a lot of those individual moments at E3 video that didn't make it into the game even, which I thought was cool, that there was enough that they developed that fell on the cutting floor, but was still instrumental into showing an audience like how physics-based something like this has become.
Can someone please inform me the moment that that's not Bacco and that's mine?
It's not you, it's Battle.
Is it?
Just
Yeah.
double checking, because
Yeah.
like it's giving me quite a bit of anxiety
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
when
I'm
it
fine.
comes on.
Yeah, for some reason it's like 21% packet loss.
Well, I'm gonna stop them for a bit.
It's
I don't
Batcho
know.
from the future. Just check.
Why? Why now? Why is it?
I don't know.
It's weird.
It is strange.
It's like
You were fine
4%,
earlier. Sat checked to be invaded, you're absolutely fine.
But Bailey, just tell me anytime it jumps up like beyond 10 or something, and I'll just stop.
Okay, I will have it open right
Can
there.
I assign you to this job of
Yeah,
just
it's
looking
alright.
at my packet while it's anything?
Oh, there it goes. Well, this is awkward.
Stay on the right.
Sorry, Chad, I didn't quite have the ability to talk that much. Oh,
Go on then.
Now
Alright,
on
Phil.
your left. Clear
No.
on the left.
Bloody hell. Right. All under control, you got it.
I don't feel like it though.
Was it just the rear end?
No, I cut the grass on the right. Just
I
scared
thought
by
you
the
were just in
LMP2.
general. Sorry.
In general, I just feel like I'm driving like crap. But we're keeping it on the road just about.
Focus on your brake points, your lines, your fuel numbers. The rest of it will take care of itself. Yes, self-righteous arsehole was banned. They come in here and think you're better than people who are having a bunch of good time and act like that, so...
What happened?
Oh, so arsehole in chat.
There's always one.
Yeah. I'm gonna subscribe to come and tell you all you're all worthless and you're bringing humanity down. Only one person looked like the arsehole, didn't they, arsehole? Oh well.
Well, last week it was a weird flood of people being like, I'm bored. I can't believe I'm watching a sim race.
You literally have the option not to.
Piss off them.
You have millions of things on YouTube to go on, but the thing you choose to do, piss on everyone's parade.
Why am I watching?
It's more about you as a person, really.
Exactly. That's all right, chat. The rest of you all here are lovely. Don't worry about them.
Well, I'm, you know.
Okay, and until they say something that makes me say otherwise. But anyway, post-combat viewers.
I have to go, Phil.
Looks like my packet loss has fixed itself for now.
Good.
I'll keep the window open.
I was going to say, there is one positive to being a slightly miserable twat at the moment, is that I am more likely to just say what I'm thinking.
Is that a good thing? Not for anyone that has to. Who has the people that have to receive it? They say.
Yeah. I try to direct it at those that deserve it, but
Nate giving the endorsement to far too honest behavior.
oh god.
Joe, if there's anywhere you can see that I can be doing better, then let me know. Just like little things to focus on.
Just carry on doing what you're doing, mate. It's all good to me.
I just want to wish you all the good luck. We're all counting on you.
I just feel like nothing I'm doing is quite right. At
Well,
least
mate.
the cars around me are making me feel that way, probably by just driving really fast.
What's my favorite non-US track? I'm trying to think of something that other than my usual answer. Bailey, what's that Argentine track that that isn't Buenos Aires? That is really, it's like, is it San Luis? Or
San Luis, or was it Potrero?
yeah,
something
yes,
like
that is it, exactly. That one came to mind. I was like, man, that is a good track that, like, I do not drive anymore. And I don't even know who goes there.
I don't know. Maybe some local stuff, perhaps, but I've certainly not heard about it.
I like some of the obscure ones, you know, like even that track that Coin has shown us from Lithuania. There's a version of it in R Factor or something, but it is insane to drive on. You can't believe that people race there. It's just extremely dangerous, but to drive it in a sim, I mean, why not?
If you can't drive in the sim, where can you, right?
Yeah, right. Facundo saying that Potrero is literally a street race around the lake.
Yeah. By what we saw it when FIA GT went there for a couple of years, didn't we?
Yeah, they were. I love the GT1 series because they would just pick tracks I would never pick.
It was a random one, wasn't it? For us?
Another good random one for FIA GT is Adria because it's
Jesus.
it's tiny. And they did GT1 and GT2 there. The Birmingham Super Prix, that was a good track. Porto. Okay, that's not the greatest track ever, but it was kind of fun when WTCC went there.
Oh my god. And do you remember, was it Marrakesh in its full version?
Yes.
Those bonkers chicanes. Oh,
It's nothing but
God.
chicanes.
No, that place was insane.
One of the scariest accidents I've ever seen
Actually
was in that.
dangerous, yeah.
Those Formula cars had a wheel-on-wheel moment. One went flying through the air. It looked like a driven crash. Sliced alone would go, that doesn't look possible.
Left side. Clear.
It's a casual observation. Virtual endurance racing, let alone streaming rather than a broadcast, has to be the weirdest thing to focus on. When I talked about the habit, I don't know if you mean like having this perspective of a sim race to follow along with. You know, we're in split 5. It's just a bunch of friends hanging out. I mean, no one thinks it's weirder than me. I don't know if Bailey feels that way too, but all the years of sim racing, we're like, I don't know, people hanging out and watching this race. Sometimes it's kind of like, yeah, really? We were just doing this for funsies for years and years, and it is downright flattering that people hang out and want to know more about us or follow along with the race. I love it.
I mean, they're all insane, but
having all this, well, I mean, it's all this years of not having any attention, and then having
very strange still.
tons and tons of it. Yeah, I can't say I've gotten used. I mean, I've gotten used to it in some way for sure.
Yeah.
But it's
Well,
still
you do, don't you?
we still kind of pinch ourselves and like, man, people want to watch us race. That's sweet.
Is this
Wait,
Audi
no.
blinking for anyone else? In front? I just saw it take off into the
Oh
sky.
yeah, I saw it actually on the street there, but yeah, the yellow and black thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it did blink a little bit on the street as well. You're right, Phil. Genuinely, you're
One to go, Phil.
Between my dodgy connection and everybody else's, Phil, you're doing all right. You're doing all right.
the 31s as well, isn't nice.
I think that's the first time I'm in the 2
Nice.
stints.
Good. It's all good.
I feel like I've just been either getting trafficked in the wrong places just constantly, or
Yeah.
just making small errors, you know, clipping the wall, going wide in turn 1, hitting the grass, like, just has been
Yeah.
rough.
It's a I find this a very frustrating race to just so rarely without traffic, and you usually get it in the bits where you can make a difference. So it's tough to get a rhythm around here.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. I just feel like I haven't had one.
Please consider you've done pretty darn well, man.
Chunky Jedi. If I got 50 cents for every failed math exam, I'd have $6.30.
Boxing, the slap, Phil.
Oh, great. It's going to be fun to cut through.
What's wrong with me that like all these dad jokes that make me laugh these days? Am I turning into a dad? Did that just happen overnight?
The pit box in 10,
Cool. That was, fun.
Smashed it.
5,
Phil.
3,
Look at this guy.
2, 1. Right here.
Well, you went round it with no rhythm, with decent lick, and didn't put it in a wall. There you go.
Actually, I did at one point.
You brushed a wall. It's fine. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Very different things.
I thought I'd overshot as well, that entry. The round board literally clipping through the windscreen.
Just for your information, Phil, actually your ping has spiked on TeamSpeak. I don't know what it's like in the game, but on TeamSpeak it's spiked.
I can see it in the game.
Okay.
Yeah, it just spiked in the game. Into 800. It's not really had an effect,
Yeah.
but
Interesting.
I did notice it. Yeah.
Oh, Luna, what was Jimmy's answer to that? Where you asked if he could put another seat into the Praga for either Bailey or myself to ride along.
Oh,
Would you ride in the Praga with Jimmy driving you?
if I could fit. That's going to be a problem.
We'll get you in there.
Don't get me out again. I just...
Just have you lay down. Because that wouldn't be
Christ.
uncomfortable or something.
No. Gross.
And we have to go around Open Park.
I would be incredible success ballast. Put it out.
Fit is version is harder to fit in a seat. Okay. Previous gen was easier. Interesting. Hey, Kozak, good to see you again. 1 week on. Hope you're keeping well. We got Phil driving around, or Joe driving around, sorry. Phil came in. We've got 10.5 hours remaining. Pounding out the laps. Headless Joe, if you want to see the live timing it's up. Headless Joe is not streaming his perspective, but you can at least see the track map and the rest of the standings there. You can do exclamation timing and follow him there on Twitch. Yeah, that's right. Ruby Rocks. That's all the other good exclamation ones like Stints and Max.
I'm having a serious issue.
This is not allowing.
No.
Did you give it a restart and such before you got in the car?
Car on. Clear on the right. Car on your left. Clear.
Some intense typing going on in your chat.
No, Phil's connection's being that bad, isn't it?
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, let me see who from Yellow DHR is streaming at the moment.
Hodges is still going. In
Yeah,
fact, he's in the car.
Hodge Monster. I'll link that one for you here in
Hodge
chat.
Podge.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Very rarely referred to as Hodgy Kittens.
I'll let you have that one. I don't know if Hodge would accept a pet name from me.
I don't call him that either.
It's alright. We can say whatever we want. He's driving. He's not listening to us.
Has anyone else seen this guy in front of me? Oh, he's flying up in the
Oh
air.
my god, jeez. Just go Hydro. Go Hydro. I don't. God knows where he is.
Jesus.
I mean, hopefully clear by now. I get it.
Is everybody's internet taking a dump right now?
Maybe. General worldwide DDoS.
Who's putting kinks in all the wires?
And would you believe it, everything's cleared up again.
Welcome back, Phil.
For no discernible reason. 2,000 ping in game, 1,000 in team speed.
Keep to the right, clear on the left.
What position are we in? Well, the Doug Henson red here. We're in third.
Stay there. Oh. 14th, okay. Oh wow, oh they're 40 laps down now. Oh no!
Oh no, for the DHI yellow.
Yeah. I didn't realise it. Oh, I know that happened.
I did see that King Mag had to pull out of Daytona 24. He had to have surgery on his hand. It wasn't anything. I think he had a cyst, I think that developed, right? And they said it wasn't a major surgery, but he needed the weeks after to recuperate.
Oof. I didn't see what it was, why he had the surgery exactly, but that sounds nasty.
Yeah, just putting pressure on everything.
Make sure I'm as sorted as far as I can be.
It's so funny. Yeah, has it only been a week? Or has it been longer? I can't remember anymore. I'm losing track of time. We had like almost no 24-hour races to comment on in 2022, and it's just, Jimmy's like, let's have them all now.
We had when he Zolder 23 hours not that long ago as well.
Yeah, the 10th or 11th of December, and I mean, I don't know what the schedule's going to be like this year. How many people want to do Nürburgring or Le Mans and stuff like that later in the year? With the last 24-hour Nürburgring, good lord. Okay, I barely even remember that one. I wish I had the skill and attention span to do real endurance racing. Well, you don't start there right at the beginning. You gotta work up to it. So get used to doing some sprint races, 20 minutes. Maybe you start doing ones that are an hour and 3 hours. You know, can't just go right for it.
I started properly online racing. Doing what was it? We're doing 20-minute touring car races with you guys.
Yeah.
That's what I started with.
We usually did what, like 2 in a reverse grid.
Yeah.
And then we had to make rules for the reverse grid because humans started abusing the reverse grid rules.
Oh, in later years, yeah.
He would have an incident in turn 1 or something and wind up in the middle of the field and then he'd retire from the race and to end up being on pole for the second race.
Yeah.
I love you, Jim. He just wanted race wins, bless him. I mean, I don't fault him for that. And the best chance you've got is to start on pole for the second race. Then we had to make up rules for like a random number generator from 7 to 12 or something, you know. Or only those that were within 1 lap of the lead lap. Are you saying Maurice isn't driving the car? Maurice has psychic powers. Telekinetic powers, really. And you've never seen Headless Joe's face. He could be Maurice for all we know. I've never even seen Headless Joe's face.
Oh my god, this car.
The old P2.
No, the,
Oh no, it's the GT again. Oh my god.
I couldn't overtake the P2 because I just thought,
Didn't know
where the
idea
hell's
where he
that
is,
guy?
yeah. Oh, you made the right choice in the end. He was in right where you would have been, didn't he?
Keep to the right.
It's the spooky hours, Jeff.
Sure, mate.
Oh my god.
Right side, into the middle. 21. Clear to wide.
Just tuned in from Australia. What did I miss?
How fast is that LMP2? Like, the,
He had double drag, double
oh,
toes.
I suppose so.
But they are pretty quick.
Dylan, they've got Long Beach, but yeah, they really hadn't much. And Detroit, that kind of counts-ish. At least it feels like a street circuit, but you know what I mean. I don't know if iRacing would ever have Monaco, or what stands in the way of something like that. Suzuki used to have a 1,000-kilometer race. They went away from that after 2017. Then they had some 10-hour races from 2018 to 2019, and those have all gone away. There's a 24-hour Suzuka motorcycle race.
Left side. Keep to the right.
Well, crew chief told me P2's been there.
Oh.
Let's go have a look. P2 in our class has not been there. Neither has P1.
Oh, that is the 8-hour.
Might just have been an off track. You know how excited crew chief gets.
He's an excitable boy.
Nice to get a clean lap in, sweet.
No, you're not allowed those.
Oh, okay.
They're banned.
Oh God, man, could you imagine 24 hours of the goodness sake?
I was going to say something I probably shouldn't have done then.
Something along the lines of who would want that?
Yes, yeah, totally. Yeah.
That'd be grueling. Okay, I thought so. The bike race at Bugatti is a 24-hour, but it's 8 hours for Suzuka.
So I usually do a 24-hour race at Laguna sake, it would have to be in slower cars.
Yeah. I think your body would just be damaged. I mean, it'd be just so too stressful, you know.
It would have to be like a smaller version of the Citroen C1 race that they do at Silverstone.
Because that's a 24-hour race, right?
Yeah. But there's like 60 of them or 70 of them, I think.
I've seen some of the footage where it's just a camera on the front straight and then there's that drone of the Citroen going by, you know. I'm sure it's fun. There's a 12-hour race in Magellan. So some of the tracks have a history with longer races. Sepang has a 12-hour that they used to do, which I think is coming back. A 24 hours solo, please. We learned our lesson in the old days. That was just not a good idea. I don't even like it when people do it in sim racing. It sounds way too stressful. I also can't stay up for 24 hours anymore.
Did you see what happened to Porsche Chevette doing the Daytona solo this year?
No.
So I think he was leading his race after 23 hours and slid off at the second horseshoe and hit the wall.
Oh no.
That ended his race.
Oh. I suppose new damage model, right? It could have like ripped a wheel off or something.
I don't know. I don't know if it actually did end his race, but I saw the clip of him at the moment of the crash and him going like, oh no, that's probably the end of the race.
Not the end, but I think he came third in the end.
Yeah. It certainly took away his chance of winning, and I think I don't know if how many laps he ended up doing. If it like affected him going for that record that they'd set.
Phil, can you check that? This feels like it's a little bit down on top end.
What's the top end supposed to be?
About 318 at the line.
Okay.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Yeah, something doesn't feel quite right.
No, it didn't feel right when I was driving it earlier. I'll look out for the speed.
I didn't know if that was the reason for not having a 24-hour Bathurst race. 12.
Topped out at 315. I don't know if that's a slight difference in hybrid or what, but might be missing a K or two.
Man, look at all these Cadillac LMDH fans in the chat.
Bit about deliveries though, eh?
I haven't seen the official delivery.
Haven't you?
Oh no. I'll look for now.
They left me underwhelmed.
Compared to the testing delivery,
Yeah.
they were not it.
it was genuine. I looked at the test livery was just, God, it made that thing look so angry. But the race liveries are a little, oh, okay. One half is a solid colour and the other one's a solid colour, and then you've got a little fade in the middle to. It's alright. It's alright. They're allowed to. And so I'm actually liking the Acura in race livery. It's looks quite tasty.
I know you're in the toe somewhat there, Joe, but you've hit 319 that time.
Yeah, that was toe, wasn't it?
So I don't know.
Thinking it a little bit of bumping.
Yeah.
I did wonder when that P2 came fly. I know he did have the double toe, but there was a little something there. I wasn't sure.
Where would it have come from?
I mean, let's be honest, maybe the invisible car. Genuinely.
Maybe.
Because there hasn't been an obvious contact, I don't think.
There hasn't been any contact in the X's.
Also, because you only had that 0X, didn't you? And that was bloody ages ago.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then drove on in the low 32s for ages. So, like, if it was that, then I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
There was no options either when you stopped.
No. The car felt weird from the moment I got in it, though, so could it have been from before then sometime and it's just not been noticed? Don't know if you got that, Joe, but the leader's pitting now.
Yeah, I had that.
I think I got it about 8 times.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I got it once.
I like to think they leave that bug in there. I'm here at that rug. Sorry, I was looking up a couple things there. I wanted to see the Cadillac and the Acura. I'm not sure what I think about them just yet.
This car in front's just pulled away from you and doesn't make much sense.
If you had much traffic this lap, sorry, I don't know.
Not this lap, really, no.
Okay. Well, this will be
Although I do
interesting
see
to
that bouncing car ahead of me.
Oh God! Oh yeah, he is again, isn't he?
Lovely.
Someone needs to tell him to get off
7
the track.
seconds. I think he might just be on it. I don't know. At this point, he has to be aware that there's something. Like there has to be others that bouncing around him.
316 you hit there just before you hit the brakes, Joe.
What's the norm?
318, I think. Apparently.
Yeah.
So we might be missing 2 or 3 Ks.
It might be worth a look at whether there's any repairs when the clock comes around.
Yeah, but
It's not worth coming in for. But...
No, but he's not hit anything.
Well, no, again, that's why my only theory is that it's the it could be some road damage from the car bouncing around. That's all I can think of, really. Unless there's a throttle not quite going all the way or a brake slightly dragging.
God, where's this guy going to go?
Go high, Joe. I think.
Oh, I know him. He's a VC, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's old GT Italia.
GT Italia, yeah.
It's not impossible. It could be someone that Jimmy got very into. I don't know for sure, but it's certainly a name. Oh dear.
There's a lot of you doing a real fine job trying to type all the lyrics to Enter Sandman in the chat. I appreciate that. All we need now is an off to Never Never Land, and we're good. Hey, there you go. Thanks, Mini Celeste. Chat, we did it. That's right, now play that Kirk Hammett guitar solo. Play the Ridge Racer song. Yeah, Jimmy had the old playlist up today. I forgot about a lot of those songs. It took me way back. They're like 6 years ago playlist tunes. Charlotte Robo's a meme circuit. That's one of those tracks. It's more fun in slow cars. The bigger they are, the higher the horsepower. It feels like pain. I honestly had some of the best times in the MX-5s there in iRacing. I think it was one of my favorite tracks. I could never get a win, but it was just really enjoyable. Until someone forgets that there's a chicane there and wipes you out, but you know what you're getting into. Who's talking? Well, we've got Joe who's driving, who's been coming in, and certainly calling out when this scary-ass car keeps blinking in and out of existence. And Bailey's been here and helping, and Phil as well, who was just in the car. And then I'm here, Bacho, for the Radio Bacho Hours, keeping it all going, I suppose, till Jimmy wakes up at 9 a.m. And of course there's Maurice, don't forget Maurice, doing all the heavy lifting in the sim rig. Alan Bovi, hello. Hey, Stiggy, how do we know who's driving right now? Well, you gotta do exclamation timing, Stig. You set that one up so well. You can find out all the people that are currently driving and what the standings are for this race, split 5. Here as we're pounding around in the BMW Snooter Sniffer LMDH. My favorite Metallica song? Let's see. A tough one. I really like Master Puppets, and I like Holier Than Thou a lot, which is probably not a super popular song on the Black Album. What else?
Right, Joe, I've been searching back through lap times from my stint and your stint, and unless we've had a tow leading up to the line, the highest either of us have been hitting is 316.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem right. Something.
Does it feel right in terms of balance, or is it just speed?
No, balance is all right. It's just
feel like every other car is going faster than you.
yeah, just doesn't feel like it's pulling.
Yeah.
Still there.
I know it's not far off top end, but it's
Car right. Clear on the right.
Oh, Orion's a good song. I like the Rodrigo y Gabriela version of Orion. Very different. I'll go back to Whisper here for a little bit because they're really concerned about how the car's driving. I don't want to distract him too much. He's frustrated by that phantom car and whatever bit of damage they might have picked up. So this is one of those times where I'm trying to be mindful of the space they inhabit. Don't want to make it too busy for them, you know? They used to ride in a beer commercial? Oh, that's too bad. There's that old part of me that, I don't know if it happens for any of the rest of you, but when
even
bands...
when I get off the bus stop, Phil, it just loses time here massively.
Is that just compared to your best, or?
I don't know what it's comparing it to be honest.
It says you hit 317.
He's diving up the inside here, isn't he?
Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear.
When bands that you like have their tunes used in commercials,
Hopefully I can just try and stick for some time with these guys now.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin's Rock and Roll for the Cadillac ad campaign in the 2000s. And I was like, oh man, I used to like that song. You know what I mean? Those things just get used and overused in a way, and I have two minds of it, of course, because sometimes it's more exposure to that group and that song, and the link to it for like trying to convince people to buy things also just rubs me the wrong way.
But it was a nice idea.
Yeah.
Do you know what the reason for that, Jonathan Price? Why so many songs that have...
How are the fuel numbers looking? Because if you're down on top speed, then the fuel usage should go up.
I think I've got 3 at the line.
But what's the number? What's the average number?
This week it started off really low for some reason. I think it's only just catching up. I've got 208.
Okay. Is that higher or lower than it was last time you were in the car?
That's lower.
Okay.
But hoping to have had a bit more traffic than I did last stint.
Car on your left. Clear.
And I've done 23 laps, so it's so there's 3 to go, including this one. Can you just check the pit stop set up for me, Chris?
All I can remember is that Avril
Yeah, it's all
Lavigne
good to
song.
go.
I didn't even used to like Avril Lavigne, but it works so well in Burnout Paradise, doesn't it? Yeah, I Don't Like Your Boyfriend song. Someone in chat, Smithy X, said they went back and looked and saw Phil was doing 317, 318 with no toe before, and now it's 315.
Clear.
I don't know what laps they're looking at, because when I go back through my own, I see myself doing 316, 317.
Yeah, this has got to 320 with the toe, so
Well, that's the highest. That's the first I've ever seen it do that with either of us at the wheel. I'm just sort of picking laps at random and having a look.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear.
So one lap I'm hitting 322 in the toe, the next no toe I'm hitting 315. It's weird, it just doesn't seem consistent at all. I don't know if that's the hybrid or...
yeah, I don't think the the hybrid is particularly consistent.
People Tazi, I'm so happy you discovered the Japanese fusion of that. It's from the 60s and funk and 70s and jazz, mixing all those things together, like these classical bits and jazz. It is awesome. I mean, all the basis for the Gran Turismo music that many of you probably love. If you enjoy that style of music, go onto like there's a bunch of channels that are dedicated to unearthing these old albums from Japan that sound exactly like that. So and there's tons and tons of that stuff, and I swear it's almost all amazing. So I could have to look up some titles to look specifically. But if you just did 70s Japanese fusion jazz full album,
Yeah.
you'll get some good stuff.
yeah.
It's perfect kind of background music, studying music, and if you really want to, get into it and listen to those individual notes, what the horns are doing, I think there's a lot to feast on there. One group I came to know just because, unfortunately, their drummer passed. It was what was it? Oh, it was the
I'm
There it
gonna
was.
make sure you get through this pit stop, okay, Joe?
Yellow
I'm gonna
Magic
go and
Orchestra.
restart everything
Okay.
and just
Yellow-
see if that helps.
Fucking Yellow Magic Orchestra. Their drummer, Yoshiro Takahashi, passed away the other day. But I listened to some of their stuff. Real early influences to the synthwave genre as well.
You look
You
like
could-
you're driving really well. I'm not sure entirely what's going on. See if you've got any damage, I guess. Right, box.
It's a tough one, Lobster. I'm trying my best, dude. Sometimes I think, oh, there's a gap. I can jam something in there, and then all of a sudden, like, ah, shit.
2, 1. Right here.
See, there's a bunch of you in here that know all about it.
Yeah. No optionals?
No.
Okay, that's fucking weird. Right, I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay, mate. See you in a bit.
User disconnected from your channel.
Oh, I never got to see Rush live. Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson were playing at that tribute for Taylor Hawkins with Dave Grohl on there. They played YYZ and Working Man together, I think. That was really neat. It's hard to think of anyone that could truly replace Peart. There's probably only a handful of drummers with that ability, you know. I'm really sad because those 3 prog rock albums they came out with after with 2112 and Hemispheres and that is stuff I can still put on today and completely zone out to, and just, you know, that will be the only thing I care about, and the rest of the world goes to a dull hum as I listen to all those albums back to back. I love every song on those 3. I haven't played drums for 33 years. Have you thought about getting back into it recently, Martin? And what keeps you from getting back on that instrument? You know, other than time and who knows how much your skills have degraded and all this.
Caught it.
Yeah, just a little wiggle.
My favorite Rush song? I think it's the Cygnus X1 song. The one to the announcement to the Federation. We are in control. That whole song's great.
What was that? I don't.
You can't know.
Oh, Jesus. I can't know. Oh, okay.
You're not on board with Rush. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. No, I do apologise. I'm not. Very sorry.
Yeah, so all of 2112 basically. Good totem card. Let's just say that's one long song.
Are we needing a TeamSpeak rewatch of it or something, just to make sure that we're all up to speed?
Nah. When it comes to musical tastes, I allow everyone to have their own individual ones.
I see.
Those are all good ones too. Tom Sawyer's fantastic, even if it was a little later in the 80s. Really good tune, real good message behind that one too. Spirit of Radio, which I've heard on the radio a bazillion times. Probably the Limelight I've actually maybe heard more than those, because it was just Moving Pictures was a massive album when I was a kid. I've also read Barchetta, and that really appeals to me. Of course, Follow, you know. Sim racing's taking over from your drum playing. There's only so much room for those things.
Oh!
Oh, you're right.
I did what Phil did.
Oh. Right.
You got that corner.
Space behind, but then you're probably ahead of me anyway.
Wow. Tiny little touch on the grass. That was scary.
Right, you're all good. All in one piece.
Yeah.
Oh dear. A horse with antlers. Those damn banana peels, I'm telling you, Dan. Yeah, Working Man is an underrated song. It's a very early song for them, and it's pretty simple. If you've ever learned it on guitar, there's really not much to it, but I mean, the complicated bit is licensed so low in it, but overall the rhythm bit part is pretty easy to pick up and understand. That yeah, it's a real good early sign of what that group was going to do. That, Caress of Steel, Fly By Night, all those albums kind of start pointing in a direction as they get better at songwriting, you know. And even having like the drummer write a lot of the songs from Peart is really interesting. You know, it doesn't always happen in bands that kind of collaborative effect that they had together. Free Will, that's right. That's cool. We have so many people like Rush, and I'm not surprised that others will mention Guns N' Roses, and I frequently say like the first song for Guns N' Roses is Welcome to the Jungle, isn't it? I mean, that's one of like the coolest debuts for a song since like the Doors' Break On Through to the Other Side, you know, like coming out of the gates running, you know, or like Pearl Jam's 10. There's a handful of those where these groups seem fully realized and maybe learned everything ahead of time when they put out an album with an iconic group like that. And then Pink Floyd, I would hope everybody's listened to Pink Floyd at some point. I mean, there's good reason why Dark Side of the Moon has sold so many copies. It's tough, you know, like I was saying before, I get frustrated when bands get signed to or are part of commercials and become so well known and huge, you know, that old style, like I like to get before you guys were big kind of thing. But Pink Floyd is one of those that deserves to have people know about.
Don't you?
He shaped like he was letting me stay on the right, and then just last minute.
Oh yeah, it's totally Totem. He's got toms for days. There's symbols everywhere. I think only maybe Dana Carey's.
Fourth car on the town the other night after that little excursion.
Oh, yeah. Also got
Maybe.
the jumping Audi coming.
Maybe only Tool's Danny Carey can give him a run for his money for how big the drum kit
I
is.
misread that. Well, maybe not. Oh no, he is coming. Yeah.
Painting your basement. Oh, I'm glad I could keep you company through all that. Crack open a window, will you? Make sure you got some good ventilation in there. But happy painting. Some of that going on here too. I stepped out to eat a little bit earlier and was hit with that smell of paint and like, woo, feeling a little buzzed.
All right, Phil.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said we'll have to see.
Ah, okay.
Prog Walrus, have you seen that documentary about Crosby that came out a couple of years ago? I guess I really should see that now. He's obviously responsible for helping write a lot of great music with Stills, Nash, and Young. I'm digging the sound of the BMW here as well. I haven't really heard any of the onboards of the actual MDH, but it's a soothing noise, you know. Someone earlier was saying like they were missing having the R18 and the whine of the flywheel and the interesting sounds it would make under braking, you know, as that pitch would correspond to the actions of the car.
I did an excursion film.
Oh no.
Just across the grass on the infield. Did the same thing as you, hit the grass on the right.
Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh, okay. Alright. I'm glad he's visible for that period then. Christ. I had visions of that Audi disappearing when he was in the middle of the road and it's like,
Yeah.
oh God.
Best band to drive to, for me, I was gonna say like some songs from Steppenwolf I think are amazing, but
This guy's in my proper draft is going to be by, isn't it?
Consistency is Creedence Clearwater Revival. Like they have the best, like kind of grooving 4/4 tunes that just have that particular, the right kind of simple beat, but with really great melodies to
I don't know
them.
if they've got a pit still, have they? Or soon.
That's right, yeah. Rip to Jeff Beck,
Oh, no,
amazing
he's-
guitarist.
He's only done 5 laps on his tyres.
Oh, and then road trip, you only listen to CCR, and that was enough to sustain you. I mean, it's a great way for a bunch of people to like enjoy it together. You jump into a lot of other genres and decades, and some people might not be as on board, but it's a very safe and timeless for me music from Fogarty. Well, if they all like the Grateful Dead, then go for it. I mean, there's some long-ass jam sessions for Deadheads. I'm glad that they found another band in Fish to continue their trek through life. That everybody needs a place and a new group to follow, and they certainly found that in Fish. I missed out on all the tours where the Flaming Lips came around. I really loved them, and such a creative force, and they're still going. They had the anniversary for Yoshimi and the Pink Robots, whatever that album's called. And even if one of those songs is very much Cat Stevens, but it's just the stage show of it all, the pageantry, and Wayne Coyne and a giant hamster ball and robots all over the stage, and when I watched any of those clips, I felt like, oh man, I wanted to be in that. I love that level of expression that is just off the walls. Put your everything into it. Kind of art freedom.
Clear.
Yeah, Foo Fighters, they're gonna
it
get
feels
back.
the same, Phil. Just feels like there's no pace. Weird.
I really want to see Queens of the Stone Age live. One of those groups that is like a must attend at some stage. And I did see
I've
Foo
lost
Fighters.
the replay, so I can't go back and look now. But
Right side. Clear.
Local H. Holy crap. The two-man crew I don't see mentioned often. Fuck yeah, Local H. It's good to hear that. I really appreciate Franz Ferdinand's music, but I've never sought out any of their live stuff, so I'll try to remember that. Another one that I wanted to see, but couldn't get tickets for it. It was when Gojira came to Portland. They were going to play like this pretty small theater, and it's a very vertical theater. And I hope they come back again. I would listen to almost every song Gojira's ever made. And now that we're in post-pandemic? Question mark. I gotta
the entries page
check
today
tours
is now suggesting I have the best out of our team, which the best pin.
You probably do right now. Which is quite funny.
In before me in 10 minutes. Well, that's a
No,
fucking lie.
no.
You're all confirming how sad I am that I missed it. Saying there's like a half dozen of you that are like, Gojira was amazing. But fuck. All right, I'm gonna look up some tour dates for 2023 and see what's happening. I met a Yeti. I'm gonna look for that right now because I need some background music, Emmy. So it's a little silent over here.
Is there any chance that this could be damage carried over from Jimmy's incident earlier?
But surely it'd give us options, wouldn't it?
I would have thought so, but iRacing has a history of not fully fixing things, doesn't it?
It does. I don't know how that's handled these days, but
No.
looking at that in the past, on the old damage model at least.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was kind of, but didn't want to say it, 'cause it's sort of like, well, is it really?
Who got in the car after Jimmy again?
Grizz.
I don't remember anyone mentioning issues at that point.
Yeah, I don't
After
think
that.
they did.
Mm.
I think, honestly, this is the first we're hearing of it,
Mm.
really. But, like, I can see it. Like,
Yeah.
I can see how it's on us back, how it's on us back, but it's just why? Why has it happened? Don't know.
But the car doesn't feel bad to drive. It's
just
a bit
slow.
slow.
It just feels a bit sluggish. That's all.
What's the pace of others around in general? So are they?
Let's have a look. So Altitude Esports, who've just overtaken us, are doing mid 32s, the occasional high 31, occasional 33.
That's not. I mean, that's not really any different to what you were doing, Phil. Really?
No, but now Joe's. I mean, this stint he has hit 132, and that was last lap.
How does that compare to the previous Joe stint?
So before the pit stop, Joe was doing 32s, high 32s, 33s, occasional 34 and 35 when there's like, heavy traffic in the wrong spot, but that's all of us really. That's just
so again, not really any different from where it was. What was Grizz's last stint?
Grizz's last stint. Where is he? Same story, mid to high 32s, lots of 33s sprinkled in there, the occasional 34 when hitting traffic.
Good.
Jimmy's last stint, you're looking at sort of low 32s, occasional 31, sprinkling of 33s. And then his second stint in that one is again like it's mid to high 32s, the occasional 33, but then he has got a 31, a couple of 31s in there as well.
Well, you did also get a 31 as well, fairness.
Yeah, I just got the one.
Yeah.
And I think that was on my very last lap, which I sort of expected, because obviously the first couple of stints of the race you're sort of building yourself into the car and assessing the situation of what's going on in the race at large, but I feel like the car should probably go a bit quicker. Last two times have been with 32s for Joe, so
Some good suggestions in here. I'm certainly writing a few of these down.
the hybrid is imbalanced, isn't it, Joe? You haven't accidentally knocked it off.
No, it's been balanced.
Or to build, sorry. Are the traction control numbers correct?
I'm not sure that's what we started with. I think Chris might have changed it, not sure.
What's it on?
7 and 6.
That's not what we normally had it in practice. But I don't know if I want to change that because when I was driving, the
Yeah,
rear
no,
was...
I didn't bother changing it. My first, it's been like that since I first got in the car.
So
I
that would have been
don't
something
think that's the
that's
issue.
changed.
I could just be having
No.
a bad stint. But the previous
Maybe.
stint, I felt like I could get into the 31s.
Yeah,
This
you
I'm
did it.
struggling to get into 32s.
There's no visible damage on the car anywhere.
It could just be I'm having a mare of a stint.
Could just be that sort of placebo effect, but
Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
You say that, Caleb. I'm not so sure. Here I'm just ready to type.
Spinning now.
My last one, I was like, I waited. All right, I might have it clear, and then instant. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm used to this, and it's good to be able to hear what they're saying in the first place. I don't want to counter program them. Thanks for all the suggestions, though, and good chatter here with all the different kinds of styles and genres that people enjoy. You know? That's just so much music. Every week I tune into Pitchfork's, like, here's 9 albums you need to listen to. Sometimes I'm lucky if I like one of them, but I always want to
Keep
give it a
Brian in
chance.
sight for now.
yeah.
Oh, is that song number 2 from Blur? Oh, you couldn't miss that song in the 90s. It was everywhere. On MTV, every radio station, and ads. Ubiquity. Now I hear it and I just get an instant nostalgia trip. I can't listen to that song though. I'm worn out. Everybody's got that one. It's probably a great song, and it caught fire, and you heard it to death. Yeah. Bruno Mars for the last few years. Many of his hits, or Maroon 5, and that what was it? Move Like Jagger song. I think I want to like throw things at a wall when I hear even the first few bars of it. Top 3 concerts you've been to: Offspring, Smashing Pumpkins, and Daft Punk. I wish I'd gone to more. You know, I was pretty nervous about going to concerts because I have extremely bad, like my night vision was always bad, even when I was a kid, right? And every concert is dark. I mean, maybe the house lights, I could get to a seat or something, but after that, it would be pitch black for me, and it felt really nerve-wracking, right? Not knowing, like, if I had to go somewhere, I had an emergency, or if I wanted to move or something like that. I really can't, because it's like, basically lights off from how it is. All the I could always see the bands themselves because where all the light was, but anything further out from that, no way. And so the only concerts I really got to see when I was a kid were for Tool, and Tool in '98 with the Melvins, which I became the biggest Melvins fan ever. So I'm really thankful that I went to that show. And they had this kind of funny act where they brought on a security guard to be their bassist. And if you know anything about the Melvins, they've had a lot of bassists in 40 years. And then the other show was also Tool and King Crimson, and I came away from that being a massive King Crimson fan. I mean, I listened to In the Court of the Crimson King, like with the lights off, laying down in bed or something, you know. Certainly in the past, I'd have a few glasses of wine, or hey, maybe a whole bottle of wine, and listen to some of their albums. And so I'm really thankful that both of those concerts were the main act. Was certainly why I went there, but I came away like with newfound respect for the opening acts, and that's the best an established band can ever do, is to get ones that are maybe lesser known and give them a chance to shine, you know. Hoping that their audience will also like them, of course. Has that ever happened to you? You went to go see something in concert, and the reason why you were there was just completely turned upside down because you experienced a group that you probably weren't even aware of, you know? They are, Mac. They work hard at making the live show really good. I know sometimes Tool's a really divisive band in the metal world. Because, I don't know, some people say like, oh, Tool is the thinking person's metal or something, which is a real snobby ass thing to say. But you have to give them credit for like trying to make the live experience as interesting and unique than it does even from the studio, as far as like what visuals are, how they play it, maybe slightly different versions extended, and just, you know, how is musicianship and sound quality and stuff like that. Of course, I'm extremely biased because it's the only two shows I actually went to see. But yeah, it's too bad I didn't have other ones to compare it to. Maybe I've been ruined by the experience if I went to see other bands. Like, oh man, they didn't mix this right. Actually, because kind of a bomb scare. That's a scary thing. I saw Flopping Molly and Dropkick Murphys. Oh, that sounds like a good time. A good beer drinking time. You're so drunk that I couldn't figure out which was which. Yeah. I was gonna say, when you mentioned it together, I'm like, those are two similar-ish sounding bands.
Okay.
The Contortionists. I haven't heard of that one. I know Periphery, that. They were along with them. You really liked them. I saw Disturbed when they opened second stage in 2000. Are they still around, Disturbed? People, where in the Southern Hemisphere do you live? Because like when I see groups that go down to Brazil and Argentina, they are like, they look like they're worshipped like gods or something. But I get it, you know. I mean, maybe they're sick of seeing Sepultura or something. No, that they're just so happy that someone's down, you know, that is there and traveled all that way to put on a show that they really come out for them. That's cool. Oh, nice. I wrote about that earlier, that group Avatar, because I saw them.
Alright, Joe, you're 7 laps from ending at the line. And, you know, just nip off to the loo quickly before getting back in.
We saw Avatar with Dance with the Dead. That was pretty fun. I wasn't sure how Dance with the Dead was going to go live, but it was intense, that's for sure. I mean, they really kind of kept the bangers coming and no real delay in between the songs, you know. But I always love, you know, as a wannabe musician myself and wannabe songwriter, that how they perform stuff with guitars and obviously program stuff live is a technical thing that I like to witness. But Avatar played that night too, and it was just very energetic. The people that were there loved it. You know, they were clearly massive fans of them, and I could get along with it. I don't really want to listen to Avatar like right now. But seeing them live, it sort of made sense, right? I'm sure, and there's lots of groups like that where you'd prefer to be in concert than listen to their studio albums. You know, I missed out on Jesus Lizard and Ministry, two really important bands for me in the 90s, and I'm definitely not going to be able to see Jesus Lizard or what's the one with Steve Albini in it, Shellac. I would love to see him live, but I think I'd have to go to Chicago to witness it. Oh wow, coffee! Oh, I really hope you like the rest of it. In the succession of albums, do the next two as well, and tell me how you feel about them before you go off to the others. Because one of those groups that were around for decades, so they change up their style and their sound, and they're real musicians rush. So it tickles me to think that somebody's listening to 2112 for the first time and that you like it, you know. I'm listening to Sleep Token now, and it's very produced, isn't it? And these big vocals, you know. It's I don't know if I want to say it's like quite like Imagine Dragons, because they have a particular kind of anthem style to the way they do things. But I hear that maybe a taste of that, and it's all right. I listen to Bridge of Sighs by Robin Charles. I wish I could just play all this as well, like as I'm searching for it and hearing it myself, but it's one of the parts of live streaming that I feel so let down by in the world of the internet from what I know it to be.
For like a minute, Joe, and you suddenly go to the 31s. What's going on? I see how it is.
It's not your fault, yeah.
I'm weighing you down.
I just wish I could play music that everyone could listen to, because it's ridiculous to think that like someone's going to record that and not buy the album or not stream it because they heard it on this stream. The DMCA rules are so goddamn stupid, you know. So many things online I want to share with my friends or a larger audience, like all of you, in a stream where we watch a thing together or we listen to it together.
Like after 18 laps, when the car just comes alive a little bit more.
It starts driving exactly how you wished it drove the rest of the time.
Yeah.
Car on your left.
I'm there.
Hold your
Hello.
line.
Hello.
Clear on the
You
left.
don't exist!
Hell yeah, we're friends, Abalak. Lars F. and Ulrich to thank for all the DMCA. It didn't help. It definitely didn't help. Just that notion that it's preventing sales or something. Like, no, we're like what we're doing right now is promoting sales, because I'm listening to shit I've never heard before from some of you, and some of it I like, and I want them to get the credit and the recognition for it. It's hard to share this stuff if I can't just play it for you, damn it. Anyway, my rant over about DMCA. It's one of those like old ones that most people are in agreement with, except for those that actually own the catalogs, and there's nothing we can do about it. Well, we'll see what happens with that copyright for Mickey Mouse lapsing with Disney. Maybe that will have some reverberations in this department. You talking about Jerry the Race Car Driver? I do love Primus. Have I tried playing Rocksmith? No. There's some really good streamers on Twitch that have that exclusively. Someone that learned to play guitar at the Rocksmith, and I get a little jealous, honestly. My Mel Bay's porn book and just the repetition of playing poorly for years and years to get any chops for guitar, and certainly not like playing songs right away, where people are are able to plug in and just download the songs that that have all the right, all the notes flying at the screen, Guitar Hero style, but actually for your guitar. I think that's so cool. I just want more people to be able to play, and all you want at the beginning is to sound like something you have heard, and that's a really cool gift that exists technology-wise. I think after all this time, that's just not how I learn how to play songs. If I really want to, if I want to sit down and understand it, I'll just listen to it over and over. And if I get too confused about that, there's too many notes for me to pick out, then I'll find a tab for it somewhere. Usually on like Ultimate Guitar or wherever it is. I like being able to play by ear. It's always a skill I like to keep up. Don't tell me I went robo.
You did a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I take it you've been intentionally not talking.
Well, yeah, you guys have been chatting.
Okay. Go on.
We're talking about music.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
We're talking about music. I don't think some of you know.
This is how off of what you were talking about was when you said Rush. I thought you were in a movie.
The movie Rush, right? How come there's no Rush in the movie Rush? Somebody really... Ron Howard, you really screwed that one up, man.
It took me so long to realise, oh no, hang on, he's on about music, not the thing. It wasn't until you actually got talking with chat. Hang on a minute.
And if I start talking about Lamb of God, Bailey, I don't mean Jesus. I'm talking about the band Lamb of God.
No, I get you. Sorry, I worked it out about 20 minutes ago in the end, but it's still, but that initial bit where you were still talking in here, I was like, what? I was so lost. I'm sorry.
Got two at the line, I think, Phil.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm all good.
This guy, 31.7. That the fastest for the car?
No.
Oh.
Joe did a 31.690
Oh,
earlier.
nice. Well done, Joe.
Very nice.
Show these young'uns how it's done.
Yeah, he's clearly the fastest of the lot of us. I think out of the fastest 10 laps, almost all of them are Joe.
Life in the old dog, yeah.
Thanks for saying that, Jonathan. And Bailey admits I'm pretty weird in some ways. In other words, it can be similar
God.
to...
Oh no. Oh no. But yes, thank you, Jonathan.
Jesus. That was hairy.
Clear on the left. Now on your left. Clear.
I'm in this lap here, Phil.
Yep.
I'm not running. Actually being struck down. Is that what we're saying?
Now on your left.
Yes.
Keep to the right. Clear.
This is what you faithless people get. At least believe in something like toast.
I'm sorry.
You heard?
You started a cult for toast.
Damn right.
Are you doing that thing from Plate Up where you grab a plate of toast and spinning round and round and round while
God
summoning
damn
people
right.
to the sky?
Just the friction of me spinning round will make it change.
Oh,
I feel all you've got to look forward to is when you've got rid of 18 laps worth of fuel and it'll be fine.
oh, lovely. Right, box.
Pit box in 10,
Lovely stuff, Joe.
5,
Yeah, that's towards the end, I guess.
2, 1. Right here.
Have fun, Philip.
Slow down. You got a penalty? We're cutting the cord.
Oh, Macho getting subs through it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Oppo Lock just subbed you on Twitch apparently.
Oh yeah. Do I still sound like shit?
They sound okay right now. Right
Okay.
At this moment.
Oh, go on. Okay, look, it looks like it's falling.
It's like 2% or something right now.
Yeah, it's falling. It's falling. We're good. We're
Are
good.
you having issues, Patrick?
Yeah. I don't know what's happening. This is really rare for me. So.
Yeah. And it chose tonight.
Of all nights, I
All
know.
nights.
The internet had enough. I said, do you have to keep talking? It's live on Twitch. It is for the exclamation timing. If you go there, you can see the standings from Joe. I can't help but say standings every time I look But yeah, and also, yeah, Max, Bren, the relative is telling me just relative to where you are, like that car's coming up, so it doesn't really care about which class it is. That's the cars in front of you, and you can always see what place they're in, what number they are. the color for their class and then how many seconds ahead or behind they are. It's just nice to have when you're driving, because you don't need to know the whole standings when you're just doing laps. But standings? Oh, how do I explain? We have a friend who is very particular about like typos, and he finally made a typo in our forum about what the standings were. He like replaced the AI and N in standings were all messed up, and so it was just, it's one of those things where someone kind of prides themselves in not making typing errors, and then they make one. Well, you can't help but just jump out of your chair and go and take screenshots of it. So we've always missed, at least for me, I've always missed said standings in his honor. I don't know if he knows that, but he might know it now. Yeah, something like that, Jacob. Like standings.
Similar sort of thing with Jimmy and Amin.
Oh yeah, the admin thing being messed up too, exactly. We don't mind ribbing each other a little bit. It's always in good spirits. At least I hope so. Benson Jutton. I don't know if that one was a mistake that Sam Collins and Rob Barf came up with when Benson Jutton, yes, did his first race at Okayama in 2018 for Super GT. You're having a great time. I am too. I hope the rest of you, even here in TeamSpeak, are having a good time, hanging out.
Right, I suppose.
All right, it's good. Don't yeah, low key me.
Let's not get too excited.
Don't make it too like it's too good. I might get complacent. I don't have to do anything else. How's the race going? We're motoring on. We're just keeping track of what we're doing for the most part. Whatever comes. But we're just doing the laps, doing the thing of Daytona, staying away from the spooky traffic and staying in that groove,
Trying to avoid the grass.
That too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff sucks.
Slippery ass iRacing grass. Do I know any animal facts? Like, how obscure do you want me to get with the animal facts?
Tony Kanaan is actually a giraffe.
No Tony Kanaan.
You don't want to combine animal and Tony Kanaan facts?
The Tony Kanaan echidna has 4 penises? Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
I see. You love Bacho though, Is that it? Is that it, George?
Chopped liver, Bailey. Sorry,
wow.
mate.
Wow.
Favoritism in action. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Rest of us are very disappointed in you.
Which do you like more, Robo Bacho or Bailey?
I see how it is. I see how it is. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
We're not gonna make chat sit in between us while we're on either side going, come here, don't you want to be with me? Come on. Oh man.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was supposed to be doing graphic stuff, wasn't I? I completely forgot.
For whom? Who are you doing graphics?
I was just doing track stuff still.
Oh right.
I completely forgot. I'm sitting here with AC Street running for like 3 hours and I've not done anything.
Bailey's making some tracks older. He's reskinning some of the adverts and the looks of them to give them that classic 90s feel. All the right adverts.
Doing my best, you know.
Well, you were going through the recaps of the seasons, right? So it's easy
Yes.
to go and look at those and remember if you didn't offhand.
Yeah, there's been a lot of going back through the 99 one.
Not surprised.
Right, we got a 96 watch we got to do next. We've done 94 and 95 on here. Got 1996 next at some point.
There's animal facts, and you don't even need me for the animal facts. You have your own. Just one here with walrus and how their teeth fall out from their jaw from back to front. I mean, don't sharks have a really weird thing with their teeth as well? Always
Lose them
replace
really
them.
easily.
Yeah. Get some Crystal Pepsi ads. Are there Crystal Pepsi ads for those trucks, Bailey? That was a real particular time with the Van Halen Right Now song.
I can't say I've seen any Crystal Pepsi on from the BTCC tracks in '99, but I mean, who knows?
Anybody still have some Crystal Pepsi that they refuse to open? That sounds gross.
Is this like the new Pokemon cards? We're going to start doing Crystal Pepsi unboxings.
Yeah, we're gonna like dig them up like the ET Atari games that were out in the desert somewhere. This palette of Crystal Pepsi. Basically, the Crystal Pepsi made a version like Sprite and just called it Pepsi. There's a reason why most people don't know about it. Or like when Coke changed the formula to New Coke, and then the outrage was massive, and then went right back to regular Coke.
Out of interest, back show. I haven't seen it, but have you seen that Netflix show, Pepsi Where's My Jet?
I did watch that. That was a really good legal challenge for a misleading commercial that made it seem like you could win a Harrier. It didn't have the like just kidding at the end, or you know, this isn't an actual thing. They put a value for points that you could earn by drinking Pepsi or whatever they were, Pepsi, yeah, and there was no disclaimer. And of course now every ad like that has disclaimers as big as the screen. It's an interesting one. Well, it's to see where it landed, you know, trying to prove a point.
Got a plane on a runway, I'd hope.
That was the other part, is that you couldn't buy a Harrier for civilian use. So the idea of it, no one took it seriously, but one kid did.
Yeah.
And he was able to get backing from a guy that he mountain climbed with, who had a bunch of money, who gave him the cash to basically buy the points. You know, he did the loot box thing, to just like go right around it. He wasn't going to actually buy 1 million cans of Pepsi, you know. So he bought enough to cash it in, and they just kind of laughed at him, like, we don't have to do that.
Yeah.
And then their lawyers convinced him to take, like, I can't remember what the settlement was, a few $100,000, and he decided to not do that. He wanted his jet. He was genuine. But yeah, obviously, that was a losing cause.
Just take a few 100,000, please.
I know. I mean, on principle, I think it was worth the fight, especially if we didn't really need it. But yeah, I mean, it was just a terrible idea that, you know, someone of that corporate that puts these things through all kinds of eyeballs and legal teams, standards and practices to clear things, and how that slipped by is kind of funny. They ended up modifying the commercial through time as well. They even put like "just kidding" at the end in response to that dude going to them saying, "Hey, I want my jet."
Actually, did you see that documentary about McDonald's, the scam that McDonald's ran? The monopoly in the States.
I lived through that time, but I don't know about the scam exactly.
Well, basically there was one guy in charge of delivering all the golden tickets, so to speak, the winning prizes, the $1 million and all the rest of it, and he was just taking them from themselves, and the marketing company decided that no one in Canada would win as well. And he was involved with the mafia, this guy who was selling them to the mafia.
Oh my goodness. No, I missed that. That sounds great. Is there a documentary on Netflix or something?
I'll try and find it. No, I think I watched it on YouTube. I'll try and find a link for it at some point.
Nice. I got really annoyed at that time because I was drowning in Monopoly things, you know, where you got like Baltic and Madison and all those places, and then I was just like, I don't want any of these. I know I can't win anything with them. Those promotional things where they just give you tickets and you gotta, mate match 3 or something. I hate it. Sugar water's the devil. It tastes so good. Oh, my addiction to soda will never stop. I was in HBO series, says Nick, the McDonald's thing. McMillions? Is that it, John? If you want to see the standings, do exclamation timing, and then click the link. It goes to twitch.tv/headless_Joe. And hang out there, and you can see them, and plus where all the cars are on track.
I was going to say, I'm so glad I never got the soda thing, but
I know you've been one of the few that's like, I don't fizzy drinks don't do anything for me, and I go like, how?
Banked right off that one, really hard. Sensation, hated the sensation. Horrible.
I'm like that with certain foods, but I wish that was me with fizzy drinks because I drink so many of them. It's unreal. Genuinely, I didn't actually know this, but apparently sugar is something like 5 times more addictive than cocaine or something stupid like that.
Christ.
And the amount of sugar we put in all of our food, it just gets higher and higher. It's a great way to meet to the calories they want. It's very cheap to do so, and obviously people want it. But like I've seen, read some articles about people trying to make recipes from 100 years ago, and like they try them out on people, and they think, oh, this is bland.
Yeah.
And I don't like the taste of it. It's just it didn't have the same sweetness. Does this mean I should do cocaine instead now? No.
It's one of the few things the doctors I've got right on my kidneys are still those of an early 20-year-olds.
I just
drinking water.
Compared to everybody else I see.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I've got the kidneys probably of a 35-year-old.
Hey! That's my age.
Go left.
That was 3rd place.
I heard someone
Oh,
did.
yeah, they did. Yeah. 3rd is range.
Don't think they hit anything.
I knew you'd catch him, Phil.
Yeah, pace alone, mate.
I think I'd say, John, mate, spices in this country, I actually find they're pretty popular with a lot of people. I just look at typical English foods as being quite dull. I think spicy stuff is pretty popular in this country. Just not with me.
I hear about a lot of yous going to takeaways and that, Indian places, and getting curries and that obviously is a big part of the British Empire at some point.
Yeah. I think it's more that our own sort of food is viewed as being typically quite bland, but we're very big on eating different cuisines from various places.
Yeah, same here. Any city will have from every corner of the earth practically. I love that I can find a Vietnamese place to eat. It's very different than everything else, and I enjoy that.
Yeah, it is Indian food, but that's the point. Is that I don't think typical what is viewed as typically British cuisine is quite the same as what is actually popular here. Pretty spicy stuff. Very popular.
What's considered what's considered America food in the UK. Well, I mean, you got your KFC and your McDonald's and Domino's and
All magnificently terrible.
that's the way we make it.
Everything that doctors warn you about.
Yes.
There's a Hard Rock Cafe in Piccadilly Circus. I've never been to a Hard Rock Cafe.
Of like McDonald's and stuff. Have any of you guys ever watched the documentary Super Size Me?
No.
I know about it. Yeah.
Where so a guy basically went out to prove that McDonald's was super unhealthy and that fast food was super unhealthy by he basically ate only McDonald's for a month and like tracked his weight gain and all this sort of thing.
He fell apart, didn't he?
Yeah, but I only found out the other day. It showed a doctor telling him that he'd like destroyed his liver, and it was like, this is the first person I've ever seen destroy their liver from like just eating fast food. Turns out he was apparently an alcoholic at the same time. So you can't pickle your liver by just eating fast food, but it can cause a lot of other health issues.
Someone had to watch that for school. That makes sense, education-wise.
Yeah,
the Food Inc. There's a lot of good documentaries about that.
It is a good warning for like stuff can actually seriously fuck you up.
What about those challenges where they just put out like a quarter pounder of cheese and they leave it out for months, if not years at a time, and it never grows mold? Doesn't that strike you as strange? This bread doesn't gain mold? Yeah. How's that possible?
It's a bit mad, isn't it?
Well, I used to work for Pizza Hut, and that's I don't order any food from there.
Oh, you have Pizza Huts there too.
Oh yeah, God yeah. Yeah, we've had them for long as I can remember.
And it's a sit-down restaurant?
No.
Not my
one.
Can be. We certainly are sit-down ones.
Yeah, most of ours are.
I know there's one in Bristol City Centre that's yeah, sit down, sorry. I got distracted by being asked if there's any Brazilian food restaurants near where I have no idea, because I am not personally a fan of stronger stuff. But that's me. I do know, however, that certainly plenty of foreign cuisine is pretty popular here.
I found one, Casa Brazil in Bristol, and Tujao Brazilian Steakhouse.
Oh, hello.
It's gonna open at noon.
It's just when the race can be done, isn't it?
That's right. Let's go for steaks, boys. What class are you in? We're in the BMW LMDH. We're in the LMDH class.
GTP.
GTPs, P2s, and GTDs.
Yeah, my palate is pretty boring, I must confess. The strongest the strongest I will do is a korma. And that is, and I'm very aware that's very weak.
I'm not super into hot or spicy stuff.
I can't do it. I just can't. Because it's a bit like in some ways with fizzy drinks, for me, it's like it detracts from any taste there is.
Yeah, you feel that's the car in front, that's the ghost.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Oh, speaking of.
Oh yeah, I decided to speak.
Oh god.
Someone needs to tell them to get the hell off the
I
train.
can't believe people haven't, though, honestly. Been going on so long. He's been going
The
hours.
side will die me. Might be worth just following him. Good boy.
Who's your cricket boy?
Yeah, he was quicker than me last time. He was quite aggressive trying to get past, so I wanted him to pass in a safe location. But it was like, I'm not going to endanger myself trying to hold him up. Although I am nervous about how much quicker than him he's been going.
He's position 5, they're a lap behind us, so.
Well, not anymore.
Well, pretty much still, yeah. use his suck if you can.
The ring sting from having a good hot curry. That's pretty
Wild
good.
thing. You make my rings.
How much faster is that? I'm worried. Got no suck.
Another one here for the night shift. Welcome in, Mark Harmon.
Please, Andrew, I need the suck. It's fucking 3/10 faster through the bus stop than me. What's going on? Am I just washed? Is this it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Is this the moment?
Yeah, that's it. Bastard, man. Welcome to my world, come on.
You peaked too early, Phil. You became the champion. It's just what happened.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. That's it. Unfortunately, I didn't get my Donington research today. I was going around looking at the track, seeing what sponsors are around there and that in the late 90s. Of course, there's the champion logo. And I always think, Phil, I always think of Coin going on and on and on and being the champion. It's so embedded in my brain.
I've got to find where that t-shirt's gone. I haven't seen it in a while.
What time slot is Casey's team doing? I can't believe they put 3 laps on P2 in the 12 o'clock top split.
I mean, 12
or whichever
top
is
split.
which one is it
Specs.
called? That's some split.
I think.
I mean, Casey's pretty great, Christ. I think.
Tony is too fucking early. It's like my 4th off track this stint. That's not good.
Yeah, good. You know what you're doing, Luis.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
We're on 36 for the race so far, so
Yeah, I'm just not worried overall, but like, you know.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I'm Brazilian steak. I'll probably thoroughly enjoy them. I like salt far too much, unfortunately.
Me too.
It's just,
It agrees with me.
yeah. For me, sugar isn't really the problem. Salt's the problem. Like, it's yeah. Good salty packet of crisps. Now keep them away from me.
I used to eat just saltines just as they were.
Yeah.
Those crackers just by the sleeve.
Mm.
Didn't even have to add anything with them.
Yeah. Okay, there are little ones we used to. I can't remember what they're called now, but they were so tasty. These little crackers. Mm.
And the Ritz crackers.
Oh, it was Ritz ones, yeah.
Those are dangerously good.
Yeah.
I know how much you like Pringles too. That's like, like, is there anything? I mean, then it's just pure salt.
I mean, no. This is why I say, look, if it was doing the shopping or whatever, so look, don't get this.
Right.
Because I know I will not stop myself. I just don't get it, and I won't go and order it myself. So it's.
Sometimes I get Chex Mix, like not making my own, but the ones that Chex puts out themselves, and it's just crack. I mean, it is so. But you can eat a whole bag of it, and I'll be like, well, where did that go?
Mm.
Didn't register in my brain for feeling full or anything.
Sour cream and onion is the correct answer for the best Pringles.
I hard disagree.
You're
I
wrong.
think they're overrated as anything. I think it's got to be. Oh, you know what? I absolutely adore the paprika ones.
I'll be Bailey on that. Fight me.
Thank you.
I will,
Joe.
Joe. You're a tiny man.
He's going to fight you and fight you.
Bold Chex Mix, hell yeah. Even if I have Ruffles or Lay's and sour cream and onion or chives, they're still good.
It's just a great flavour. It really is.
I think I've had too many of them to enjoy them.
Nah, that's not possible.
I don't know. My blood type could be turned.
Yeah, please. These sour cream and onion chipsticks we used to get as well. Oh my god, they were possibly the most unhealthy thing I've ever eaten in my life.
What were?
They were like sour cream and onion chipsticks from Lidl.
Oh.
They were horrific.
See,
they were so nice, but you could literally feel the damage they were doing when you ate.
That's the problem. Being as posh as I am, I've never shopped at Lidl.
Bloody middle class bald went over here again.
Yeah. Tesco's the lowest I've done.
Tesco or bus for Phil.
I'm surprised you've been into Tesco. I thought it was Waitrose or nothing.
Oh, well, there's a little waitress in my town, and I do know one of the people who works there by name, so that says enough.
The time Jimmy will return is literally on the screen.
Yeah, but Jimmy, Bailey, they've been in the basement so long they've forgotten how to read. You know, you've got to think about it.
Oh, that's true. He doesn't use them down there.
No light down there. Their eyesight's gone to shit. It's
And now the
they're
roof's
getting
leaking. Like,
Does Europe have Martin's chip? What are those?
evidently not. I think
I'm not sure if I know those. I'm a huge fan of kettle chips, but I know they're not as cheap around the world as they are here because they make a lot of them here.
Europe have AC yet? Well, for the most part, probably not, because we don't usually need it.
But they're gonna need it soon.
Yeah, the need for it is rising, but we have not. Our stuff has never really been built with it in mind, because usually it's not been needed.
6 to go, Phil.
Oh, so this is when the car starts going quickly, yeah, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, our houses are insulated to like hold heat in as well. So like we get screwed in the sun. Like everyone wonders why we complain when it gets like not as hot as places like Australia and America, and it's because your homes are designed to expel heat.
Yeah.
Whereas ours are designed to hold it in for as long as possible.
Australia even more so than here.
Yeah, like Burns, I remember talking about the other day it being like 40 degrees, and I was just like, if it was that in the UK, we'd all die.
Also, extra mature cheddar is the correct answer on cheese.
Absolutely not.
As for temperature, because we're just going to gloss over Phil because it's about to be wrong again. But
Mexicano.
As for temperature, those few days we had here when it was basically 40 were. I felt quite ill actually on the day of when it was hottest. That was oof.
Mexicano is the correct answer on cheese, and I'll hear nothing else about it.
Phil's still going on about the cheese.
So wrong, but there we go.
Bailey, I was in Italy at that point.
Yeah.
And it was like 32 degrees at night.
Christ. It couldn't have been far off that here when we had the 40 days, so it's horrific. Especially in the cities, because at least where I am, but it's concrete and tarmac everywhere. There's nothing else.
Hold on to those thermals.
Yeah. You go out at night and you touch the ground, and the ground is still hot. Not just warm, but hot.
Where, as you know, that Vegas experience, where it's all rising up from the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. It's not something I ever thought I would experience here. And it's obviously, we've talked about the humidity here in the past when it's hot, and it just, again, I genuinely rather experience Vegas low 40s than anything here like that when it's sticky.
So unsure what that LMP2 is doing.
That green GT nearly took you out as well. in the second also.
In the first one, I touched the brakes a little bit too hard, making sure I didn't hit the P2 and the rear stepped out as well. Is it me, Joe, or is there a bump on that first left-hand curve? It's just like once or twice a stint, I'll hit it, the car will rotate a little bit extra to the left. I'll have to really, I'll have to really wait.
The only bump I've noticed is the actual curb.
I mean, fair enough.
And then June asking if I'll be at Vegas. Oh, you mean even
feels good.
Even for the F1 race? I've got doubts about that F1 race in November in Las Vegas. It still doesn't guarantee it's going to be warm at 10 p.m. when that race starts. Like I can't wait to see what happens later this year.
I suppose they'd be out of the summer by then, wouldn't it? By a good distance.
Yeah.
So,
It'd easily be in the teens, mid-teens, high. It's just not what I'm going to imagine Vegas to be like. This all for a race like that.
Talking Celsius, are you?
Yeah, Celsius. And in Fahrenheit, could be like 60s, 50s, 60s, which you've got to put some clothes on.
They'd have to bring the softest combiners, but just for the layout anyway. So.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, Phil, Coy mentioned the bump you were talking about, and he said he was hitting it because he wasn't cutting the first bar enough.
Yeah, that sounds about right, if I'm honest.
Yeah, PP, I know you said you're down in Brazil. Vegas is hot, sure, but then in the desert when the sun goes down, it gets really cold really fast. Maybe not in the summer so much because you're in the city, and like Beta was saying, it's endothermic. It holds on to.
Free to go.
Onto. But ground absorption is not great out in the desert. Once the sun's down, you get very, very cold. Yeah, good point. Yeah, the lack of humidity works against it too. It's getting the moisture in the air isn't holding on to any of that temp. The lack of moisture, I should say. I used to go with my dad. We'd go hunting in Eastern Oregon, which is all like 2,000 meters high, but it's a desert, and you'd just be praying for that sun to come up over the ridge and give you any kind of rays, because you'd just be wearing 2 or 3 layers of clothes and shivering, and then 10 minutes later you're peeling clothes off. The swings and how you'd feel from one moment to the next just with having the sun come up was pretty interesting. Good old days. Hunting with my dad.
What felt like nice.
Oh yeah, he did. Look at this guy.
No longer washed, Bailey. He's back.
Well,
well.
You've literally got to get rid of 22 laps worth of fuel before he goes fast.
Remember, Joe, being a hot lapper, I'm only used to driving around with no fuel in the car, so...
No, you're not a hot lapper. You're a dirty hot lapper. What we call you.
That is true.
Yeah, I do like the idea of New Zealand still. Yeah.
What, just as
in general?
As a nation?
In general, yeah.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
A really gorgeous place.
I watched a few IRL streamers go around there, and I loved every bit of it. The places they went into. One went on like a helicopter tour and hiking through these areas where it's like, oh yeah, this is definitely Lord of the Rings land.
I had a teacher from New Zealand at school. He was great fun.
It's a great accent too. I love listening to it. Very subtle.
And they have a great sense of humour. most of it.
One lap of the line. Then.
Always sort of liken the New Zealand accent to being a cross between Australian and South African.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that. It's really interesting.
Yeah, I can't mimic it very well.
Really tough.
Our accent is gross there. Says Matheson from Wellington. I can't remember if I asked this, but is there any kind of rivalry from North Island to South Island? Is it just kind of for funsies there in New Zealand? You're welcome, Katrina.
It's funny on the accents thing, isn't it? It's like I'm not overly keen on the Bristolian accent at all, really personally. But I know people have a real sort of fascination with a lot of our sort of accents over here. But how often there are people say, "God, we don't like our own accents," but there's always that sort of love for it outside of the place itself. It's interesting.
I love a Scottish accent.
It'll be a good thick one though, Christ.
Yeah, if they can say burger along, it's not it.
The purple burger.
Cock in, Phil. Cock in.
Kill.
Wait a minute.
Cock. I didn't realize there's such a difference for Auckland. Okay. I have more to learn then about New Zealand.
Pit boxing 10.
Pit
Good
limiter
job,
didn't
mate.
activate. I had a terrifying moment then. Pit limiter didn't activate and I jammed the throttle for assuming it had done.
Here.
Went up to like 98 k's in the pits.
Oh,
And then slammed the brakes back
very
on.
nice.
Didn't give me a penalty.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, I think for myself in the U.S., I'm just so used to hearing like not huge variations. You know, I don't live in the South, and all through the West and Midwest, it's not too different. You have to get really subtle in the differences between where I live and where Southern California or somebody lives in, Wyoming or Utah or something. You know, a lot of them just kind of blend together, and so knowing that they're so varied in these other places that I've always been fascinated by that. You know, because it's different. I love what's different.
You got that corner?
I've been to
You gotta
two
slow
places
down
in
penalty.
America that show, and both of the accents were annoying.
Which states did you go to again?
I went to Boston and New York.
Me too, Yes.
Oh dear.
Oh, tears, right. Very different from where I
Yeah.
live.
They were just both really annoying. That's all I have to say about them.
I just saw someone in the chat saying similar about their own Bristolian accent because I've gone to fairly. I've tried for a long time to sort of suppress it a little, just to sound a bit more clear at times. It's sort of it's funny and I just don't like it.
But like, if
every now and
I
then I catch myself like an R comes out where it wouldn't. Sometimes.
I was going to say, Bailey, I wouldn't say yours was particularly strong, but there are moments where you just go, yeah, Bristol.
It used to be. It used to be a lot stronger. There will be some videos around from many moons ago where you'll be able to hear it much more clearly.
I was going to say, like, you'd sound a lot more Bristolian in the clips from like 8-9 years ago,
So,
compared to like nowadays.
right, me lover.
see, I wanted more of that. You know? I got BBC Bailey over here. Come on, mix it up. Well, I wanted to know if like you talked to somebody that was from there, would you suddenly code switch a bit back?
The
to-
Gert Lush is another one.
You know what I mean? When you're in the presence of a native and then they're speaking that way, if you can't help but maybe bend that way or something, I don't know.
I think it probably would slip a bit. I think I probably got better at not letting it so much, but I think it probably does just a little bit. I mean, it's only natural that it does, really. But then I've in truth, most of the people that I've spoken to, I don't know, 10 years have not been Bristolians. You know,
Yeah, sure.
Most of my exposure has been either on here or outside of.
Yeah, in our group, we don't have very many Americans. We've got Jake and Schumann. Who else?
No, not now, I suppose. Yeah.
Golston and Lee sometimes. That's about it.
Yeah. And I wouldn't say any of you have got particularly strong localizations for your accents either. You're sort of quite.
Well, Lee lives in Carolina, and people there definitely sound different.
Yeah.
So I think he's kind of done the same as you, essentially.
Maybe.
Like, I didn't want to adopt this, and took a more general West Coast sort of accent, really. He would get along here great, but I have heard him talk to other people. Like, he had his friend that came on that was from around there, right? They went to Road Atlanta together, and I could definitely tell that his speech had changed. He became more southern all of a sudden. Yeah? And I bet Golston sounds more Texan when he's around other Texans.
Maybe he does. Yeah. Quite probably. But I don't know that Phil sounds incredibly posh when he's around other middle classes.
When he's at Waitrose.
Fuck up.
Little, scum! I would never go there. I turned my nose at thee.
You think Waitrose
It's
is posh?
actually, I bite my thumb at it, actually.
Sorry. I didn't want to quote old Bill Shakespeare.
Well, my mum's got a doctorate in Shakespeare, so I've sort of got that.
Oh,
man.
Class warfare is real.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying any of the things that just popped into my head.
Keep them down.
I feel the anger rising already. It takes so little.
I do have to go to the UK, but Mark. But unfortunately, I think I'd probably end up going more towards Phil's side, to be honest.
Wow.
I have a high opinion of myself.
Wow.
Yeah, you can come to the Amersham Museum.
Thank you.
I mean, you could always go to Clifton within Bristol, which thinks of itself as being better than everywhere else within Bristol. But
is it just like a smaller community within?
I suppose in terms of Bristol itself and size, it's probably very small. Too big for my liking.
My English teacher here in North Carolina used to help me to learn what we call newscaster accent. I call it broadcaster. This is all the same. You just have to sound like you're not from anywhere in particular, and they all have that very similar delivery.
Don't worry, I won't be sending Batcher to Clifton. He doesn't deserve that. I think Lando is from here, is well, at least originally. I mean, I think he's had probably quite a wide exposure to a lot of places within this country. Hasn't he got some? Was it? Oh, what's the? Isn't there some European background to Lando as well? I can't remember.
I don't know. I can look real quick. Some of you are just involved in karting, or you're doing championships all over Europe. You know, like Takuma Sato or something. I mean, like, everybody's, he has like a weird British twinge to his voice for a while there, and now it's maybe a little bit more toned down.
A Belgian family, that's it, isn't it? Midland, yeah.
Oh, okay. He did racing in New Zealand in the Toyota Racing Series.
He has quite a odd accent, I'd say. This land, it does sound like it could be from multiple sort of places.
Well, like our friend Grizz, who went to international schools.
Oh,
with,
yeah.
You know, in Saudi Arabia and Malaysia and China, so it's a very international accent. It just kind of changes from word to word. He even lived in Florida for a while.
Yeah. Well, when he tells people he's
I
good.
can send this.
Oh yeah, Phil's coming in, isn't he?
Cock?
Oh no, you did that already, didn't you? Sorry.
No?
Fine, ignore me.
Ignore me.
No cock.
No
sorry.
cock.
I knew you did it a few laps ago. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah, I've got 44 litres that
Oh,
is short
shit.
fill up.
But I mean, Riz, you could genuinely say, "Well, you're American." But
Yeah. His expressions are very American.
yeah.
Florida's the weirdest place he ever lived. I bet on it. I don't know. He did live in China, and that also sounded weird. So maybe a toss-up. I don't think he got hit by any hurricanes in China, so that made his experience more unique.
If you ever want to upset Grizz, do what I did and ask him how Germany is at the moment. Because I said I thought he lived in Germany, and he got quite upset.
Well,
You haven't been paying attention?
this Baldwin guy, 31.9 with 40 odd litres left in the car.
I'm not quite hitting my fuel number though, Bailey.
Disgrace.
Yeah. Unacceptable, really.
Sure it ain't.
No.
You're slumming it with the peasants at the moment, that fuel number.
Yeah, I was just quite worried about Brian behind. Luckily, he's just been caught by that GT that I almost killed.
That's cool. Reginald saying I throw people off when they hear me. They think I'm a huge NASCAR fan, and I start talking about Le Mans Porsche.
Oh my god.
Sat right in the middle of the two lanes.
Yeah.
Right side. Still there, hold the line. Clear on the right.
Car's alright.
Did you get an X from him?
0x. But like he just sat in both lanes, so I picked the bigger gap, and he drove down in front of me. I guess trying to make rooms once he cleared the GT, but
I'm quite entertained that they have finally changed driver in that Audi that was bouncing all over the place, and the guy that was bouncing all over the place has just finally lost connection to the server. Now he's not in the car.
oh, brilliant. Wonderful.
I was just waiting for that to happen.
Finally dropped due to upload packet loss. Christ.
I wonder how many other games he would have just been DC'd a long time ago.
Oh god, I'm surprised, honestly surprised it hasn't happened. Go on, mate.
iRacing does tend to hold on to you a while. I've been in enough races where cars were literally doing somersaults down for laps.
Top speed doesn't seem to be affecting.
Well, that's good. That's all we hope for in these races, to keep our top speed. A rundown of the race. It's been a story of attrition here in the LMDHs. I'm still holding steady here in P3. And it's not without its individual dramas. But so far so good, really, from everyone driving. This is one of those tracks and races, Bailey often points out, that just things happen here for some reason. There's lots of space to drive on. Never really quite sure what people are going to do or what lane they're going to pick. Or Phil discovered both. And Jimmy had that issue too, going towards the kink. And reading the traffic, what you're expecting them to do, and then what they decide to do out of nowhere. Sometimes it's too difficult to react in that moment.
I mean, it's one of those, because the infield is more like a ball ring. It's so tight, and then you get out here where the speeds are so extreme, but multiple lanes, traffic. There's no bit of Daytona that's actually safe.
Especially not when I'm on it, baby.
Well, I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, we were talking before we went live with everyone that there's just different lines for some of these horseshoe corners that people like to stay tight. They like a late apex. So it just kind of depends, on their own comfort level, or maybe even what the traffic itself has kind of molded them into for what their lines are. It's you just have to keep your eyes open out there. Some other tracks like Le Mans can be a little bit more straightforward for kind of where cars are and where they will be.
Car right. Still there. Clear. Right side. Clear on the right.
It's really awkward, T1 at Daytona. It comes down off the banking all through the braking zone.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Thank you, Wilder141. Good to have you here too. And everyone that's joining us. Really happy with the amount of people that stuck around after Jimmy went to sleep. And can't wait to have him back in the car, of course, and driving again. It'll be a few hours from now. We have 8 hours, 12 minutes, 45 to go with Phil in the car. Got Joe here along with us, keeping Phil honest about how many laps he's got left. And Boiler's joining me as well for Radio Bacho today. So thanks for tuning in. So I gotta do my hostel duties.
Very good. That's very good.
Right side.
Look at that practicing, right? Right, professional.
I'm almost a pro, yeah.
What's it they say? Fake it until you make it.
That's pretty much my whole approach to this. I didn't know what I was doing when
Hasn't seemed to work for me.
Oh my word! Hello. Oh my God! It's like 6:30 then.
Suddenly going.
God, I need to go and close. But just it's 4:30. Crap.
I awakened. Would have been
might be worth restarting teams.
Would have it?
Honestly.
Oh, just a sec.
He has a trick for that.
Oh, he does, doesn't he?
Sometimes it works. It's a mod mic thing, unless you have a different one now.
Does it work now? Did it work now?
So far.
Okay. Yeah, I woke up with a bit of a headache.
Oh.
Not great. But I see the car is trending. Okay, my tongue hasn't woken up yet, but it's going along.
It's going along, yeah. A couple minor incidents, but walked away with it okay. Joe was thinking that the car didn't quite have the same pace in it again, but then it suddenly came back to both of them here. There was a real spooky car out there that had pack a loss that was really bad, and so we weren't quite sure if we had a moment with them while they were phantoming in and out.
Phil seemed to have some issues, let's say.
Yeah, some of his ping was bad too, but it's calmed down now, touch wood.
Yeah, I restarted everything, so...
It's all the Jimmy pornography that you were downloading.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Only
Jimmy
feet.
sends me hard drives worth of pornography every day.
Every day?
Struggle to talk it.
How much is he spending on hard drives?
He's been hoarding all the porn?
Well, no, he's just got one. He fills it up, sends it all to me, and then deletes it all on his own. So he's got space to send me more the next day.
Is that your Cornish impersonation I heard?
I don't know what that was.
What?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
It was something like, yeah.
We're
I'm
getting to
tired,
the loopy
Miguel.
hours.
I'm sitting here with one eye open.
No, it's just what we want, Evan. We want to pull away from P4. It's true. The 24-hour races have their hours where you're wondering if everyone's a bit tired and suddenly all these mistakes start happening, you know. Hey, you don't want to see it, but it happens in some racing time to time.
Graveyard dollars.
Oh. We're in split 5, Jake. 5 of 85. Good night, Jonathan Price. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with us so long. It's Gavin with only one A. Gavin, you're missing your 8 other A's.
Yeah.
How's that, Gavin Stacey?
Damn right.
You watched Suzuka 2005 the other day. Excellent choice. What a race.
It's not your bloody favourite Suzuka.
What's wrong with 2018 10 hours of Suzuka?
Everything.
Hey, you've got a point.
Someone went round in the rearview mirror, not sure who.
It's pretty terrible.
In our class, or?
Yeah. He was very close to P4, but knocked off a bit, so.
I just thought, you know, when you have that moment of panic because you just see suddenly like headlights start flashing in the rearview mirror, you look up and you see someone like pirouetting there.
Just be aware of your fuel.
Yeah, fuel average
It's
good.
it's fine. It's just 0.2 on schedule.
It says 2.08 on my end.
Yeah, that's good.
I know it didn't for a while though, it was saying 2.11. Which is like really spooky. Level on edge.
Jimmy stints over? No. I mean, they're over for Saturday, but it'll be up for Sunday for some more. Gosh, I hope Jimmy's driving some more. You can do exclamation stints to see the list for what the proposed.
Yeah, I think he's got a double and a triple. Don't worry, chat. We did force him to do more driving than anyone else in this race. just for you.
Good.
That's what he gets for not driving at night.
Yeah, that's the payoff. You drive during the day, you drive more.
How was he during the stints? His first two in the car were really, really good. And the second one was maybe a bit more aggressive and was getting caught up in some battles and traffic wasn't playing very nice for him. That one was had a little more contention to it for sure. There was a controversial moment in there that I'm sure there's a clip of somewheres. I'm gonna take a break here and get something to eat and a little bit something to drink, so I'll leave you all with Bailey and Phil and the crew.
Car suddenly feels super hooked up through the bus stop. These past few laps has felt great. This stint felt really good actually. Much better than the previous three.
Car on your left. Clear on the left. Car on.
That looked a bit dodgy for a minute.
On the left.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to let me go around the outside of it.
Yeah,
and
it
cut
looked
across
like it.
it. It's just like, what are you doing? I understand you're running your own race and you don't want me to sort of mess it up a bit, but it's going to happen one way or another.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Damn it, YouTube, we'll see far behind again.
Car
8 to go, Phil. Happy hour.
Oh my god.
What?
Ono is just Ono'd coin. A hodge.
Oh, yes. I love that for hodge.
Ono, you man.
Red start. Clear on the left. Now on your left. Clear. Red start. Clear. Now on your left. Clear on the left.
Just have to call for 5 laps, Joe.
Yeah, I see that.
Make sure you're all ready.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Phil. Good stuff.
You said that right after I messed the corner up.
Ow, bugger it, man.
I've got Brian right on my ass. No. Go away, Brian.
Long way to go.
I think they're on a similar pit strategy to us.
Yeah, they've been pitting the lap after us every time.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
Just now joining after the LMP2 offline incident, now you're P3?
Because they came out the pits, like, directly behind me, and I was like, oh, they've caught a bunch of time up, and then they had cold tyres, so I was able to break the toe. But it looks like he's about to put himself back in it. Keep it down.
Sorry, I had a Hodges stream off.
Did he give a typically Hodge reaction?
No, it's quite entertaining. Jokes on bump drafting. Hodge noticing that Jake and the person that was in front of him were both from America, so they'd be absolutely fine if they did it.
Good to go, Phil.
Right side. Clear. Left side. Clear on the left.
Yes, go on, LMP2.
Oh, he did as well.
It took him out my slipstream. I mean, not great driving from him, but like, at the same time, it's helped me out. So I'm in this time, Joe, yeah? You
Yeah,
ready?
in this lap, I'm ready.
Fantastic. He went for a stack, didn't he?
Oh, did he? Oh, okay, so...
Not come back. Because it's a long way to Buckinghamshire. Now. One more for the road.
Cop.
Pit boxing 10. 5. 3. 2. 1. Right here.
Good job, Phil. Great stints.
Very, very good, sir.
That second one felt really good.
Sort of finally got into the old rhythm.
Yeah, I had a few offs which I wasn't too happy about. But like, it felt so like the car just felt more stuck to the road.
Yeah.
Well, didn't know what it was. Maybe it was just I had a better like out lap or first couple of laps and didn't like cut the tyres too much in that early bit and it worked for longer. I don't exactly know, but it felt fantastic.
Good.
Go on, Joe. Get him.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Alright, I need to go and bloody sleep. I think Bacho has returned as well.
I
This is
have.
perfect.
Well,
I
hand
didn't
on.
realise you'd gone, so I've been sitting here silent as well.
Do some heavy lifting for me, man.
Very sorry. I'm very sorry. I need to go and collapse. I will see you guys later.
Bye, Bailey.
Yeah,
Thank
Bailey.
you.
John Bailey. Just remember cold tyres, Joe.
Yeah.
I know
Very
you're
careful.
I know you're a veteran and you don't really need reminding, but I thought I'd just put in just in case because of I like you like that.
Sure, I like the word veteran.
Clear on the left.
Grizzled. Oh, I could get used to this. I hit shuffle
Oh, I did
on
a double, you've got a triple after this, Phil, yeah?
Yeah. Need to spend some time flexing my left wrist, holding the wheel for those long corners. Gets your wrist after a bit.
Shuffle on my playlist gave me Devin Townsend's Ziltoid to listen to. I think I can roll with this for a few more hours.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
Well, I'm back again. 7 hours, 43 minutes, 35 seconds to go. Joe in the
Got a
car,
new driver.
taking over from Phil.
Yeah, they do. Look, there's 2 Aaron Rose and there's only one Joe Chandler, so that should tell you that you're
like a
definitely the
football
number
song.
one driver in this situation.
I have not Hypercats. What year did that come out for Devin Townsend?
Typical.
I am behind on the stream. Oh, okay, so pretty recent then. Sucks that I wasn't aware that it came out. I'll go rectify that now, right after this song. That's right, Penguin Jimmy there in the rig, doing an incredible job for us. Good to have Maurice back once again.
Back in third. Keep hustling.
Blow Joe some kisses. He'd love that. There you go. They're blowing you kisses in the chat, Joe.
Oh, bless him.
Unprovoked. I didn't even have to ask him to do it. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, Phil did. I was like, who said that? Oh, it's Phil actually. Oh, so the kiss is rolling in from Coin even, and suddenly Bears. And typical Zed. Tracy Elliott. Yeah, just like Charles Ford did exclamation timing if you want Headless Joe's stream that's up and running in parallel with him driving.
Come from all of a sudden.
It's not of his perspective because we're looking at his perspective, of course, but you can see the wider view
Just
of.
love you, Joe. That's it. They've come for their kisses as well.
Don't kiss them back. Let's got all the standings, you can see the gaps, all the laps, all the classes.
Don't worry about it.
Someone's blinking ahead.
Still a long way to go, Joe, so if you have to let Aaron go or whatever, then it's fine.
Yeah, he looks like he's quite quick now. He's got warmed up.
Red side, clear on the left. Red side. Clear on the left.
You just saw a car disappear. Yeah, that happens in
So in the
iRacing.
chat says they wonder if it's exhausting to drive a race car for 24 hours. There's a reason
Yes.
why they cap each driver at 4 hours at a time, and it's because it's ridiculously tiring. It's like the G-forces in these, especially in these faster cars, they get up there. So you've got to be
Yeah,
kind to your neck. And,
It'd be so stressful in your body to do more of that.
Yeah. You normally see people do like 2.5, 3 hours at a time.
I remember Alonso having a real good stint in one of those Le Mans where in the middle of the night towards happy hour doing like several stints in a row.
I've got that video saved somewhere. You did like
He was
3 and a bit
beastly.
hours. I remember talking to one of my brothers at the time that I was watching it with, and saying, you know, we were going like, oh, I wonder if there's been some orders come down from Toyota, because Alonso was like 6 seconds faster, 10 seconds faster, and 7 seconds faster than the other Toyota on consecutive laps. And it was
Yeah,
like,
I thought we were
what?
supposed to be just stroking it home, you know? I mean,
I know Alonso is good, but like Jose Maria Lopez in awful. So
it's just too bad we didn't get to see Alonso in a more competitive field with Toyota at some
Yeah.
stage, you know, to see what would really happen with the pressure when the pressure was up.
but I mean, he's no slouch.
No.
Pretty fantastic. But I mean, I remember in the mid 2000s, like when, you know, mid to late 2000s, when Audi started racing into Peugeot, and they had to find an advantage in the tyre strategy, and so they started quadruple stinting tyres, and that used to be like a huge thing. Then, because Peugeot would only go 3 on tyres, and then when Peugeot figured out how to go 4 on tyres, maybe they still did 3 on tyres, but Audi, I remember, did a quint stint. Was it 2011?
Well, that's all the ways they had to push each other.
Yeah, they had to do some ridiculous tyre strategies to start getting around the raw speed of other cars. So like,
It's a very vague question to say, did the server crash for anyone else? Like,
I think
well,
that's a last weekend related comment, and I think
Oh.
I should ignore it.
okay.
this translates a little bit into sim racing, doesn't it? When, for example, when we did Le Mans, Phil,
Yeah.
when we swapped to 4 stint for the rest of the race, like midway through my 3rd stint. It's like, yep, switch the strategy around. Is everyone okay with that? Yep. Let's do it.
But then there was a race that we did called the 6-hour race at Le Mans, where we literally split the race in half and did 5 stints each. And you fuel saved for an extra lap twice, and it was very nearly the winning strategy against some quite competitive teams.
Yeah, we just in the end we didn't quite have that extra pace, but
We
that
were
race for
17
me
seconds.
is something like that.
Something like that. Off the RLR guys, and they're rapid. So
the highlight of that race for me is the fact that I literally gave you the car on the grid.
yeah, you had your wheel miscalibrated, didn't you? From playing
Yeah.
R Factor.
Yeah. And you did half the race, even though initially that wasn't the plan. But it seemed like that was the quickest strategy.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Jordan,
think
game.
us and one other car did it, and we had the pace and another car that did it. Everyone else did 2 driver swaps, but they're fast driving at the start and the end, and they're slow driving at the middle.
I'm doing good, Jordan Gamer. It's been a tough week here for me personally.
Looks like you're going strong, Joe.
Yeah, just getting the rhythm.
Does it feel any better this time so far? Or... I know you've had quite a bit of traffic
Yeah.
in these early laps.
Still being a bit cautious.
You're watching the stream in VR, Lodston.
I'm always too cautious in the bus, though, that's my problem.
Where I'm at, it's just after 9. It's 9:08. The
Very
Peugeot
cautious
is
in
9:08 hour.
collecting unnecessary off tracks.
Or putting the car in the wall.
I'm not even mentioning that as a possibility.
We've had a couple setbacks that relegated us in lap times. We had one thing that happened with Jimmy coming out of International Horseshoe to the kink. Not really quite reading what the person in front was going to do.
My first go in the car, I was fuel saving a little bit too hard because that run I just did, I was fuel saving less, was closer to the necessary target, and just went a chunk quicker throughout.
Yeah.
Felt nicer, the tyres got more balanced as well.
Yeah, 9 p.m. here. I plan on staying up till 1. Jimmy's going to get up around 9. Or maybe earlier, as it says in the tiny text at the bottom of the stream. But thanks everyone for hanging out with us. In the number 87
Every
car,
time I
Doug
slow
Henson.
up too much, I get the exit.
It's alright, Joe.
Weird, isn't it?
I'll put it this way, Joe. You've done the most laps of anyone in the car so far, and you are tied for least off tracks with Colin. So,
We've got a
strong
contact
show
though.
so far. Okay, so
Joe needs to step it up and kill a GT.
It's a rite of passage. Our pace has been good. I
0 laps contacts, so
want to say we started 13th,
that's
and then we got
that's as good as I could do, I'm afraid.
we got to 7th after Grizz was
you
driving.
tried. I don't know if there's a point in doing 26 lap stints anymore, because like the splash seems inevitable.
Yeah, that's what I thought a couple of hours ago. I think he's going to grab me now. I'm not going to fight him.
Yeah, that Jimmy's contact kind of ruined the
What is he
strategy.
doing?
Still there.
Oh, let him go, that's a bit dangerous.
Yeah. Pretty steady place to put the car.
Who's behind us?
What, sorry?
Oh,
it's,
the number 6. Oh god, this is gonna be fun.
Just let him go if you feel him in.
Yeah.
Like, he's pretty quick. That's the leader from the start of the race, so.
Car right. Clear on the right.
I know in real life they often joke about how these are 24-hour sprints, really. That maybe permeates down to the sim level too. But a car like that was leading at the beginning and is now just trying to get their laps back. They've got some of their fast drivers out.
Oh, he's stuck on the inside, the little fucker.
Right side.
You see here the traffic can mess everything up. That's just the way it goes. You know, that Audi's entitled to his line on
My
the
thinking for putting
sure.
26 lap stints anyways was like it's not a bad habit anyways.
No, I think I'm quite in the rhythm of it. I don't know about Joe, but
Yeah. I wouldn't be able to use more fuel if I wanted to anyways.
plus I found when I was driving into corners a little bit harder, I was still, like, I wasn't going any faster. Because I was not getting the line quite as right, so,
Yeah.
you know, you gain a little bit on entry, but you lose throughout and exit, so
Leading now.
it's kind of meh.
Right side. Still there.
To honor Maurice like that,
Third.
to make your profile pic,
Clear on the right.
the Penguin. Brian, that's really leaning into the channel in a way that I can appreciate.
Clear on the right.
I was actually letting you pass that.
Yeah, and then you messed it up. Next lap, Joe.
I noticed that too. That the driving standards here in the last hour have dipped a little bit. Again, I want to make mention of the tiredness of it all. How many people are up late, and if the teams, you know, have people like us that are just like to stay up late, or a coin who went to bed early, or maybe they have people that are in another time zone. Some teams, think about those kinds of things. Who's actually going to be awake in hours like this? And yeah, from the traffic I've already seen from the GTs and some of the prototypes that there's some interesting decisions going on for when they choose to go and when not to. That's all part of the fun and the problem, of course, of sports car racing.
Right side. Still there. Hold your line.
Yeah, if you really wanted to
Keep to the left.
have a list more complete, Nicholas, where you want drivers that are going to be fresh, you know. If you could, the concern can be ping sometimes, you know. If someone's, just doesn't have a infrastructure that's really great for it, but certainly having a couple in Europe, a couple in North America, it's a good way to cover all your bases.
Trying to let him pass.
If you can
Just
manage
doesn't
it.
want it.
The guy in that car is the guy who had both their incidents, so maybe he's just a little bit nervous about having another one.
Fucking cones everywhere. He'll make a move this time, so I'll let go.
Yeah.
Just a shame that the other guy's so close behind.
Right side. Keep to the left.
Fans in the grandstands have
Clear on the
dedicated
right.
can you believe they haven't invested tech and having the crowd dissipate in the nighttime hours and have a more organic feel to it? Of all the things iRacing shaking my head. If you've ever watched Daytona 24, you know that the stands are often quite empty, actually. Some people go up there to get up higher because you can see a lot of the track, of course, but you know, like a lot of other American circuits, there's lots of access you can get to go into the infield. It doesn't cost a whole lot to get passes to the pits, the paddock area, and you know, float around and watch the race from different vantage points. That's one of the reasons I like to go to Daytona, because you can observe the whole thing from up high, and it'd just be cool to just go from spot to spot, right? Or see what places you can hang out. I think if I went, I'd want as much access as possible, because you know, being there in the pit lane would be pretty rad. The camping is sold out super early, yeah, and I wonder like how, for the hotels too, how far away you'd have to go unless you plan all that stuff out really early, or just don't sleep. But I don't know if I'd be able to do that or not. The only times I could stay up late enough for like a 24-hour period is if there's just enough, if it's stimulating enough, and obviously a race would probably be that from the sights and sounds alone, I guess. But the older I become, I hit that wall of just, my brain doesn't
I
work.
thought I was going fine. I didn't expect him to follow me through.
Last minute's GA tickets, garage access, 2 days, $85. It's not so bad. I don't want to go. I mean, I don't want to go to Florida, but I go to Daytona. It's the rest of this. Daytona and Sebring, and I mean maybe St. Pete or something. Obviously, it's down there by Tampa. For racing, that'd be different. It's just I don't want to go to like Disney World or hanging out on the beach there or going to the touristy things of Florida. It's not really my vibe. On the lift on the exit apex? Which one do you mean? I know they've been trying to save fuel to get to 26 laps, and so forgive me if I missed which one it was specifically. Although it sounds like they might want to. They're thinking about changing their strategy, because we've had just enough incidents that sort of removed any advantage we were getting from the 26 laps over the entire period of the race. In the hopes of saving a pit stop.
I don't want to risk it.
Best road in Florida is the one that leads you out.
I'd rather stay safe.
Yeah, good call.
I like
Just
most
keep going at your
motorsport.
pace.
Yes, I do like F1.
Let them worry about what they're doing.
What tracks on my wish list outside of ones here in the US? Monza and Spa.
I thought he was going up top.
Yeah, I thought it was as well initially, and then sort of
Yeah,
came
the
back
little
down in front of
chink
you.
and then stop. Yeah.
Monza, Spa, and
Like a
Nordschleife.
decision. Got to pick a lane and stick to it rather than wiggle about like that.
Yeah,
So
so
that
as
was
soon as he
cool.
jinks right, I've made my mind up to go left.
Yeah. When it comes back
And
to
then
the
you
left.
commit, and then all of a sudden.
It's a perfect example of what we mean when we say like hold your line as on a fast car. It's like if you angle your car in a certain way or position your car in a certain way, we're going to respond in a certain way.
Yeah, I think the value for Nürburgring 24, the amount of cars you'd see, the amount of people that are there, the atmosphere of it all, through the woods, to the track, the castle, all that stuff there would be so much fun to go to. And Spa 24, I'm not super into GT 3 exactly, but it's just cool to have that amount of time again to walk. You know, a track as large as Spa, obviously not as big as Nordschleife, but going in between all the spots, and it's just so famous. You know, from the historic days. Which even thinking about the old Spa, much longer laps, like 3-minute plus laps, that they had a 1,000-kilometer race there when you're going through Malmedy and Mastakink and these incredibly high-speed corners with no barriers or anything to them at all. It's wild to think about, but obviously I love the revision they made in '80, and then when F1 went back in '83, so that you know, just watched just about every race from Spa I've ever been able to get my hands on, and to see it in person would be great. But obviously, you know, Monza and all of its history going back to the 20s and the original banking there, and again, more like really iconic vantage points. I watched those 19 Bosnia 92 videos where it seems like he just camps out at Monza, and incredible footage he gets of cars from all ages driving around there. What a real privileged job it is to just make YouTube videos of cool race cars. We're in P3, Ved, in Hannamshit. I think it was too. You know, I mean, anyone that's played Grand Prix Legends would know, but if you've ever listened to Jackie Stewart or watched documentaries about F1 in the old days, that little kink there, which is uphill on the rise to it, and then this extremely fast chicane that you could technically take flat, even in cars that had no wings, but it's telegraph poles, and there's a house there on the right that is quite large, and I don't know, every time I go through it, my eyeballs are stuck to that house, going like, I can't believe that a human being's actually went through this corner like this, you know. I mean, a lot of the old circuits have those corners, but that one's extremely famous for its danger. Some good versions of Old Spa out there. The one originally from R Factor 2, I think someone ported that over to a bunch of other games like AC, just so you can, you know, get that real feel for it. The one from GPL, the stock one, is a bit wrong in spots. Community since rectified that with another version.
Don't know if you spotted it, Joe, but the sun's on its way.
Yeah, I've driven the Porsche 917 in AC Spa. Ooh,
what, sorry?
It's pretty dark. It still looks pretty dark here.
Yeah, it is very, but I can see purple on the horizon.
Yeah, to the Ernest Hemingway thinking about what a real sport is, you know, motor racing as where all the risk was there, you know, the glamour of it, and the danger adding to the allure for a lot of fans, and there are still some modern fans that feel that way, you know, when you look back at what those tracks used to be, and understanding that it's impossible to do that nowadays, or the sensibility and what we think of what should be safe, the standards for that have increased bit by bit because of people like Jackie Stewart. Even if, you know, Chat pointed out last week when we were talking a little bit about this, that the armcos that were added to circuits were fine for cars and four wheels, but not so much for bikes, as you could imagine. I love that progression through that. You know, I saw GP Laps here in the chat before, who's also, you know, really well versed in all those changes through time for all kinds of reasons, and digging into those is really interesting for what people thought back then, what was considered safe, or, you know, if some of them even really thought about it, that is just motor racing. But as, you know, time changed, even tracks like Targa Florio with its 72 kilometers of circuit, which is obscene if you think about it today. I mean, even Nordschleife is only 20 kilometers for a lap, and it got to a stage in the early 70s by 73 where they were having fatalities both from the spectators and the drivers, and they put their foot down to say that they weren't going to do that anymore. They weren't going to continue to have the World Sports Car Championship at that round, you know.
clear.
I think that rings a bell. Even Yvonne Ray, that Jimmy did a race in a classic spa in the Lotus. I would assume it'd be like the Lotus 49. Good night, Hypercat. My favorite sports cars? It's a 917K. I'll take either one, from 70 or 71. I have a really nice blip shift sweatshirt with the number 23 car that won in 70. Certainly wasn't the one everyone thought was going to win. And then the Martini, K71. I never tire of looking at the 917. It's just, the more I think about it and the more cars I drive in sim, watching lots of videos and having some really fun historic experiences out there. I can't get that 917 out of my head. I almost bought some artwork. The bathroom next to me has been renovated by my partner. She's doing an amazing job. And I'm trying to think of things I wanted to hang. And there's a 1966 Monaco Grand Prix program cover that was blown up to a poster. And I thought, that'd be kind of cool. But it was from a vendor that had like one rating, one review. I don't know about the rest of you. Sometimes it's not enough. Where I'm like, is this a legit place? It wasn't super expensive either, but I don't really have any motorsport related things to hang on the walls. And, I thought that would be kind of fun to make the bathroom in that mold. Hey, I'm John. Welcome. I'm John as well. You're in the right place. You're on Jimmy's channel, who's asleep till about 9 or a little bit earlier. I'll be hosting here with Maurice in the seat. Joe Ciampa's going around. I got Phil and Coin here on the comms as well. I'm talking just to you, not to them. Since at times I feel like I'm interrupting, and they have their own conversations, to figure out how the car is handling, what's changed, what they want to do strategy-wise. You got half of your room covered in racing posters. Nice. They just you have them all framed too, Zane? Get a picture of Daniel Ricciardo and turn it into a shrine for dead career. Poor Danny Rick. I'll make a bet with you for $0 because I don't gamble that Danny Rick will get a chance to drive at some point in this year, and I think it was a deal worth making on the off chance that he would get to, because. I don't know. I know Danny Rick loves to win, and he would love to have one more go at it. And I know I know Danny Rick is quick. Something wasn't clicking there in the McLaren, and
lose so much time if you get him in the wrong place, don't you?
Yeah, you really do.
I lost over a second there.
I think just don't mind pace. Like, the pace is good in general.
No, I was just trying to
on the black stuff.
I was just trying to keep Aaron in sight for you.
It's not the end of the world if not. I think they were leading earlier, and then had like an error and some damage, as a few cars have. So I think they're quite fast in general, that car.
Yeah, I guess.
I think we've got a lap back to Eki in the 55, so I think we're in quite a solid position. Certainly leave the others to fight towards the end of the race, if they can.
$917K was the reason you bought it. See, nice. I really enjoy it.
I personally think top 5 in such a split is a pretty solid result. So,
oh yeah,
if we can hold on to that, that'd be fantastic.
Good night, Stark Raven. another one that's been here for several hours, and I really enjoyed your comments and asking questions and just contributing in the chat. So lovely to see. Tyrrell P34. I'm not sure. Someone in here might know. There's more mods in AC than many of us may realize. There's so many places to get them. A lot of imports from other sites. Just models galore. It doesn't always mean that they all drive super well, but at least the individual models are out there. I would bet that there's just about every F1 car you can think of. Alright, Coin. Yeah, I've gone back to drive some of the AC stuff that was stock, and I don't think everything in there is great exactly. I really like the street cars. Some of the GT3s and GT2s. I don't know. There's something about the grip there that feels a little weird. I was really disappointed in how the Maserati MC12 GT1 car drove, especially after having the RSS machines in my hands, my hot little hands. A paid mod for their GT1 stuff if you really like GTR2. But a lot of the assets that are in Assetto Corsa are you'd want to have in like the Ultimate Bundle, because other mods will borrow pieces from that. Frequently you'll install a mod and will say, oh, I can't use it, I'm missing these sound files, or I'm missing bits of suspension or geometry from other cockpits and that they brought into their other ones. So I frequently tell people when they get into sim racing, or if they don't have the Assetto Corsa, to wait until it's on sale and just get the Ultimate Edition for like a $5, and you'll be off and running. Yeah, real good street tire feel for AC, and there's tons of just regular ass cars out there you can drive, you know? People that want that Gran Turismo feel where not everything is a race car. Sometimes you do want to drive in a Accord like you stole it, you know? So they have good stock and super stock tires to accommodate that feel. Still playing GT3 and GT4 and your PS2. So much gameplay and something like GT4. I can't fault you for that. Yeah, you play what's fun and has so much gameplay in it. And I love that people can keep going back to those games and enjoy them. You know? Yeah, like a track to Nürburgring in AC, definitely. You know, there's quick cars out there everywhere. It's not everyone wants to drive a race car.
Can you see the sun that's coming up now, Joe?
Yeah.
It's pretty. Keep going, lads, you're flying. I'm seeing 31s every time I look.
Hey, McCann, I know, back again. And I was trying to say before that it's been a tough week for me. I lost my best friend on Tuesday, my kitty cat, Lopez. And I had him for almost 16 years. And I wasn't quite sure if I was going to do the stream today because it's been weighing on me a lot. But I did some streaming on Thursday that helped quite a bit, just to test the waters to see if I was ready for it. But the beefy boy, my big black cat Lopez, he was quite the character.
I don't know if you've seen the in-game chat, but some guy from a P2 car that did 25 laps at the start of the race and then got killed. One of the drivers just popped back into the server, only to like take a shot at the car that supposedly took them out and then leave again. But like, nice to see that Team 52, the murderers, are still going. Something like that, and then disconnected, I guess.
Thanks, everybody. As people on Twitter and Discord and now here in chat have all been real cuties about it. And, a lot of you love your pets, or, you understand that people hold their pets in the same regard as they do for family members. It's a daily part of my life in all phases, morning, noon, and night. And so it's going from...
Yes, what's up?
Going from that much interaction to, not at all. When it
I've only just seen it in this lap. It's flame bar. You've got one more, haven't you? And then that's it.
One more stint after this, yeah.
Yeah.
He did. 16 years is a pretty good amount of time for cats. I think the average is like 9 or 10 for outdoors and something like 15 for indoors. And he was only an indoor cat. I think he stepped out maybe a couple of times just because, I opened the front door and he was just really curious about it. But I was really protective of him because he's a feisty boy. He's very much a 1 or 2 person.
Right, cock.
He didn't like a lot of people, but the ones that he did love,
really,
he loved them fully, and I can't tell you how much that meant to at least be accepted when he was, he could be a bit claws out and bitey for anyone else.
5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Yes, sometimes cats are dicks. It's true. You just got to find the one that isn't one to you, and they do exist. I don't think my brother is the biggest fan of cats, just because he hasn't quite met one that actually accepted him, or chose him in a sense, and so sometimes they'll make it seem like he just doesn't like him, and I just kind of smile and nod and go, all right, one day you'll meet a cat that really melts your heart, and then you'll understand. Then you'll understand what I've been going through. Some of them do just whatever. That's true. And others are super social, and you develop a language with them when you have them that amount of time, and pick up on your habits and routines, and vice versa. And if it's working well and you understand each other, you can have a real harmonious relationship in that way. And so it's all the more meaningful and painful when that has to come to an end. Unfortunately, he is large and in charge, and was having diabetes problems, and his mobility, all that stuff just started breaking down, and I could tell he was in pain, and trying to do the best for him that I could. That when I could tell it was enough, that I had to step in and make the right decisions at the right time, and it's a really tricky thing to determine, But I felt really good about it, and was happy to be there for him at the very end. So again, thanks for all the awesome messages from people here. And I'm just really happy to be able to sit here and even talk about him, without completely breaking down. I'm getting close, but I'm getting move on to some other things here. But it's really nice when people share their own stories and knowing, I'm not alone, and others have that same impactful relationships with their furry friends, no matter who they are. Well, thanks, thanks to just a guy dudes. I appreciate that. That's right. Yeah. Who else is gonna put all that weight on me, Duvani? Yes, it might have misaligned my spine and crushed my knees into powder, but I wouldn't mind having that same old feeling again. You know? That it was not a problem for me. My body could take it. If you wanted to sleep on me, I wasn't gonna get out of the way. I worship cats like they're gods, practically. They can do whatever they want. You're going to McDonald's, so you want anything. Can I get an Egg McMuffin, please? I haven't had fast food since 2007, and there are days where I have a hankering for Mickey D's, like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, that's right, the ancient Egyptian vibe. Because they are gods. A lot of us have gone through it, and I get a lot out of airing those things that have made me sad. It's a relief to me to get the words out of my brain. All those emotions get locked up, and I feel like they pinball around inside my noggin so much that I'll do damage if I don't talk to somebody about it. And strangely, the streaming world has been my therapy for that. My partner as well, for helping most of all, but second to that, talking to people like you and others in the audience that can share back and forth about said pain, and somehow it minimizes it for me. If I'm talking about anything that's getting me down, I know not everyone has the same relief or therapeutic feeling from it, but I do, and so yeah. So even thank you for allowing me to get it out there, feeling comfortable enough. It's a real gift to have people that have your back, and couldn't ask for any better for folks around here who all throughout the day I'm hanging out in chat and they're just asking to me, when's Radio Banter gonna start? When's Radio Banter gonna start? And it's really sweet of you. Yeah, not Batcho, not B-A-T-C-H-O, that's a different user. Good night, Dylan. Thank you for sharing. We'll catch you next time. Totally, Hellman. Yeah, he was my first cat that I had for that was mine. From being a tiny kitten who was dropped in my lap all of a sudden, and I had no idea that my roommate was bringing him home at the time, and he was just like, "Oh, here you go," and this this small black cat, and to think all those years later he could barely even sit in my lap, but the same old loving feeling, from the instant I met him. So yeah, lots of memories to look back on. So it's still going to be tough here the next few days, weeks. He came from a family that I think had a bunch of kids, and maybe they weren't super nice to him. I didn't know that other family, because otherwise I would have been really angry if I actually knew them, and that maybe they'd... And perhaps it contributed to how defensive Lopez was, because he was always like expecting something bad to happen, on his toes, his ears back, his eyes wide open, and you'd really have to read his moods and his movements to determine what his next action was going to be. And so then we got him as kind of a quasi-rescue, and I parted ways with my roommate after a couple of years living together, and he was really nice, because he said, do you want to have him? Do you want to take him with you when you move? And I'm really happy he did, because I kept on going in life in a sense because of him, because I knew no one else could take care of such a crazy cat, for lack of a better word. I mean, he really was difficult when he was young, and would attack you well beyond his kitten years with all of his weapons. But I kept being patient with him and finding ways to train him out of it, to say, like, listen, you don't have to beat me up, you know? And we lived together in a pretty small apartment. And I felt like I had to keep going to just give him a good life, you know, to be able to feed him and take care of him and, you know, give him care when he was sick and spend what little money I had to help.
Still staying down at 23.
Yeah, it hasn't moved for a long time, has it?
No.
Murderman.
If anything, it'll start going up soon, I should think.
Yeah, I'm
well,
in
not
the
soon,
car.
but it's not going to go down anymore. So.
Car right. Clear on the right.
All a bit hot.
Yeah, you are. Oh, you meant into turn one.
Yeah.
Not during the story. Well, they didn't. They couldn't hear it. I don't want to make them upset with my sad story. It's not just a sad story though. It's sad in the here and the now, but it's a beautiful story over a longer period of time. Right? You get those selfish feelings about I just want him back, you know, as opposed to I couldn't let him go a day longer. Otherwise, that would have hurt me even more. Right? I had to pick that point where I was doing him the most good, the most value he could get. And, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, GG Josh. My heart goes out to you. Yeah, isn't that interesting how they have a way of sort of letting you know those things? You have to really pay attention. And know all the signs, all the ways they let you know. And it can be tough for some to understand because you gotta be really involved in what they're doing. Rumble car. I was concerned that people were going to be like, oh, jeez, here we go again. I can't believe he's talking another race. But you've all been very accepting and supportive of me doing yet another one. And Jimmy was a sweetheart. He asked me before the race began and said, I totally understand if you don't, because obviously we were chatting back and forth about what had happened this past week, and he totally understood. But yeah, I really knew I needed to be here and to hang out with everybody. And I mean, I don't know when the next one's going to be exactly, because Jimmy's schedule can get pretty crazy in the year and during the racing season.
Definitely getting a lot lighter now, aren't they?
Yeah, it's getting lighter quite quickly.
Pet tortoise. You have to have a will to figure out who's going to get your tortoise.
Or if it doesn't heat up very quickly.
Or if you have a pet parrot.
I feel like if I started a stint with it at like 24 degrees, 25 degrees, and it ended it with it at 30 degrees, that'd be quite tricky to manage.
I can't see it heating up that quickly.
No,
not in a triple.
NPR needs some kind of late night show. Instead, they just, well, I guess it's different for every station, but they end up just buying a bunch of shows from different networks and then putting them on at different times. I haven't listened to my local station in a while. They go to BBC World Service pretty quickly. I think about like 1 a.m. and they play that from like 1 to 5 or something like that. But there's a Public Radio International makes a bunch of shows, and they'll purchase those, and it's very flattering. I don't even know what kind of radio show I could host exactly. I said last week that I wish we could take phone calls, have like an open air moment, but that is just not possible through this medium. We would need like some call screeners, and I need like a 7-second delay button to make sure none of you say something that's illegal, you know. I mean, I trust a lot of you, but it only takes one person to ruin it. very kind of you to say leave work music. And the best I can do for all that is just to stream. I try to stream a couple days a week and keep that, keep the connection there with the folks that want to watch and talk about things like a lot about motorsport, but some my personal life and getting to know more from the community themselves. You know, knowing a little bit about everybody is really interesting. I try my best, but obviously as the audience grows a bit more, sometimes it's difficult, but it's nice to try, you know, because there's just so many of you that are really interesting, and we enjoy the same kinds of thing, you know, and we can kind of grow in that. And a lot of my interests are kind of narrow as well. So even motor racing and sim racing, as you all know, you've tried to explain it to the normies in your life that maybe don't play video games. Even those that do play video games think that like owning a rig and a steering wheel is probably a bit strange, you know. But I like to embrace that. Let your freak flag fly, as Jimi Hendrix said. Hola to you, Tombach. That comment's not going to make it through, I imagine, because no one's going to hit show on it. But SS Russ? No, I've not tried that. That sounds hilarious. Also, I don't think I'm going to try that show. I'll let you in on a secret. Sometimes Jimmy reacts to comments none of you can see because the auto mod doesn't allow it to come through. And so as a mod, obviously, it's funny to watch him pick out one of those comments that would never make it through because they're usually being a shitter, you know. And I don't know, maybe the long years of him looking at comment sections, and maybe not everybody is super nice, that he can't help but read those out loud and want to respond to them. That's just a little bit of inside baseball. It tickles me every time where I'm like, oh man, you're gonna react to this asshole? You know, someone who comes in here and just goes like, well, you got painted nails? What, are you gay? And you know, none of you ever saw that comment, but he did. And Jimmy's not gonna let it go. You know, he wants to fight back, and I totally get that. My favorite car and car brand? My favorite car is the Alfa Romeo TZ2, obviously from the Milan-based Alfa Romeo company. Not quite what it used to be in the 20s and 30s, or even the 60s and 70s, but I still love it, so. As long as the sim rig costs less than the real car. Oh, T-Pain's. I think some of the full motion rigs can be, what, 5-10 grand? I've seen T-Pain's rig that he uses for Assetto Corsa and a little bit for Forza, but obviously it makes a little more sense in Assetto when he's doing drifting and that. I think that rig he's got was 6 grand, which, ooh, that's expensive. But a bit rich for my blood. Costs more. Your sim rig costs more than your first car did. Yeah, the only shame about the TZ2 is Lobster is that maybe the engine isn't super powerful in it, that inline, but it is a looker. The TZ1 is not as much. It's very, very refined what Zagato did to the second version of that. In the mold of the other cars at the time, though, like the Aston DP214, 212, 214, there's a bunch in that range, and Shelby Daytona Cobra, and the Ferrari 250s at the time. It's not very heavy though for the TZ2, so you gotta keep the power to weight in mind. But the look of it, the wheels on that thing, and the back with like the candy cane stripes, magnifico. 2900 8C, classic. All the 8Cs of all ranges from that time, and the P3, and you read about old Grand Prix history. In my opinion, you can't help but fall in love with some of the Alphas, especially when they're up against the might of Mercedes and Auto Union. running for my setup, I have a wooden desk that was built around the time I was born. I have a G29 with some clamps on it. I got the G29 pedals, of course, and I put like a bath mat under it to make sure it doesn't slip too much. And then I put another bath mat behind the wheels of my office chair to make sure I don't roll around on that. So it keeps me firmly wedged in there. That's my sim rig. Oh, I can't tell you how happy I was to read this comment, where I was lucky enough to win a race in iRacing a couple years ago, and the clip for it was shown to, what was that streamer's name? Oh shit, he's popular too. He mostly plays Tarkov and games like that. He watched my clip where I won, and I was crying when I crossed the line, and he didn't seem to think it was all that interesting. Or like, he's like, is winning hard? Like, why is he crying because he won? He didn't know anything about me, and I don't fault him for it. But somebody in the comments was like, hey, I love that 2005 rig that they could see through my camera. It's like, god damn it. It's just a desk and a wheel, all right? You don't have to have a full thing to be any good at sim racing. And something about that made me laugh. It was Summit, yes, it was Summit. Summit watched my clip where I think it had like 35,000 views, which isn't very much on YouTube, but it is on Twitch, of me winning, and he was just like, what is this? Is that difficult or something? It's like, Summit doesn't know who I am. I don't expect him to. He also seems like a nice person. No, he didn't stick with it. Summit really liked it, and I thought he got good at it quickly. You know, he's just one of those guys that can pick up a game and figure it out. And he drove that MX-5 for a couple of months. You know, it was really interesting to see someone with that user base jump into sim racing and start getting the hang of it. And then yeah, he went back to kind of the bread and butter, I assume, for what he likes to play. It works just fine. Yes, Teach. High five, G29 desk user. And some of you, yeah, you play with an Xbox controller. I'm sure I've been beaten by people with Xbox controllers, because you can learn to get good at anything. I should say, it's been a little bit. Well,
how's it feeling, Maurice? I mean, Joe?
Frustrating. Car feels good. It's just...
You seem to get trafficked a lot.
Yeah, it's just everywhere. Keep it going.
Wood frame rig, nice. Well, there's 6 hours, 43 minutes remaining in this. We're still in P3, just soldiering on here. Had only a couple minor setbacks, maybe lost a lap or two. Our fuel strategy, not optimal. You know, you aim, like Jimmy was saying, you aim to do the best that you can and pick up the pieces for what remains here. And we can only really focus on our race. And so it's been giving and taking a little bit. So sun's obviously up, and we just keep going on, see what happens. You know, as from where we sit now, this is pretty great, being in P3. So Jimmy wakes up and sees that we're still in P3. He's going to be happy. And he's going to have to do a bit of driving at the end. If you're looking forward to that, when Jimmy gets up at 9 a.m. his time, GMT, he's got like a double and I think a triple to do, since he doesn't like to drive in the dark, and Phil and Joe have done a lot of it. So look for that to see how we can finish this thing off. Playing ACC on an RC transmitter, absolutely possible. We raced with somebody who did R Factor with an RC controller. He was awesome. In fact, when he switched to a wheel, he was not awesome. It took several weeks, not too long, not months, but weeks for him to get back into it, because he did a lot of RC racing in real life. So it's just what his muscle memory was used to.
word, I'm here.
Clear.
Jesus.
Yeah, he held you very tightly.
I think it's with the
He's
pit
staying
stops.
right as well.
So you're right, we are in P4 at the time being, but we've mostly been in P3, and I don't know if that's down to just the stops. I apologize.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Joe, I don't know. I can't tell why you're getting frustrated. This doesn't seem frustrating at all.
The first race I remember was probably a Portland IndyCar race from the 80s, but like, it's really hazy. The other one is I was staying with my grandparents
Clear.
in Pennsylvania, of all places, and I was watching a Camel GT race at Portland.
Good job.
Even though I was in a completely different place, I was still watching a race from Portland International with 956s and
4
Jags.
seconds down on this lap though. Just
Nine.
every lap just seems to be a struggle.
962, sorry, not 956s. Obviously, the North America had the 962 first.
Yeah.
It's around here somewhere.
Real faster.
Just yeah, there we go. There's the line.
We got Joe driving. Coin just spoke up there. Phil's otherwise been doing the pits and giving Joe, pep talks and letting him know how many laps
I'm
he's got.
running my game at limited 15 FPS to not really bother my GPU, CPU while I'm not driving, and it just looks like you're overspeeding in every corner.
Car right. Clear on the right.
Yeah, give me some for you. How many? What were the first races you remember in your mind? 95 Daytona 500. First you remember, fell in love with the cars from that. That's really cool, Gamer Shadow. You can also do exclamation.net timing. You can head on over to Headless Joe's Twitch page and get the whole mess of details there as well, if you can't glean it from the rest of the screen. Another one for Daytona 500 C-Trains from 08. Or so you've been told. Not like my mother said, like, the first movie I ever watched was Raiders of the Lost Ark, but I was a baby. I mean, I totally don't remember that. But it'd be interesting if I have a recessed memory of all the faces melting at the end, and that had some impact on my life. Or where all my nightmares come from. Like, why of all movies did they take me to the Raiders of the Lost Ark with a baby? It was like months, or I don't even know if I was a year old. They said I didn't make any noise. I mean, that's something. So I wasn't the annoying baby in the theater. Last thing I want to do. Debating getting into iRacing? Worth it for the cost? Just look for if you have friends that have like a iRacing and can offer a coupon where you get like, what, you get like 3 months free or something for new accounts. There's a lot of good content that's free, and I think that will just let you know if that's something you want to get into. The rookie series that are there, the fees, the MX-5.
I think you run a touch wide there and get like a bump on the grass with like people hopping.
Like when you do street stocks or whatever. There's a lot for short track, other ovals and road courses, and just get your feet wet with it and see what you think, because a lot of people from the MX-5s, they advance to slightly quicker cars, but their driving standards may not always change. They're just going a lot faster, so the accidents are more deadly. But at least to know if you like it. Otherwise, it's obviously a really deep financial hole if you want to own a lot of this
There was
stuff.
contact there.
03 Homestead, nice. Did they already change Homestead by then? In 03? I remember it had slightly different banking. in the early aughts, doesn't it, Hoyle? First F1 race you watched was 2010 Bahrain. I think the first F1 race I saw was 95 Canada, something like that. It was on ESPN. That was one of the dull Bahrain races. Oh, that's too bad, because man, Bahrain has delivered quite a bit over the years. I liked it more. It's better when they changed it to a night race. And to be fair, even though I'm not a fan of DRS, but the zones for the main straight and up to turn 4 are really good. But is it 20? Which year Bahrain has that extended version that is completely worthless, like with that massive bump and extended it? Obviously not secure, which truncated. That version blows. I also miss Sepang. Still holding out that maybe it'll return. It was 2010. Okay. That I was gonna say, if you said it was a dull race, I was wondering if that was it. Oh no, you'd have to be born before 1950 to have not had an F1 race in your life. I think Jimmy's been doing all right today. His first stint was fantastic. I mean, he even said so. That was one of the best stints he's put in, which is saying something, because I've watched him at Fuji and Le Mans in the GTR-LM Nissan. If you remember that long boy from the front engine long boy from our Factor 2 days, I thought some of his driving then was awesome. So yeah, real high praise for himself. The second go that he had was maybe not as awesome. It just seemed like he was driving with his emotions, you know what I mean? And in that, a lot of attack, going deep into the corners and trying to push, and some little mistakes happened from that. And you could certainly take it on the chin when he just did that. The rest of us all driven really well. Just again, multi-class things. Phil had one where there was a car taking up 2 lanes, and he sort of drove into the back of the other car and got a 0x from it, just because he wasn't really seeing what direction that car was going to take. The car in front was not being very predictable, and I think Phil just sort of accelerated into it, expecting something different. And that wasn't too different than what... that wasn't dissimilar, I should say, from what happened with Jimmer's incident in his second go at it, where there was a car that looked like it was going to go across the track and give him the space, and then it just didn't. And then in that moment, Jimmy kind of kept going for a lane that really didn't exist, and then it caused some contact, but we didn't lose any top speed. Just had some optionals in there. I think Coyne had a spin in his first stint, and Joe touched the grass at turn 1, if I'm remembering all the incidents. So a lot of just minor things, not heavily stuffing it into any walls. What a recap, am I right? Let me give you all the lowlights.
You don't have one for a while, you're allowed that one.
Oh, thanks.
That one's free.
We're not doing too many, though. 41 and that now.
Yeah, we've only got 6.5 hours left.
Left side.
118 X's. What's the number where you get a penalty in this? A stint is about 26 laps if you're eking out the fuel. Otherwise 25 in this LMDH. So whatever 26 times 1 minute 32 is for a good baseline time. Oh yeah, Eastern Creek. That's an interesting track. What a cool place to have seen supercars. What a time to get in F1, 09 and 10. Big rule change, you know, wide front wing and skinny rear wing, going into DRS and eventually dildo noses.
5 laps left, so I'm going to nip for a wee. Pit stops all set up, so all good. I'll be right back.
There's a lot of newer fans to motorsport here. It's really cool to see. Thank you, Adam Schmidt. You're making me turn red. You're making me turn more red than all the curtains and the clothes I'm wearing right now. Oh, I thought they should have mosaicked out some of those noses on the cars, like the Caterham and the Toro Rosso. Oh, they were gross. I didn't like them at all. Like the Caterham is probably one of the ugliest F1 cars I've ever seen, and that's saying something. That's even including like the 75 BRM or the 72 Snowplow and the 73. And, you know, there are some fugly looking Formula One cars in town. How much to hire Jimmer as a driver coach? I heard him say today that he would not want to be a driver coach. But maybe there's a price. I don't know. Something for the Patreon list. Yeah, time without the restrictor plates teach. You know, the eras of NASCAR and IndyCar. And they were allowing speed to keep going up and up. How much to hire him as a driver then? I don't know. I don't know what that's like. You know, he's got that the FIA bronze license. What he's gonna do with it this season, I have no idea. I can't even give you any insight to that. Right, I'm back.
I've got 3 at the line.
Yep.
I hope you have fun at Daytona, Jameson.
Ah, you little bastard. 42 is a good number.
You had a Hot Wheels car, the 75 BRM.
Somewhere that
That's pretty sweet.
but I don't think we're ready for it yet.
They had restrictor plates in '88. So is that why iRacing chose '87 for their NASCAR then, so they could go without them completely? Did they kept messing with the sizes of the restrictor plates then? Because I was trying to think of, like, in terms of pack racing, when that became more of a thing, you know, the pack racing that we have known in the 21st century, I guess. I would like to see him in British GT. I think a GT3 from what he was in with the Praga would be a pretty lateral shift from Praga Cup, you know, but much more competitive. And plus you got the GT4s in there to mess with, which makes it a really unique series around tracks like Oldham Park and Brands Hatch and that, when you also have to lap around those Astons and Caymans and Mustangs. Jimmy's sleeping till 9 a.m. I'll hand it back over to him.
I think we should finish the race on 69. Just saying.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, I would say we should get to Jimmy's stints with a few left over before then.
Yeah.
Is Beach Deans still a sponsor in British GT? Because if they are, I want Jimmy to get that one. So maybe like we can embrace ice cream. You know, we need lots of ice cream.
If we hand the car to Jimmy with 59, then he can afford to pick up 2 per stint and hit someone.
Still there. Clear.
I'm sure we should let him know that though.
Some Peniston oil.
Or if we give him the car with like 57, then he can hit 3 cars.
Yeah, but you know he's going off track at least once, so...
I'm expecting perfection from it. Okay.
Oh my god.
What? That didn't even look like an off track.
Well, thanks for the background on the
Chances are I'll get
NASCAR.
one more.
I'd be surprised if we managed 2 more.
What's up with the scoring in the stages? Oh, that one's frustrating for me. I'm not a big NASCAR fan, but I mean they had caution clocks and the trucks at some point, and what was it, like 20 minutes?
Ready,
If you went
Phil?
20 minutes with the green,
Ready's
it'd have
all
a
over me.
mandatory yellow. It's an extension of that to the Cup and the Xfinity stuff, where they divide the race up into
Still on
thirds.
the black stuff, we're still going round.
Yeah.
Where's all these cars come from all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Now on your left.
Yeah, Americans and their playoff systems. Even in a game like baseball, you can have 162 games and you can't determine who the best
No
team
off
is.
track this time.
You have a playoff system.
Well done.
Made sure of that.
We just like the drama here in the States. We want everything to come down to this event, this one thing, this one climactic finish. You know, what's gonna happen? And same with the NASCAR stuff. They'd like, let's have the race restart. Let's bunch them all up together again.
Yeah, good job.
I'm done.
Good race. I'm clapping
Oh,
here
yeah.
with one hand because it's kind of difficult to do it with 2. But
I can't. I'm clapping.
good
one.
drive, Joe. You can now rest.
Yes. I can rest. I'm done. Oh, lap 665. I wanted 666. That's just the devil.
Should
in
have
me.
fuel saved harder.
Yeah. Oh, it does say 666 now.
Yeah, you should have crossed the line before
Yeah.
before starting.
Slow down.
Good luck, Phil.
You got a penalty for cutting
Have a
the
good one,
course.
Phil. You know what to do.
Thank you.
Cold tires and all that shit.
Thank you, Quano. Honestly, you remind me.
I know what I'm gonna listen to, chat, because Iggy Pop and the Stooges' Search and Destroy popped up, and I was like, oh, I need to listen to some more Iggy Pop for the rest of this until Jimmy wakes up. But Tom's right. The idea of the stock car went away. You know, they weren't cars you could just get from the factory and then go race it. In the old days of NASCAR and Trans Am had that effect, and that became more and more bespoke, you know, made by factories. A lot of them in the Carolinas, of course. And I could see that with the like you said, the win on Sunday, sell on Monday idea, which still persists into bikes, because a lot of those bikes you can get pretty darn close to. Maybe not the MotoGP ones, but the idea still applies that this is a thing you can purchase, and you move the needle for the company because of how you do in the race. And just it's not so much about that in NASCAR, because how much input do the companies, Toyota, Chevy, Ford, have into the teams at this point, other than with the block. We're still fighting for a podium. It's still on. We got lots of time left. We got Phil out there who can crank out some great laps. So let's see what happens here with the next few hours remaining. Of course, I can't see the timer anymore because the light, the sky is too bright. There it is. Finally, it got to a stand. 6 hours 20 to go. That is strange. In Super GT for 2024, it's not going to be an NSX in GT500 in the top class. These incredibly fast cars that are quicker than the hypercars in WEC, ones that Japan uses for the 500s. One, they have 700 horsepower, but it's going to be the Honda Civic. Just, my head hurts. Like, what? A Honda Civic versus a Supra and a Fairlady Z? Like, it's just marketing. I guess every series has its jewel, Marcus. That some, if all they ever won was the Daytona 500 and they never won a championship, that might be enough for them. It's the same for Indy 500, same for Le Mans or Monaco. They have their own esteem to them, and the playoffs is, it's just another way to extend it a bit further and increase the hype that you sell another. A venue and event for people to tune into to see what's going to happen next, and sure, that wall riding video gamey chat game moves
22.
We all remember
do it, son, do it.
And a lot of us are going to assume
the track gets
forget it.
Colder. What's that all about?
I don't know, Noah. I would hope so. If they have an LMDH, there's more LMDHs to come. There's obviously a few LMDHs.
Could do some hot laps.
Yeah, dirty hot lap Ninfield.
No Jazz or City GT500.
Phil should be able to go a little bit faster.
He would never. Morning, Smug. Smug, didn't I see you a few hours ago? Like 8 hours ago. Did you get a good rest in, Smug? Oh, I know, Lobster. That's a pretty coveted car to get, the 499 Ferrari LMH. The scramble, the licensing arguments must be, I don't know if there's a bidding going on or how these things happen. I imagine we're back to actual race car discussion, but not so much food or music before. And I love all those things. Racing on here is much more of my is something we talk about the most, I guess.
Car on. Clear on the right.
That was close.
Clear.
Mine.
That GT, yeah. Oh, he's angry.
I did a little research on the Exalta
He
Fraschini.
really likes. It was a late move, but don't want to get held up behind him, so.
Some people might know the Exalta
GT
because of
drivers
the...
always say, well, we track out. So that's what you can expect, isn't it? Not aim for it to cut in.
I think they made engines and that in the 60s and 70s, but 100 years ago, it was about their high-end cars that they made in the 10s and the 20s. And some real beautiful ones. And, you know, the names get moved around, passed around. De Tomaso is out there with one of the Gumpert Apollo like chassis, and they want to turn that into an LMH. You know, obviously we had Lotus cars and Team Lotus and F1 at the same time, so some of these old car company names never really go away. Lancia tried to get back into the luxury market. What else is there that's been missing? But and then, you know, Van Wall for a Bicollis, because of the funny old WEC rules. You have to be homologated to a factory name, which is kind of interesting. But I hope Exalta can get something together. I think it's still really early from the article I read for them actually receiving the tub for the LMH, so there wasn't enough there because they haven't had a proper test with it to allow them into WEC. But I say the more the merrier in something like LMH. I mean, I'm even frustrated that there is this kind of homologation rule. You know, I don't really care if they make a road version of it or they're otherwise capable of making cars. You know, just I want to make a race car under these LMHs, and the variety that we already have is really cool. So we can expand upon that when the LMDHs won't be as bespoke as the LMHs, because it's just the way the rules are.
John Field catching Rose.
I haven't seen anything about Ariel in Hypercar. Yeah, that's what they're hoping for, is to get on the grid for Le Mans for the 100 years since Le Mans. That would be big for them if they care about their own history. Like I said, that's the era, like 1923, where they were much more well known before they started making engines for boats, and I think for some planes in the 60s and 70s. And, I'm not sure where it went in between all those times.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear.
Sadly, I'm really, really behind on those lobster bush. They come up every now and then. I feel really bad because I haven't sat down and watched them. Maybe I should do that for some streaming. I've had enough recommendations for the Michael Fassbender Road to Le Mans videos that I got to show my audience that, and many of them have probably already seen it, so we could go through them together. I watched some of the early ones with him, you know, learning the craft of driving. We're in the BMW LMDH, number 87. You can get all the details. Some of it's on the screen, but if you want a more dedicated timing page, you can do exclamation timing. It'll take you to Headless Joe's Twitch page. We have about 6 hours to go. Phil in the car. Phil and Joe doing just most of the driving here in the dark. Sounds like Coin's awake and on deck. You would. All right, there's one endorsement for watching them again. That is a lot known. Yeah, we gotta wait and see how they adjust that BOP for LMDH and LMH.
Struggling
And
to see my breaking point for that first horseshoe.
And the P2s. Don't forget about them.
You're catching Rose. Despite that last lap.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic coming up, I can see.
Yeah. Yeah, he's calling it, so.
The T50 car, you mean the Gordon Murray machine? Is it the McMurtry or is it a different fan car? If it's the one that has the Goodwood hill climb record, yes, I've seen it. It's spooky how quick that thing is.
The lead is spinning now.
Hey, congrats, Tyler. I'm glad you got to the end. Always happy to hear that. That is, to me, a quintessential 24 hours that you finished, you know. Those that have higher aims, I salute you. And it's great that you can, you know, be in a team that can be, well, lucky enough sometimes. There's a handful of luck if you believe in it. You never know for reliability and netcode, what other drivers are thinking, and just plain old human error. I've not really thought of that angle, Lobster, that Ferrari using the LMH as a backdoor to help F1 development off of the F1 salary cap. I mean, that's an interesting idea, that if there'd be any kind of crossover for air development or electronics or anything going on underneath with increased demand on the aero under the car in both of those categories. Maybe not as severe as the Peugeot 9X8. I don't know. Yeah, because like in 2023, the F1 cars, they're shoring up the diffuser, right? That's getting a little bit higher, and then the edges for the plank and the floor are changing some. Yeah,
I've these two feel you've got a pretty clear track for a while.
All right.
I'll say this: the 499 at Imola looked fast. Like its attack into some of those corners already seemed on it. You know, I hope that continues through the season. Show me the 2022 F1 car, Lamar. In some ways, I hope that's not true. Even though, I mean, it was nice to see Ferrari on the pace and capable of winning at times, and sometimes the Red Bull looked just off, you know. Even at A1 ring, the Red Bull ring, like where was Max and his tires? They just didn't switch on, you know. And other races were like Baku and the Ferraris where they looked great, and then engine issues or gearboxes. I hope that's all on the way to more success in 23 to keep that pace but make the cars more reliable. You don't think the rule changes make much difference? And their hope, right, is to remove the porpoising effect even more. Okay, so the T50 is different than the McMurtry then? The Gordon Murray T50? There were so many quick cars at Goodwood this last year. I couldn't keep up with them all. There were quite a few zippy electric ones. Yeah, the inroads for Audi in through Sauber in 2026. Yeah, honestly, I can't say it enough. I'm just super excited to see what's going to happen this year. More than a lot of other seasons for sports cars and F1. Who do you think is going to improve the most for the F1 season? that's to come. You know, is McLaren going to find their way back up? Aston Martin with Alonso there, is it going to fare better than when Seb
Wait,
was
the
the lead
car
driver?
is leading.
What, 777?
Yeah,
Yeah, it has been for a long time.
I never paid attention. But then again, I was sleeping for most of it.
Alonso seemed awfully confident going over there, and I mean, I'm not sure.
The ART have got themselves back up to 5th as well. They've done well, they were 10th, weren't
I will. And is Ocon going to get along with his new teammate, Pierre Gasly? Having a Frenchman in that car. I really can't wait to see what that's like. Another one I was asking Oscar this earlier is that will Alexander Albon be able to stay in F1 if Logan Sargent beats him over a season? It's just I think Albon's a real talent, but you know how it is when you're in a team that maybe doesn't have a lot of other people to race with, and you can only compare yourself to your teammate. And I know Logan Sargent is pretty good. You know, if he can get up to speed, I'm obviously a Piastri to look for as well. And then suddenly Nico Hulkenberg, of all people. That's one of those where I really scratched my head of like, yeah, that's your hire? I mean, I love Nico. He seems like a real great character, but I just thought they would go for somebody who was young, or maybe had a little backing to him, and young. And they're like, okay, sure. Let's see what Hulkenberg's still got after all this time. Yeah, the North American market, sure, certainly for Sargent. The X12 driver is back in. That's what I am afraid of, Kyle Cook, is that Red Bull they'll just keep doing what they've always done. It's hard to bet against it. Someone's saying more for marketing and Sargent, and it's hard to expect people to be dynamos right from the beginning nowadays, since you really don't get many chances to actually drive the thing round until you get to testing. Unless you use up your media days, you have to game that for a filming / media day that you get, what is it, 100 kilometers or something like that? That maybe the rules changed since. One of the 10 billion rules in F1. De Vries, gosh, he looked good at Monza, and the only mark against him is that he didn't understand how the virtual safety car stuff worked, and he nearly was it Tsunoda that nearly ran into him because of that? He went into Parabolica and like stood on the brakes, and because he was trying to get his deltas right for the timing beams, just highlighting how dumb the system of virtual safety cars are for F1, because even in WEC they just hit a button. You just have a virtual safety car button, speeding up and slowing down. I don't understand that system. But anyway, yeah, De Vries with now that he has that race under his belt, you know. Another year for Zhou Guan Yu. Tsunoda with another year. No, I know Tsunoda's fast. But I'm with you, Kyle. If he'd have to perform well this time, because they've given him the chances, and was maybe a little rough in that first year, but kept showing promise. And Zhou also was out qualifying Bottas at times. Hi-oh.
Who that? Oh, hey James.
Stay on the right. Clear.
Yeah, big 24-hour race going on. Good to see you, though, man. Long time no see.
Yeah. Well,
Love you lots, I know. Hope you're doing all right.
Stay on the right. Keep to the right. Clear.
What if Dragovich got the drive at Haas? Dragovich, Porcher, there's a handful of them F2 that there's just nowhere to go. You know, it's not a market. It's not a backseat to have to stay in F2 or go into something else. And I like the idea of throwing some of those drivers into GT3, something where you can really get your elbows out and get back to the craft of racing. You know? Why we need Andretti? Well, yeah, another 2 seats would be good. It's just the fact that the rest of the grid, well, on the face of it, they don't want them on, but they all changed their tune a little bit once the Cadillac name came on. So give it a little time. You know, I think the wheeling and dealing in the background, if they can waive that really silly, you know, the 200 euro fee that it takes to get onto the grid. Domenicali and the FIA and obviously the rest of the teams have to work out how that's going to work. And I don't know. My advice to Andretti is, you know, keep trying, but at a certain point, if you've shown up with a good deal and that you're
Careful, Phil. Oh my God.
What a muppet.
He just completely ignored you being there.
Yeah, just drove me off the
He
circuit.
knew you were there.
is that if the rest of them don't want you to be in the F1 circus, like, do you really want to hang out with a bunch
Any damage there.
with people that don't really, I don't know, that aren't accepting? Like, there's other places to prove your worth nowadays.
Left side. Clear.
Hope all is well.
Car on. Clear. Left side. Keep to the right. Clear.
It certainly was an Audi moment. That bright green car on the right of that, where that car had spun and at the horseshoe, and I don't know what was going on there for how the angle the Audi took. I'd have to look at that one again. Why don't F1 teams like Andretti? Well, they have an agreement where they split the
Clear on the left.
winnings and the commercial rights. Yeah, the what they get from Sky, from all the different holders of the TV rights, and you know, because they're all on television, they have sponsors, and they divide those the total pot for all of that amongst the 10 teams. And so if they added an 11th team, everybody's going to make slightly less money. You know, just because there's now 11 teams doesn't mean that the pot itself will grow. You know, in their eyes, it's going to stay about the same, and everybody will just make 10% less. And obviously, you know, teams at the bottom, Haas and Williams and those, Alfa Romeo, you know, Sauber, Alfa Romeo, they don't want to do that, and so it just gets really challenging for the cash aspect of it, because the points that you get, there's it's different totals that you earn for the season based on where you finish, and for individual points, and then all that amount that comes from the sponsorship side, the TV side. So, you know, like a lot of things in F1, if they have a disagreement about something, it's often about money. And, right, prove it they can bring a larger U.S. audience. That's saying that just because you have another American team, Haas as well, even if a lot of the people there have support from Ferrari over the years, that now that we have 3 races in the U.S. for that Will Andretti, did they bring more to the table because of it, or can they sign American drivers that will also get more butts and seats and people watching on television? And that's an unknown quantity for them. And the F1 teams already feel like the sport's pretty healthy, it's continuing to grow. It's more viable for those teams at the bottom to keep going, because other points in F1 history, teams came and went very, very often. That you didn't know if HR2 was going to be there one race or another. So I think they like the stability that they have and are afraid of the unknown. Colton Herta has some of that raw pace. He just needs to execute on that more often than not. There are times he looks like a world beater, right? At some of the tougher racetracks I've ever seen, and then sometimes he just tosses it away. And of course, I guess if I were a team manager or a spotter of talent, I'd rather have someone who shows that they're capable of winning than someone who's just steady. If you're in, like, how do we work on that? How do we either harness it, tame it, whatever word you want to apply to someone who already shows the pace.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's fun, mate.
Yeah, exactly, skating. It's like I want Herta to show me what he can do over a whole season, to prove that he's learning. Well, there isn't a W Series anymore. It went bust because they mismanaged all their money. That was really sad to read about. The administration there did not factor in costs for overseas races. And plus the viability of the series just wasn't really there. I mean, look to Iron Links and showing what you could do with a much smaller budget and a team that's just dedicated to having women in their squad and developing that through time against in a series that has everybody in it. It's not just designed down to one thing. I like the idea of looking for talent in W Series, but it didn't have an outlet that made any sense. And supposedly this next one, what is it called? GP something Academy, something like that? Forgive me, I forget the name offhand. It's pretty new. And their idea for that is they'll use some existing F2 and F3 teams to supply cars to the series. I think they're going to be F4s, right? I can't remember if they're F3s or F4s. Either way, the strategy is that they'll already be used to working with those F2 and 3 teams.
No, I was just wondering after that little bonk.
So that you can graduate them into a series where they can just start driving, and not have to be just in a women's only kind of thing. Like Jamie Chadwick is going to do Indy Lights, Indy NXT or whatever it's called, and it's like finally, she's going to something that will have growth into another series. And otherwise, she was just going to stay in W Series forever and win, and that wouldn't. I don't think that's what Chadwick had in mind. I'm pretty sure they're F4 cars. I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
morning.
Good morning,
Good
Grizz.
morning.
Morning, Chris. I was just about to ask if you were here.
I just got to the desk and I'm just quickly eating something.
Munch,
I'm
munch.
going to
What are
wait
you eating?
for Phil to stop and then I'm going to go and get some kip.
Alright, sounds good. How many stints do you have left?
He's got 2 after this.
Two more.
Okay.
And then you're in.
I thought you only had 1 more. Okay, cool.
Wrong.
Yeah, what racing games are everybody looking forward to this year? It could be any level of racing game, from your Forzas and that to the other sims that are out there. I don't mind ones that are sim or have ones that are. I'm trying to be diplomatic with this. I don't know why, because I hate the word simcade, and I hate calling games outright arcade. It's way too productive for what they are, and I don't want to seem too snooty about it. So I don't know what the release schedule is like in 2023. A VR update
How's
for
the
7?
the night stint go?
Actually,
Yeah,
not bad.
okay. It was alright.
It happened.
There was maybe the usual miscommunications with a couple people, but nothing catastrophic happened. Well, there was just one there at the International Horseshoe where Phil was going around someone spun and another person reacting to it kind of. I don't know what that Audi was doing, but
Just drove to the exit.
yeah, I don't know what they saw and what occurred by the time they entered. So I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, but it looked bad. Nonetheless, we made it through okay.
Good.
And sometimes when someone's in front and you're never quite sure like what fucking line they're gonna take, and it just gets confusing.
The usual stuff.
Yeah,
Got
but
it.
again, nothing too bad. Oh, BeamNG's rad. What a cool game. I hope it continues to get better. One thing I want to see BeamNG to get work on: downforce. It doesn't know what it's doing with downforce. As advanced as that thing is, when Jimmy's tried to make hill climb cars, the ones with wings looks like really silly. So, BeamNG, please. I want to make my Suzuki Escudo in BeamNG and have it look and perform the way I expect it to. Rain and iRacing? I hope that happens in 2023. Sheesh. The automation side needs to work on the downforce too? Okay, I didn't know if it was just automation or BeamNG. Obviously they're hooked together for making cars in one and exporting them to the other. Integrating some multiplayer mods into the game? Okay. And ACC is gonna get GT2s, right? And did they announce some new GT3s for this year for ACC? Oh, test drive. Oh wow, it's been a while since we've had a test drive, hasn't it? Tim, is that the first time you've been in that
Might as
drought
well pick a fucking side.
for video games? 6 months without playing a game? Yeah, the GT2. I like the idea of the GT2 cars. The Brabham, Porsche, KTM, Lambo. Am I missing one? And the Maserati MC20 joins in GT2 this year, which is pretty cool. It's not as pretty as the MC12, but it's still nice having the Maserati name back. And they're in Formula E this season. I think James Rossiter is running that. Yes, the MC20. It was going to be a track only. Think of it like a Super Trofeo series, and I don't think they could get enough interest in it, or I can't remember if it was interest or just total capital to start with, and they decided to make the GT2 car instead.
Green cards turned in on someone else just there behind you.
Test Drive Unlimited was 12 years ago. And the property itself, I mean, it goes way back. Test Drive, fingers crossed. You know, I said the same thing Jimmy did last week when we were talking about RF2. I've seen a few RF2 jokes today, and so we want every game to be good.
Pay attention to your surroundings in an endurance race. It's kind of important.
What?
Oh, really? Hold
What
on.
are you talking about?
I thought mirrors are only there to limit your performance.
Yeah, mate, they're there for added weight. That's what they're there for.
I was gonna say, I want every game to be good, and when they suffer, I don't really get schadenfreude about it exactly, unless I find out the people that are running it are like absolute shitlords. But for the most part, it's like I like video games.
Phil.
I like
Pit
video
stop
games
set.
to be good. How much is a Steam Deck, Tim? How many hundreds of dollars is it? It's not 1,000, right? I want to say that the pace of the car that was behind us when we were in P3 was pretty good, and we had just a couple some minor things. I think it was always happening. We're still trying to get on the podium, and I think we have a chance for it. I mean, there's 5 hours 43 minutes left here with the Doug Henson red car with Phil pounding out the good laps.
Why did you try and follow me through there?
I didn't notice, sorry.
If you did, that was crazy.
In. Cock.
Cock in.
Cock out.
Pit box in 10.
350 pounds? It's not so bad.
Well, Phil, from what I've seen in the short time that I came back, you did extraordinary. I love that.
Right here.
All good, Phil. Well done, mate. Right, I'm going to disappear, chaps.
Yep.
Have
Have a lovely night.
Been a pleasure. I probably won't
Thank
see
you,
you when I
Joe.
get back. Coin,
Have
Grizzle.
a good nap.
Good luck for your stints.
Cheers, Joe.
Good nap.
And you,
Thanks
Phil.
again for the timing.
No worries.
Joe.
I'll leave that running for everyone. So that'll be up. I'll catch you in a little while.
Alright.
Alright.
June TM.
Nighty
Sleep well.
Naughty, naughty.
Bless Joe.
Yeah, he drove well out there today. Some screaming laps too. 31.6, 31.7.
We're cutting the course.
And that was after he said the car felt weird.
Oh.
Well, he did the 31.7 when it felt weird, but it was surprising.
It was Hamilton moment.
Well, each of them had described something that was a bit off. Like Phil said, the rears were strange in the dark. You know,
Yeah,
couldn't
when I
find
first got
anything.
in the car, it felt like it was steering from the rear.
Yeah, and the temps had really hadn't changed that much. There was no additional damage. There was also like this strange, like blinky car that we're never we were never quite sure where it was for their whole stint. And it's funny that once that person got out of the car, they got disconnected from the server for packet loss. But I don't know, they did, whether they knew or had an ability to give it to, hand it over to somebody whose connection wasn't shite, I don't know. But I don't know, there was some like possibility of phantom damage there, but I don't know, it sort of went away. I do, Skinny. I frequently pilfer from those PSA parodies to find out who the last one is. It's going to be a Peter Spot.
We have been. I'm not sure whether it's going to matter, but I've been going for 26 laps.
I think that was the goal anyway. 26 laps.
Yeah, or they fix their connection, Thomas. Reboot their router or something. It was scary. Anytime you see a car in front of you on the banking of Daytona just disappear and not come back for many seconds, you know, like, it's not instilling confidence. Give him the stick, Skinny. Don't give him the stick. Yo, I like pizza too, Jeebus. Fuck yeah, pizza. I didn't end up ordering any today. I chickened out. I didn't want to overdo it. Sometimes I can go into like food coma if I eat too much pizza. And then if I order pizza, I probably have to get breadsticks too. And then the breadsticks make me feel hot. So it's a slippery slope. I learned a long time ago for staying awake and alert past, times when you usually go to bed is to do like small amounts of snacks. Drinking water, maybe some tea, coffee if you're desperate. But it's in the micro amounts of food you get. If I just satiate myself with like sugary things, I don't know, all that sugar, it leaves my body and I want to fall asleep. I've never had anchovies. I know, but Jimmy ordered those last week, and half the chat I think was upset. So I don't have an opinion. And it's really, when I order a pizza, I generally get things I know I'm gonna like. You know, if I'm gonna spend $20 on a pizza, I don't want to experiment with anchovies and find out I hate them. I guess I could always pick them off, right? That's a really sweet thought, Lucas. I really like that. It's true, in this channel, we get people from all over the place, and right about now, it's probably like you say, the biggest reach we're gonna get, because people in Australia are still out, there's in the Far East, and going all the way through, Europe, and then we're going to be waking up soon, and then some of the late night folks in North America and South America are still awake. And it's a real privilege to sit here and chat with people who we all rally around how much we love gymming and watching racing, following along with what's happening. And again, I can't tell you how flattered I am from that. All of us are, just to have the attention. But it's nice to connect and find out, we're not too different from one another. Some real idealistic shit in there, but it really makes me feel good. See, proving the point. I got people from Chicago, 2 a.m. gang, people from Mexico. the Netherlands, the early hours, 9 a.m. in South Africa. Man, that feels like so far away, South Africa from where I am. And Australia, of course. South Australia, 5:30. Alvarez is going for the all-nighter. Brave, very brave. Belgium. One of my favorite movies is in Belgium. It's called In Bruges. I recommend it. It has quite the twist. Central New York. Some UK early risers or late nighters, I'm not sure. Finland. Hello, Indiana and Sydney. The Pacific Coast gang along with me. I'm still in North Carolina. Tom has not escaped North Carolina yet. Good morning, Berlin. A Bostonian in Australia. Do you still have your Boston accent? Calgary go Flames. St. Louis go Blues. So now I'm going to hockey teams. Hey, East Coast gang.
Clear.
Good to see you, TBD Zach. Zach man.
Clear.
See? Look at the worldwide love here in one spot.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Bostonian and Bogan English aren't far off from each other. Oh boy.
Clear on the left.
You're awake, Phil?
Yeah.
How are
I'm
you
driving the
doing,
car, Colin. Don't know.
Well, I mean, you know.
24-hour racing project cars too. Oh, I don't, I knew people racing project cars too. I guess I never heard about the 24-hour ones. I don't know if it worked out so well for the real series. I've had only one offer in my life, and it fell through, unfortunately. And even now, I think it would have been strange. It was like for a Nordschleife event. The real Nordschleife, and I would have been commenting on the team's race from their channel, and I don't know, I think about it and like my head hurts. I like just speaking my mind and sometimes not talking about racing at all. And so I didn't know how I just don't know how my style of commentary would have worked over real racing. I'm not very corporate, chat. I don't know if you'd noticed, but unless it's like real grassroots racing, they like you to not curse so much. I mean, I can work clean, I guess, but I think the thing I like to do the most on here is interaction with the chat. Saying what people are typing verbatim and addressing them, like we know each other, because a lot of you, I do know in one way or another at this point. We spent so much time together, and so I like referring to all of you and figuring out which way the wind's blowing for what chat's interested in and trying to facilitate it, and plus a little bit of hosting in terms of letting you all know how much time's left on the clock, where we're at. But yeah, real race commentary, I don't know. I don't think I've got the eyesight for it either. Yeah, maybe, yeah, it is kind of like live radio, I guess. 5 hours, 31 minutes left to go, chat in the Daytona 24. Split 5 of 85 with Phil, Coin, Joe, who just took a nap, Grizz, who's just waking up. We also got Jimmer, who's going to be awake here in just a couple hours' time, maybe less. He's got a lot of driving to do at the end, so stay tuned for that if you like watching Jimmer wheel this BMW LMH, number 87. I'm using a Samsung what's that? SO1. It's a condenser Samsung mic. Truthfully, it's the same brand mic that Jimmy had when he started YouTube. I loved the way it sounded, and I wanted to buy it specifically, and I had to import it from like Italy or something. It was a stupidly expensive shipping cost, but I really like it. I know that there's better ones out there. I've been looking into these other like shotgun mics that might capture my voice a little bit better, but it's nice. For what it is, and I'm one of those people that I hear something and I go, ooh, I want that. And then Jimmy switched from this mic to his broadcast one, and that thing is superior, of course. I mean, it's probably not cheap either. The one he uses even today, on his head. So I'm using this one that has the shock mount and all that. It's a mono mic too, and it has its print is on both sides, bi-directional, and I kind of don't need that. I don't need the side that's facing the wall, for instance. Where am I from? I'm in Oregon. I've lived in Oregon my whole life. It might be the same one, B-Hawk. It was about 100, 150, something like that, which isn't very expensive in the world of microphones. They really increase in price, so I'm not ready to spend that much. I surprised myself by getting things like a mixer, one of the Go XLRs, not the one that does all the crazy voices and that, and even having a 15-button Stream Deck. And for what I do, for little things I do, they've been really helpful for how the show I do on Twitch runs in terms of like transitions and sound effects, programming the buttons for a few different scenes to turn on and off for what I want it to do. It's really cool to be creative with that stuff. I really enjoy the side of OBS for streaming where you get to put your own little flavor into it, and working on that stuff and coming up with an idea of what you want to do visually or what piece of art you want to put into the stream and how you'll interact with it is really makes my creative brain go places. So I've invested in all that stuff instead of just buying like silly expensive mics. Thank you, Kenoji. Baguettes. Real baguettes or Bertrand baguette? Hey, JK46. Good to see you again. You think Jimmy would let me put a catheter on? You just got your nursing license. Well, maybe there's some kind of video idea in there to make sure he doesn't have to get up to pee. And I'm gonna let you ask him that question. But congrats on getting your nursing license. You need guinea pigs. That's really cool. The world needs more nurses. We've a lack of them here in the States and abroad too. And through all the things we've been in the last few years, it's awesome that there's still people that want to be nurses, because it's been really hard on all the ones. And doctors too, and practitioners, and everything else. So good on you. No, the real 24 Hours of Daytona is next weekend. And then if that's not enough endurance racing for you, the 12 Hours of Bathurst is the weekend after that. So clear your schedule. Nice, Jack. I hope you have a good time at Bathurst. What a cool event to go to. Do you live in the area, or are you going from far away? Nürburgring's probably going to be... What time of year is it this time? They move it around. 24 Hours of Nürburgring this year is May 18th to the 21st. Please no hail Reno. No, I won't do any commentary for next weekend. I've refrained from doing live stuff. You know, Ash Vandalay does watch-alongs for F1 races, and I think that stuff's really good. And I think she's really, she does really well at it, and also facilitates the chat and the things that they ask or comment on. And it's really cool that there are people that want to do those. They're not showing the race, but they'll have the live timing up and follow along, you know, with it while they're watching on another screen while everyone else is doing the same. And there's times that I really like that kind of content, you know, someone to watch the race with. You maybe don't have anybody else, but for me, it's not something that I want to do. I just don't think I'm very good at it, you know. That following along with the events of the race requires another part of my brain, and so if I'm talking to chat, it's understanding the finer details doesn't come easily for me. It's kind of one or the other. I either just watch the race and try to understand what's occurring and then disseminate that to the audience, or I talk to the chat. It's one or the other. The only times I've done race commentary are for the Mushroom Trophy, for Bailey's series, you know, Jimmy and Phil and all these fine people in DHR have taken part in the Super Tours. And I was doing the cameras, trying to follow the race and talk about it at the same time, and I was out of my depth. Absolutely out of my depth. I don't know how any of it actually worked. And when I go back and watch the races later, I realize I missed all kinds of things. You know, big accidents and moves throughout the field. But what's funny is that, like, my audience doesn't mind because they realize that it's not easy for me because I have a pretty serious eye condition, which means that I just don't see a lot of the screen. So the fact that I was doing it at all, let alone being the director, commentator, and, you know, the camera person and all that, it's probably not easy for a lot of people to do. So again, really sweet that anybody wanted to even watch those broadcasts. For the next Wreckfest session, it's just me going, oh shit, oh goddamn, and just me reacting like that. I've watched Banger Racing. It's impossible to talk over that, you know. It kind of speaks for itself. Although, you know, they're commentating heroes of mine, Alex. Thanks to Alex Basso, like Heinhoff and them. They're such experts. I listen to how they talk about the race and how I would, and their experience is incredible. I have nothing but respect for their gift of gab and technical resources and an intense amount of note-taking, which I don't have. I don't have any of that. In fact, I definitely wouldn't be able to read notes while doing the broadcast. How my old eyes doing? No big changes in the last couple months. I think I'm even more down to just my right eye for seeing stuff, and I'm getting used to that. Reading chat with just one eye used to be really annoying, but I've just, you know, I guess my brain has gotten used to how to block out my left eye that's really blurry and just focus in on what my right eye is seeing. So that's been going okay. I'm doing all the things I really want to do for the most part, with a small asterisk on that, but reading a lot of books and watching Netflix documentaries and following what's happening in the racing and doing my kind of Monday and Thursday job of streaming, and I really enjoy it. I'm having a real full life these days, but I really appreciate you asking. I plan to come to Australia I hope so. I need some more money and a passport. That's Gonna take some time, but yes, I would love to go to Bathurst, either the 12-hour or the 1,000. I think either one of those are must-see events. And I do. Audiobooks are a lifesaver for me. I have tons of them. I finished a few BattleTech novels recently, and some sci-fi ones from A.G. Riddle, and I read Michelle McNamara. She passed away a few years ago, but she wrote a book on the Golden State Killer. I can't remember the name of it now. I'll do something in the dark, whatever it is called. It's really good. I like that. And now I'm reading Eric Larson's Devil in the White City. So I can't watch as many programs, action-packed things as I used to because they move too quickly on the screen. And a lot of video games are definitely no-goes for me because it's just too twitch, reflex-heavy, first-person kind of stuff, or real, just difficult games that are time-sensitive, and you have to take in all those details. So filling my head with knowledge, and playing some games on the side if I can. There's always alternatives in life for the things that happen. If you lose senses or find that some of your mobility is compromised, or that there's workarounds there, and it's incredible what tech exists to give you a fulfilling experience. And there's a part of it that will always, you always kind of wish for it to be different, or you remembered how it was, and you wished that would return. But it took me a long time to get to that part where I'm looking forward and trying to find out, well, how can I make this happen, as opposed to, I wish it was like this, but it took a long time to get to that stage. So even with sim racing, where I've got Bailey to help make the driving lines for me in Assetto Corsa, and allows me to at least do some driving with through my one eye. I'm way off the pace a lot of the time, but it's just fun to do it, and I won't be as quick as I ever was, but I'd rather drive than not, and at some stage I won't be able to, and then I'll read more books about racing if I have to, and I'll come back here armed and ready to talk to you about all the stuff I discovered. I don't know if I'm as good as I once was. I'm just motivated to do it because I love it, as opposed to if I'm off the pace, I used to beat myself up, I gotta do more practice. And now it's kind of just a joy of driving. I like the way it feels and how it sounds, and thankfully the edges of the track don't move, so I can just put more and more laps in, and hopefully get a little bit better sometimes, And every now and then, it's rare, but I get that old familiar feeling where it's like, man, I feel like I'm driving as good as I did 3 years ago or something, But it takes a lot of practice for that to happen. You think so, Harry? I don't know. I think I'm pretty average. I will have to work really hard to be average, and that's good enough for me. And I hope it will be for some of you, because things happen to us in this life, and it'd be really sweet for everyone to be able to continue doing the things that they love as long as they can. And again, I feel fortunate having friends that are so helpful and know how to modify some of the files and help me out. I was having Bailey. I was going to share my screen with Bailey earlier so he could help me with the TeamSpeak options, because TeamSpeak has a white background to it, and I couldn't see where any of the damn buttons were. So I was getting frustrated because I needed to bind some things so I could talk to all of you, and I just couldn't find them, and I eventually stumbled my way through it with the magnifying tool in Windows, but I was one hair away from saying, Bailey, can you tell me what I'm missing here? Where's this function? I enjoy smooth driving over quick driving. Nice, Zach. Yes, when you're driving by yourself, you get to pick the style you want, once you lay down a lap time on a server with people, and then you see that maybe you're smooth driving, or maybe isn't so smooth, or you've got more kinks to iron out. Gotta roll up your sleeves, you know. That's a different kind of driving. I find it stressful sometimes to chop down lap time, especially if I see there's a really big gap to the next car. I need to find out how to get one of those. Yes, I need the night theme, dark mode for TeamSpeak. I mean, I have it for everything else. Yeah, YouTube. I wouldn't be able to chat with all of you if it were in light mode. That's just one of the many examples out there with phones and accessibility. I love that the iPhone, I've got it so I can click the button 3 times. That'll invert all the colors. So any web page or app that I'm on, it will just, you know, if it doesn't have a night mode on it, I can turn it into that. And so yeah, keep finding new ways to do what I want. I need night vision goggles. And then someone shines the flashlight in my eyes, Harry, and then I'm really blind. Thanks, Zero IQ. Thank you for saying that. If there's anything I can do on here is to inspire some people to, you know, keep going, keep working at the things that they struggle with. You know? Oh, good. Some of you are finding the timing, exclamation timing, like Twan just found there. So you can hang out in Joe's and see the live standings in the track map. Amazingly enough, Kevin and Joyce, the night driving went okay. Just tiny things. Some 0X's, maybe a 1X here and there for contact. I think once Phil got on the car was one of the tougher moments he had, where someone was spinning here at the International Horseshoe and everyone was taking evasive action and maybe not looking at what their next move was going to be. But I think we got away with that. Didn't get any damage. Our top speed's still pretty good. Joe's put in his stints, put in the fastest laps of the race for our team at 31.6, and he's off for a nap. Coins up, Grizz is up, Phil's in the car, and we got Jimmer Bo Bimmer to drive this LMDH here in a few hours. It's always possible. The swings and roundabouts of this, everybody has their chance to have their fortunes messed up, you know, and all we have to do is keep on the road, stay out of trouble, keep damage to a minimum, make sure that top speed stays high, and just pick up the spots, you know. We can only do the pace that's available to us for, you know, how we're feeling and track temp. And Phil's doing a great job here. What was his last lap? Another 33. Gets in the 32s once the fuel starts peeling off. James Baldwin is a big deal. But this is Phil Baldwin. No relation. What I can tell, James Baldwin has a really good outlook too. You know, he's gone from sim racing to real cars and more sim racing, and how he's adjusted to all that is. I think he has a YouTube channel, right, where he does vlogs and discusses what's going on in his life. Maurice, even the penguino there in the lower left. Yeah, Maurice is holding down the fort for us. I also like the expression "old mate." We don't have anything quite like that in the U.S., but every Aussie I've heard that describes somebody as old mate makes me smile. Yeah, when you're at full chat for what 80% of the lap, if not more, James Roth, that the fuel weight burning off it just magically gives you more lap time. And the ratio of the tires going away, of course, sometimes keeps that a little bit even, but you should always be getting slightly quicker in your run if you're hitting the same marks, you know, which is a really good feeling. Those that I don't know how many, you know, I mean, how many of you have gotten deep into sim racing, but when you feel at one with the track and the car is doing what you want it to do, you know, and you keep doing laps after laps, and you just see it's just getting a little bit, your lap time's going down and down consistently, a tenth here, a tenth there. That's extremely satisfying. There weren't any big accidents, GC. No, nothing huge. Just minor altercations. Nothing that's really affected the handling or the aero balance of the car tremendously. If Maurice is blinking, you might need to take a nap. No, I assume it's like the reflection from the monitor that's making it. He's always staring at me. Yeah. Close Encounters with GTs, I think the prototypes have been frustrating at times. You know, when you're not that much faster than the P2s, but they have it clearly stated what they're going to do, and you're rapidly approaching on them, and you know, you have to make a quick decision on what side you're going to go to or to let off. And I think letting off is one of the hardest things for a racing driver to do, that like I actually have no option here. And the best thing I can do is to wait. I mean, not many of us have that instinct. Hey Dylan, another Dylan, but I know this one, Dylan88, good to see you today. Dream events to drive in for Sims? I want to say we've done most of them.
Pit stops out.
Should be. Yeah, fuel on, windshield, and cool. 4.5 laps.
Indeed.
Good job, Grizzle. You did a very nice observation.
Good read.
Yay.
The gold star.
I do, Reese. I don't use it too much. My Twitch channel is where you can find me a couple times a week. I'm on there Mondays and Thursdays. Thank you, Celeste and Surgeon. Good morning, Mark. It's 11:35 now. And the morning hours here at Daytona. Morning hours where Jimmer's at. Yeah, go back not that many years, James Roth. Like 20 years I'm trying to think of like when the cutoff is for endurance racing, when it stopped being so endurance. You know, Hindhoff says 24-hour sprint often, and I don't think he means it lightly, because he's watched enough of those races to know that that was a shift in time. That I want to say it was really when Peugeot and Audi were going at it, you know, R15 and 908, that it wasn't like Group C or all through the 90s, the World Sports Car era, or even the early 2000s, you know, that you kind of drive into a pace, you're really, oh, the angle on that Golf Porsche's wing, oh my god, that you have to go all out all the time, and the fact, yeah, you're right, that the engines, all the major components, not just all those, but even your seals and your O-rings and all the minor bits that have to make it all the way through. And they sped up the process of changing brakes, when that used to be many minutes long with very specialized tools, and you have to do that, you know, a couple times a race, and now it's not, I mean, it's extremely fast on that, so the development increased, but altogether, the reliability of cars is amazing. And there is, you know, for an old-time fan like myself, there is something to the watching and waiting to see if this car is going to hold out. You know, if the engine's it won't turn into a grenade, or, you know, and that was its own level of excitement. I'm not saying like, oh, I wish the cars blew up more often or something like that, but it was just another wrinkle in the race to keep your eye on, you know. Oh, well, maybe next time, Bobo. And, you know, I was telling somebody else, is it get an iRacing, give it a try, see what you think, because you're right, it is expensive, and thankfully, you know, for a race like this, you only have to have the car that you want and the track, and otherwise you can go racing. So you don't, not like in AC and some other games where you have to have all the cars and the content in order to race in it. Thankfully, that's not a thing in iRacing. But if you keep your expectations or your goals to a minimum, or you don't have to spend an arm and a leg to get involved. There are engine failures for bad shifts in that, right? Over a length of time, you can downshift too quickly in some of the cars and detonate it. But otherwise, wear and tear is not a thing in most racing games, really. Race Room will punish you for bad shifts. You know, if you're not clutching correctly and you're grinding gears, that will the car will start to pop out of gear. That I would love to see that area developed upon at some stage. I don't know who's going to do it. I think in a competitive race like this, some of the drivers might not be so accepting of either, you know, a random number generator for certain things, or punishing bad habits, I guess I could say. I think it'd be really cool though. There are communities that would love to, you know, and people from GPL, or there's these mid-50s R Factor 2 mods groups out there. I've seen GP Laps run, and Reese Gardner, Southpaw Racer, who streams on Twitch these days, where they love being in like old Ferraris and Jags and Astons, and I don't know. I don't want to assume, but I would bet that they would be okay with the occasional mechanical failure. Doing a Toyota wouldn't be fun. No. having your car stop on the last lap would be extremely sad. Yeah, MS2 has added some mechanical failures? Okay. I didn't know that. I don't own MS2. It's one of the few racing games I don't have. Welcome, Skittle Man. Good to see you again. Oh yeah, F1. That's right, because they have development of parts and experimental parts you can use, and some of them have because they're going to the rules, the token systems, and that, and so they'll model in some wear. So that's a good point. There's another one. Luna was just
You got a penalty
Maurice just
for
went
cutting the course.
Yes, AMS2 is Automobilista.
nothing
Automobilista
behind you.
2. Yes, GMT and UTC are on the same one. That's Greenwich Mean Time for where Jimmer is. Castile, I get that. Some wouldn't be accepting for it. There are mechanical failures for the wheels we own, or the pedals we have, or you lose connection. You get computer issues, and those are the kind of mechanical failures you really don't want to have. So why have an additional layer of it from inside of a sim? So I get it. I think the two camps will always exist in some way, but they just haven't really had much attention for that level of simulation. I mean, when I play DCS, I don't turn the random failures on. I have a hard enough time flying over AAA and SAMs and getting shot at to then, I don't know, have my left engine and my A10 stop working or something. You know, it's kind of it's kind of like, really? What a pain in the ass. Good luck, Thomas, on that tactical nap, power nap. Thanks. I was really happy to host for you here. I'm glad you enjoyed hanging with us. We'll see you next time. My favorite DCS warbird? My favorite to fly, because I've had it for so long, is the Black Shark. But I love the longbow. I really love helicopters. But yeah, 14, of course. There's so many good DCS modules, but the Black Shark and the A10 I've put the most amount of time in, but my heart is with the longbow and the F-14. It's just they haven't been out as long, so I'll never be as comfortable in those planes, or those platforms, I suppose I should say. I do. Someone told me last week that the Grim Reapers were having some internal drama. I don't think that's the first time either, and I use their videos to gauge whether or not I might like something. The Mirage F1 that was released. I think it's a really cool plane and really good, 60s into 70s sort of Gen 3 airplane with a radar at least, but a lot of other analog functions, and analog is just fun. But I watched some of the videos and I could tell that the plane was still in early access from what they were describing, and I thought, I'll wait a bit. I'm pretty experienced in the Mirage 2000C, and truthfully there wasn't a huge difference in the layouts and that, so I can't say I had a lot of appeal to jump to something that would probably feel very familiar. You thought the race was going badly in the beginning?
Got 5th place in the relative now.
I don't know, I think we've had kind of a steady climb up to we got up to P3 and we slipped to P4. There were a couple moments there, for sure. A spin, Jimmy in one of those P2s.
Stop, but even so.
Is the MiG-23 going to come out, Ripper? I thought there was... 5
hours left, that seems like an inevitability given how fast he was before.
Yeah.
A funky old jet. AIDS. See, you say something like that, and I'm like, oh, you're right. It is a funky jet. I should totally get my hands on. Flying right now is almost a no-go for me at the moment. I was discussing earlier how I'm kind of down to one eyeball.
Right.
And flying without depth perception, extremely difficult. So I'm hoping for a cataract surgery sometime in this year, and if that goes well, I hope I can do some flying again. Just trying to gauge objects and their distance it's extremely frustrating. I hate crashing in DCS. It really hurts when that happens. Is the F-16 good? It's pretty good. I mean, if you play BMS and you're just interested in having a full fidelity Falcon, I think it's there now. There's always more functions they're working on, and every time Ego Dynamics fixes something, they break 10 things, but they keep trying, and to me, that's all that matters, because there really isn't anybody else that's doing something on the level that they are with combat aircraft. But the F-16 has all the radar and the ground radar now, and all the weapons, I believe. Even if you want to dive toss a Mark 82 or something, I mean, I think you can dive toss GPS bombs now, and it's it has all the harms. And I'm trying to think if there's something in there that's missing. Because it has the LGBs, and the JDAMs, and the anti-radiation stuff, and all the dumb bombs. I don't know if the Mark 20 cluster bombs fixed yet.
Oh?
Yeah, my longbow in 2.8 has been a mess, Ripper. Every time I play it, the stabilization stuff is broken.
Way back.
Oh, there's no small diameter bombs. Oh, okay. I knew something was not there.
He didn't make it.
STBs in Falcon BMS are like OP as hell, so I'm a little sad they're not in DCS.
Still there, hold your line. Clear.
For the front seat of the Apache, I haven't had a chance to fly the front seat, Pappy. It's a cool idea, and I haven't talked to any of my friends that might own it to see how I would do as the gunner. You're right. I mean, both people in the longbow can pilot it, but there's a bigger preponderance for being the one that shoots the weapons in the front seat. And I've barely been in the front seat, so I love flying it. To learn a Rick Astley song on guitar. No, I have not graced any of my guitars with that Rick Astley yet. Not high on my list. Oh yeah, the hip, the MI8. That's cool, Sand. It's a really cool helicopter. Sometimes it feels like a bus, but it's a really fun bus.
You might lose the spot, but you might gain it back from another car later.
Oh, you got the Vigan and the Harrier. Oh, Sim Racer. I hope you have fun with those. Yeah, very different aircraft, and really dig in there. The Vigan and its its ability to operate from tiny roads and blow up ships and fly really low to the ground. And it's interesting multi-stage afterburner that it has, the massive landing gear and ability to stop on a dime, and incredibly detailed and extremely different aircraft, the Swedish Vigan, because it doesn't look or feel like anything else in that game. So some of them, you jump in a Saber, and it won't really feel that different than like a Tiger. A lot of the gauges are kind of in the same-ish spots, and there's a lot of crossover from like American planes of a certain era. But then you jump over to Sweden and what that thing is doing, and your head your head explodes looking at all the many dials that it has. It has a fart lever. That's right. It's got that. It can moonwalk. You pull that lever out, and you can reverse your thrust and go around backwards. It's great. It is a little bit of an F. Yeah, some of those planes just never feel done. They're obsessed with making the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, and that's the model for what people that want to fly near full fidelity, near one-to-one examples of combat aircraft and flight sims is a very small group, and that small group loves to buy more modules. Most people I meet don't own one DCS module, and so to keep the business sustaining, they gotta keep making new ones. And I get that. I mean, I'm guilty of buying way too much, more than I can even play, honestly, or even memorize. I think I've kind of hit my limit for aircraft that I think I can actually know all the way through, in terms of like telling you what all the buttons do, and not just what they do, but using all those esoteric functions. Step 1, X-ray vision. Step 2, become Thrustmaster Ambassador. 3, kick-ass DCS 4, Bacha owns the skies. My opinion on Microsoft Flight Sim, there's nothing like it. You know, maybe X-Plane. I don't know what Flight Unlimited's up to these days, but what an achievement for how the world is modeled. I think anyone that's interested in flight should probably give Microsoft Flight Simulator a try. And the planes that it comes with, I think, are good. They're not the hardest things ever. I think some of the physics are a little forgiving, and the crash physics are very forgiving in my opinion. I've seen some hard-ass landings that you would not walk away from, and the game just went, whatever. But the market for third-party apps, like the 737, that is absolutely one-to-one, is really essential for people that love civilian flight on that level, and the payware stuff in there from some of the trusted companies is unmatched. So it's a great product. What else can I say about it? You know, I mean, who doesn't want to just fly anywhere on the planet, right? And yes, it was buggy at first, and there were obelisks going into the sky, and some of that stuff was hilariously broken. But what else can you do when you model that many? I mean, the square kilometers of the planet. There's going to be some bugs. Yeah, that's right. There's the A4 is free. There's no way they could lock down the license from Douglas to, I'm not sure who owns the stuff from Douglas, if it's Boeing or General Dynamics or something. Anyway, there's some planes that they're actually not able to make because of licensing problems. You think that's an issue in sim racing? It is in the flight sim world too, and the military aircraft especially. It is Boeing, okay. Nice.
The most annoying thing in the universe, because it sits out to the right instead of going left again when you come out of there.
I'll give you another one that's kind of cool. I think this game is really cute. It's made by a single developer, and you'd be surprised how many, like, pretty sim details they put in. I think it's called Tiny Combat Arena. It has those like mid-90s Sega graphics, very flat textures, purposely so. Really good frame rate, and it has, cockpit. You can use track IR. I don't know if it has VR. It has all the keyboard commands you would expect from something like DCS, but it's more about getting you up in the air, shooting some stuff down, and it's kind of sim light. But it's what a scope from one person to have made all that stuff. So give it a look. It's interesting. VATSIM, a friend of mine who was just on here for a little bit, loves VATSIM. He's a pilot in real life, and the fact that there's people out there that want to be air traffic controllers for funsies, bless them. God bless them that they want to do that. That's a cool service. Talk about niche. My opinion on Ace Combat, they're all fine. Well, Coin on here likes to rid me about games like Ace Combat, about like, is this a sim? Arcade or sim? But like, they're fun. They're meant to be fun. They're story-based games. They got pretty cool graphics, and it's all about shooting stuff down and having a blast. Oh, it's a Microprose game. Nice. Yeah, the person that owns Micropros is like, I wish we could be friends, because they have the same outlook on what Micropros should be today as it was then. Some cool games I'm hoping to see from Micropros in the near future, like Sea Power. If anyone ever played Cold Waters, it's like that, but with surface ships. Ooh, I don't remember the RCF getting an Evo upgrade. That is a... Sorry, you can always ask a motorsport question here during a motorsport stream. My voice is starting to go down. It's just going down and register now. I still have some tea left. And I won't be on for too much longer, chat. Don't worry. Those that are waiting for Jimmy to come around and wake up usually sound like death, as he does the moment he gets on mic. Face completely crusted over. But I know he's a cup of coffee away. Maybe he's got some leftover chili. You never know. Some morning chili to spice him up to get back in the car, because he's got a few stints to do in this car. I've got this wild berry tea. I think I got like the fruit tea sample. Hey Nuzzle. Nuzzle Kingdom's here. So far so good on the damage. I'm gonna interrupt this radio pod show. Yes, I know. Can you believe it? On any of the 24-hour races, it would be really great to be on them, and so far so good. I don't see that stopping anytime soon. Enough of you like having me on, and I get such a warm reception, and I know Jimmy likes having me on too. I tuned into some other streams on Twitch for people that were doing the early Daytona 24s, and they were in the night, and I have to admit, I was like, oh, everybody's asleep, and there's nobody talking, I've got this warped idea in my mind. I'm like, oh, I can't believe the stream is quiet, but that's unrealistic. I mean, people have to sleep. But I think that's just what makes it special, We have, a way to keep the chat going, and because I know what it's like when there's no one around and nobody communicating. Like, people tend to tune out, they like being engaged. What's my view on iRacing? I've always avoided it. I think if you want to race against other human beings, it's hard to argue against it. You don't have to get caught up in the whole game of what your I rating is and stuff. I mean, your safety rating you do if you want to race other cars, that have a better license. But in terms of what rating you are, I think that's something I would ignore for most people unless you're extremely competitive. But just know that with those human beings, some of your races are going to be complete shit. like you're just going to get wiped out. I did a few hundred races a couple years ago in that 1 year, and I mean, I was targeted by people who thought I did something wrong, and I didn't. Intentionally wiped out. People that just cursed at me, others who blew their engine and wouldn't let me pass and would rather just eliminate me than let me pass. Some that were just terrible on the comms. I raced with one guy who was on LSD in an MX-5 race. I won that race, what do you know? He was too high to beat me. So everything can and will happen, and I think you just have to steel yourself for that chaos, and embrace it. If you go in here and expect that everyone's gonna know what they're doing, especially if you're just starting out, you're just gonna get mad. So lower your expectations and have fun with it. It's not a destruction derby, it's not Wreckfest. It's fun to try, but just don't be surprised when somebody fucks up your day, that's all. Yeah, he was talking the whole time about when he did acid, what he was seeing and stuff. I mean, he could have been lying, I guess, but he just wouldn't stop giggling. I'll have you know that dude in acid finished third. All right, so must not. I mean, He was holding on somehow. I don't know what he was looking at. Yeah, he's the Doc Ellis. He pitched a no-hitter. He's one of those highly effective drug users. People just waking up. I do see the numbers. They could jump in a little bit. We're holding steady at 2,000 through the dark. But we've gone through cycles of drivers, Grizz at the beginning, and a little bit later when it was getting dark, and put in some great stints. Gained us a bunch of spots at the beginning. Jimmy had some right goes at it. Phil and Joe all through the night.
We're at the 55 on the relative now as well.
We're just sticking to
So we've got
L10.
2 cars hunting us down that are faster than us.
As you can hear now, Phil's maybe nervous about the possibility of losing some spots, but you know, I don't know. I was gonna say I should
slowly gaining on the car ahead though.
There you go. Coin with the positive reinforcement. I was thinking how I could turn this frown upside down to Phil thinking he's getting caught. So, coins on it. Your wife thinks you're nuts doing 24-hour sim racing. But does she respect it and give you your space, or does she always just remind you that you might be nuts? If James Hunt can win a World Drivers' Championship drunk, then why not get P3 on ass?
I thought it was something like actually not good.
Well, I mean, top 5 would be nice, Colin.
Well, we're not out of it.
Recommendations for flight sim gear? If you want to go budget, find like a T-Flight Hotaz X. Like at least you'll have a hand on throttle and stick Hotaz that works. It's not great, and it's very plasticky. I'm surprised mine has lasted 9 years without breaking. I did upgrade to like Thrustmaster 16,000, and I bought some Logitech rudder pedals that are basically the ones Cytec made, but Logitech bought them. And that was once I really knew that I wanted it, and I had Track Hour 5, and didn't get into VR or anything. I didn't have the money for that, and I've been fine with Track Hour. I don't not having hot screens on my face for a while. But yeah, that T-Fly Hotaz X, which I think it's really good for Elite Dangerous and a wide range of other sort of flight and space games. But just know that it's like 40 or 50 quid, and it probably won't last forever exactly. But the range after that, much like steering wheels, it just explodes. You know, if you find like an old Cytec X52 or into the 55, 56. But the Thrustmaster sticks after the 16,000. Like, how many fucking digits do they need on their joystick? Anyway, it just gets way, way more expensive for like the Warthog or the Hornet devices. Those are hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So you really got to know you like it. And if you only like civilian aircraft, there's those yokes. Jimmy bought that yoke from Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's very cool for that. Not so good for combat aircraft. So you got to know that about yourself. You do have a Thrustmaster Warthog Hotaz. Nice. What a heavy piece of kit, you know, very sturdy, and I know that they threw more plastic in there as time went on, but really, really good joystick. Did you know bigger numbers are better for your joystick? I guess they just wanted to give it something to separate it from the herd, I guess. But yeah, sim racing and flight stuff, the mid-range for equipment, I think is lacking. There's just a huge divide from stuff that's pretty good to the best in price. Oh, nice. Yeah. Logitech. I owned Logitech 6 a long time ago. I haven't looked at what they've been doing recently. A lot of them will have that like the twist grip on it for rudder, which I find challenging, and then maybe this other piece of plastic with a slider on it that either kind of rolls or the whole thing moves to simulate throttle. So I mean, you can have a pretty good sim experience with those kinds of sticks, but there's just another level when you want to have a very separate throttle with buttons and more hat switches, because the planes in DCS, for instance, they're not designed by people, they're designed by engineers, so you've got to have like hat switches for everything, for every cursor that moves on the screens and switches between modes and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of individual things that you'll want to manipulate that have 4 or 8-way switches, but you won't really know that till you get into it, and sort of see what you're missing out on, and how a device might make that easier for you. Like I didn't think Track IR was required when I first got into flight sims or Elite Dangerous and that, but once I had it, my situational awareness went up by 100-fold, and it was just so natural to move my head and keep my eyes locked on the screen that it felt like flying suddenly became a lot easier. I could maintain, I could look at my gauges really quickly, plus look at the outside of the plane, and just know where I'm at and where I want to be. That was a huge help. But TrackIR is like the company that makes that. They don't have any competition, so the price never goes down. It's generally like $150 for that. So yeah, you start stacking these things up, and your hobby gets pretty damn expensive. Yeah. Start with something simple. The Sabre, the F5. They don't have tons and tons of functions. There are some DIY things for TrackIR if you want to like mount a phone, use a webcam, and some like infrared paint. There's videos on YouTube to do that. The thing that I'll endorse for TrackIR is that the camera itself is 120 frames per second. And if you think about how quickly you can move your head around, you'll notice the lag if you're not on 120 frames per second. You know what I mean? Like, it snaps to so quickly, I don't even have to think about the time it took to draw for where my new head position is. And that's extremely important if you do it a lot. But if you're not as concerned about that, you don't mind a little bit of lag, or if it's kind of smooth, there is a smoothed out option in TrackIR as well, but then you can use those other third-party devices or other cameras that are available. And who knows, maybe you have a 120 frames per second camera laying around, I don't know. Quest 2. It's alright, not amazing. Okay. Also, things like VSync become really important at that frame rate as well. So you're not actually watching the screen tear and draw at different rates vertically.
Riz, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Last call for the comfort break. We've got 7 laps to go at the line.
And when you have 5 laps remaining, I'll just quickly use the bathroom and then be ready.
Okay.
Oh, good shout, Sean. Yeah, that would probably work. That'd be pretty neat. Hey, Princeton Ford. We've got a bunch of folks here. We've got Grizz waiting to get in the car. Phil just driving. He's at 7 laps at the line, which on my delay, he's probably already just gone over it. Coin's here too. Joe's off to rest. Jimmy's gonna get up soon. And then I'm Bacho. I'm Jimmy's friend. I'm all the friends at DHR here. I used to be in DHR. I don't really drive so much anymore, but I come on to host during the nights while Jimmer's asleep, while Maurice is in the seat, and it's really fun to hang out with everybody and get to share a bit of myself and learn about everyone else too. I mean, learning about all of you is just as much fun, you know? Hey, Jiu-Jitsu. What's crazy about having so many of you here, like nearly 2,600 now, is that like I feel like I could bring up anything and there's someone in here that'll be like, oh yeah, I like that. Oh, I know what that is. I'm into that. Like, it's just, yeah, it's such a huge range of folks. I love that. I think it's intentional, like, but Headless Joe made me a video where he put my face in the Macho Man video, the music video. That is. Hey, General. It was Macho and Bailey, but Bailey had to go to bed. he couldn't hang with us forever, so I got Maurice keeping me company. He's not a bad co-commentator. A little quiet. Yeah, last week I was a tabby. Now I'm a penguin. Have I discussed last night's Twitter? No, I have not discussed the Twitter controversy about driving the apron in quali. Is that a sporting rule for iRacing going down under the double yellows? Because we're still talking about iRacing, right? Oh, good morning, Rigel. Oh, he's on Tony Kanon's Twitter. I got an interesting amount of pushback for a clip I posted where I passed 4 cars at once at Charlotte Roval going under the line in the MX-5s. And it was just funny to hear people go like, oh, that's, you know, bad form or something. But run's a run, man. And I got passed enough times under the white line at Charlotte Roval, more times than I could count. So I thought, when in Rome, mate. And I'm taking, and any chance you have to pass 4 cars, you would never neglect from that, would you? I only went under the line for like a couple seconds. Rules for thee, not for me. See, I knew you'd understand. Thanks. Did you miss much action? I mean, not really. I think we're in an interesting spot here where we're being caught by the 2 cars behind. We're being caught by the 2 cars behind us.
Cool.
And I think we're gaining on the one in front. So
just
how?
That I'd have to call basically.
3rd, 4th, and 5th are going to compress together. It could be interesting in the next few hours. Should be fun for Jimmer to take up. I did play Elite Dangerous. Yeah. I played for several years. That's what Maverick said about the hard deck. Oh man, Viper was so mad. Well, I know Jester was more mad than Viper was, wasn't he? No, I haven't tried VR. I don't think it works so well with my one eye vision now. No, the 3D-ness of the 2 would probably be a waste of time for me. You know, after I get the surgery and that, we'll see. I need to at least know, right? Because everybody speaks so lovingly about VR. I feel like I've messed up. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know, it's not something I get upset about talking through. But it's a major consideration, of course. It's still over the line. Well, I want to say that the rule wasn't like, it didn't make my move illegal. It was just kind of frowned upon, kind of thing. But the last chicane, no, the second to last chicane, the Roval, the 3 cars in front of me cocked it up so bad that like I just had this Omega run on him, and I mean I took it. I was definitely gonna take it. I was like, it's a road series. I'm not doing NASCAR rules here.
Just a bit.
Hey, Eurus. All this chat about flying planes. I was hoping there'd be some Top Gun fans. Still gotta see the new movie. A couple of you taken off? Oh, I'm really amazed some of you were up all night with me, keeping me company. And if some of you are going to bed, cheers. And we'll catch you on the next one. And also a good morning to a few more of you that are coming on. Thoughts on the G29 as a racing wheel? It's a good wheel. You know, if even if you could find an old DFGT or something, you know, I mean, if you're just getting started, the G29 or the 920 will serve you well for a while, and like a lot of things, you'll see things you like about it and things that you don't, and if you want to get even deeper in the sim racing, there will be lots of options there. But I think a starting wheel is pretty good, and I think even as a mid-range one for people that do know what they're doing, it's just fine. Obviously at the tippity top with what Direct Drive has done has changed things, and if you've got the cash for it, it seems like that's the way to go. The only part of this that's on Twitch is on, if you do exclamation timing, Headless Joe has a live timing Twitch channel that you can watch. Yeah, see, and then there's going to be people that think, yeah, the T300 is a good wheel to start with, and I can't argue with that.
On my back. It's itching.
I'm a fan of the Witcher books. Oh, that's a cool question. Did you see? I like the show, even if it was disjointed. I got a little lost in that first season, trying to figure out. Oh wait, this all happened before. Yeah, Witchers don't seem to age very fast. It's pretty sad that Cavill's leaving it to do. Well, I mean, leaving it to do a property I like even more, which is Warhammer 40K. We talked about that last week, but because of the show and the games, I played a little bit of Witcher 3. It's kind of dark. Dark is in lighting. It's kind of challenging, but I read the first 2 books, and it's interesting how different. I mean, quite different that the books and the Netflix show were. And I like it. It's interesting, you know, reading something that's translated from Polish and. Babylon Berlin, I've read the first 2 books of that in English, and that's translated from German. I really like that series, the TV series and the books too, so I'm going to follow through with those. Well, I think there's 9 Witcher books, and I don't know how many of Babylon Berlin there are. But yeah, I've really been expanding my fiction list lately, getting into more universes, you know, to broaden my horizons a bit more for fiction. Yes, it's a video game. Welcome to the video game hour. Oh, there's 7 in total. Oh, okay, sorry, maybe I got that confused with Expand. No, I haven't been in DCS in a couple months now. It's too tough. I am an American. I am also afraid of Americans. It's hard to identify as American since I don't share many American ideals, but it is where I was born, so yeah, I live in the Pacific Northwest, here in the US of A.
In.
No, I've not read that one out. I mean, I know about it, and I've read a lot of books in that time period, but I haven't read it specifically, no.
Good drive, Phil.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Claps for Phil. He's done with his drive.
2, 1.
One hand clap.
Right here.
No, I haven't tried Star Citizen yet. I watch some of it on Twitch. I'm keeping my eye on it.
Yes, you can.
420 left. Woo.
Hey, blaze it.
Smoke weed every day. Is this NASCAR? It's close to NASCAR, isn't it? I mean,
Good
it's...
luck, coal tire shit.
Yep.
Stuff like that.
You're going to be racing on the exit.
Mm-hmm.
You were going to be beaten to the exit.
Well, that's one car less to worry about.
Phil has always been fast since I've known him. If he's circle driving or on these road courses, you can learn a lot just watching his lines. I'm really impressed with everybody's patience in the traffic too. It's just a totally different style of driving altogether. So everyone say it. You know, you have to take the long view on these views. The long view on these views. Sorry, there's a confusion there. The long view on the moves that you make, knowing that you can't always jam it in there when you want to. You got to see what the traffic's going to do and pick your way through it. You might have to sacrifice a little bit into a corner to gain more on the exit, and a lot of that stuff just comes with more time and being in the car. But you know, from watching Grizz and Phil and everybody else in DHI, like they're really getting it, you know, which is cool. I mean, it's a really big part of endurance racing. It's not always about slamming it in there, locking your brakes, and out racing everybody to the apex. You have to have you have to look down range a bit and understand what's happening, what may unfold, and the best way to get through it. And Grizz, I think Grizz is newer to multi-class racing like this than some of the others, and certainly in the league class. And Bailey worked with him offline and online on his own stream to help him with his decision making. You know, to just let you know where the move should be made, where, you know, understanding what the traffic's doing, and the fastest way to get around them. And some of that just isn't super intuitive, you know. You just got to get out there and understand it for yourself. Just a little traffic incidents between Phil and Joe the most. I want to say it was that time of the night, let's say, where maybe everyone's a little tired and they aren't quite looking in their mirrors, and they make a lane change suddenly, you know, and you try to account for the unexpected, but every now and then it's a little, the margin of error is just too close. Okay, yeah, Coin giving some extra context there. Probably the most experienced in this thing. It's true. In terms of laps done in a car for the BMW LMDH, because it's so new, Grizz has done a bunch of racing at Daytona itself, and the race in the week leading up to it, and at Le Mans a couple weeks before that. So really working on the car itself. Which is good, because when you know what it's capable of, you can visualize what position, you know, how you can get through the traffic, knowing what the characteristics, the handling is like. They're about 25 to 26 laps. 26 if we're fuel saving, 25 if you're just going for it here at Daytona in this car. We were P4 with Phil, but again, they were catching, and we did just come out of the pits. See P4 on the relative, not too far up. So we'll see. We'll see when they come in. I'm not tracking when everybody else is coming in. Shirley, you can't be serious. I am serious. Stop calling me Shirley. Morning, Alex Francis. You're here on the Radio Bacho channel. 97.1. Thankfully, my packet loss isn't completely shite like it was earlier today. Some of Radio Bacho was silent because I was coming through like a robot. I didn't want to annoy everybody, but it's calmed down now, and we're just getting through here and hoping for a podium, you know, if we can. 4 hours, 13 minutes remaining. We have been up to P3 at one stage, but we've been slowly slipping back. I think the competition's pace has been high. For Monday, I assume it's going to be the Formula E race, the is there anybody other than the LMP3s racing this weekend at Daytona? I don't know if there's anything of the Roar I'll cover exactly. WRC for Monte Carlo. I think the last day has already begun, right? For that, so there'll be the 3 days of highlights to track from the south of France.
Pace is good. Fuel is good. You're good.
What do I think of the Gen 3 V8 supercars? They look really cool, you know? I want to see them race. It's hard for me to gauge right now. I mean, I saw the laps when they were brand new, and then this past Bathurst 1000, and they look the part, they sound the part. Now I just got to see what they do in those Aussie hands. You know, not everyone there is Aussie, of course, but I mean, they retained the part that matters to a lot of us, which is that meaty V8 noise. And yeah, let's see what happens. Thank you, Xbit. Well, and that bit, the way you put it, maybe I should find a highlight for it. Then there's not much else going on for a recap of the weekend, so maybe we could put that on and see what happened.
Is Phil around still?
Yeah.
What are they gonna do with the Kiwi hands? Yeah.
Why?
What chances
You
are
gonna
that Shane
stay
Van Gisbergen
around for a
can't
little bit?
win?
Maybe.
So I would like to step away for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Shane is a beast, and if you watched World Rally Championship for New Zealand last year in the WRC2 cars, you could see that he's just good at all things grip related and on four wheels. I mean, I don't know how he is on two wheels, but Shane has that gift, you know, and very, very specialized now in supercars. he is. I mean, I know in a lot of series you could say, oh, it's so boring, this guy wins all the time, but it's not like he starts from the front and wins all the time. He will work his way through the field and pull out victories. So it's never boring in a supercross race. And plus there's all kinds of weather conditions and these crazy tracks they go to, like the Bend and Adelaide and Wanneroo, Barbagallo, etc. A real interesting mix of tracks that with that old school feel down in Australia, and people that drive 1010s, and somehow Shane is getting like an 11 out of his cars. No, not too much faster. The LMDH to the P2. Oh, Riley Jordan, I respect that you can jump across such divided lines. Ford and Holden to still appreciate. I know it's a real contentious thing in that part of the world. Which side of that you're on, and well, we don't have to worry about it so much with the Holdens, but it'd be Chevy and Ford to pick from instead. I mean, I would assume that the Holden people will shift right over to the Chevys, right? You can always root for Holdens in the historic races. SVG and McLaughlin. What a pairing. Man, the ultimate. The way I state my assumptions. I mean, I could be very wrong. Maybe there's Holden fans that have always been upset by GM, and they would never be a fan of the bow tie company. I don't even remember what ALMS race we're up to. Is it Mosport? I forget. We watched Trois Rivera last week. I'll look it up on Monday. I don't like to do too much work before a stream. Makes the preparation part feel a little stilted. You want it to be active in the moment. Hey, Pete Air is here. More friends hanging out. Good to see all of you in these late night, maybe early morning hours, wherever you're at. You got Grizz in the car right now. Mark Noske. I'm not used to calling him by his name. I just call him Grizz. So when I see it down there in the relative, I go, oh yeah, that's right. His name's Mark. Do you have any friends that you've since known, you've learned what their real name is, but you continue to call them by their handle, their call sign, whatever, their nickname, even in real life? We only call him Mark when he's in trouble. Yeah, when I'm really mad at Bailey, I call him Stevie JB87. No. Povilas M. I'll call him Bizzle. Interesting. Oh, that's really cute, Socks. I like that a lot. Extremely sweet to call him that. Well, when you knew them from the nickname, and then you learned who they were later, it's hard to make that switch. Some people are just that all the time. I have friends that I called them something, and then I found out that was their middle name. It's not even that's not their first name. It's like, well, that's now who you are. That's how I see you. You're not this other one. Like if people called me by my middle name, I'd be like, oh, it's disgusting. In the same way, I don't like it when people call me Johnny. Like Jonathan. I don't even like when they call me John. I mean, just Bacho. I've always been Bacho. Even in school, it was mostly Bacho. And then I go to my folks' place, and they call me John, or John in my middle initial, and I have to give them a double take. Like, what? Who are you talking to? No, I don't have a normal person job. My disability through Legally Blind makes it, it's really tough. I know that there are people out there with vision issues that can, but mine is not so simple as that. And so no, I haven't. I've had some real world jobs over time. Not very many though, like typing jobs and office jobs and those kind of administrative assistant positions. I worked in a restaurant as a dishwasher once. Nothing that was very substantial.
I'm gonna have to look into my fuel saving here. I'm going up to 2.11.
Oh, I get that. It
Lift off earlier then.
And it is important, even from where I'm at, where a lot of people in my community are trans, and when they tell me what their name is or what their pronouns are, I want to get them right. I don't want to use their old name or assume something for a pronoun. I really like that Twitch has a plugin where you can enter yourself in to have your pronouns, so that you can always know. And I employ that with my chat. Because when it's a smaller community, and when I'm talking to them,
Chris, my if you want my lift and coast points, then let me know.
I just want to get it right. You know what I mean? And that's.
I'm trying to use the ones that I used before, which were perfectly fine, but for some reason I'm just using more at the moment.
What's a pronoun? Like he, him,
I'm gonna lift
her, she.
In some spots for a bit.
They, them.
Yeah, take your time. It's just about keeping the car on the black stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's about them and how they feel and how comfortable they are, and that's all I ever want, is that they get the respect, the equal treatment that anyone would get. If I say I want to be called this, then I would hope people would do that. So you have to afford that possibility, that right, in my opinion, to other people, depending on who they are, how they feel inside, and so that they can be their truest self. I mean, isn't it sad that there's people out there that are living a lie or presenting themselves in a way that they don't want to because they don't want to make other people uncomfortable? And that's bullshit. Like, I want society to change to that, to recognize that those people have something beyond just a fleeting idea. Oh, call me this, That's how they really feel internally, or how they see themselves. And
that's fine.
I fight as hard as I can when the moments arise for that, to be someone who has all the privilege, who is just a white cis male, straight male, that I could easily say, oh, those things don't affect me because I don't have to deal with that. Well, my friends have all these other things, so they're not living in the body or have the gender that they were born with, and I want them to be comfortable, and it really bothers me when somebody thinks otherwise. And so I really try to stay on the positive side of that when I have to butt heads with people sometimes who don't understand, or they fail to understand. And I'm not saying that everyone was born knowing how that works exactly, but you can put in the time to learn, and you make friends with people, or you meet people in this life that are different than you, and you gotta listen to what they say when they're not feeling like themselves. Like, everybody should be comfortable in their own skin. Maurice is the penguin. That's right. Don't know otherwise. Well, and there are a lot of causes in this world to fight for, and I do care about a lot of things, and I don't always bring them up, but the one for LGBTQIA plus, and is really important to me. I really fought for gay marriage and gay rights in the U.S., and that was finally achieved, and sometimes wavers a little bit, and nothing's ever secure. So it was a natural extension to move to, like, well, how else are people being oppressed? You know, and it turns out, of course, there's lots of ways, and so I just shifted that over, you know, knowing that those other battles aren't done. They've just turned into something else, you know. So I have to keep the pressure on and do my part as best as I can, even when it's not convenient. You know what I mean? I can easily just ignore it and go about my day and pretend it's not a thing. But that wouldn't be fair, because I just know too many people, you know, and I've learned a lot in my life, because I'm from a different era where some of these things maybe weren't always a priority in my life, but they are now. So I'm happy to do what I can, you know, what little I can. So love all of you out there. And, if there's any way I can help, you let me know. I'm loving all the flags and all that in the chat, all the support. It's great. And Jimmy, in his audience, I think has been a really friendly place for people that are trans, LGBTQI plus, and that, and you know, he dyes his hair and he paints his nails, and people jump to all these conclusions about him, you know, and that's, you know, that's already, I feel like, oh my God, it's so silly that anybody's making these grand assumptions about Jimmy, because, oh, he painted his nails black, you know, like, that is so frustrating to watch, and to think that, you know, that's only a small part of what people have to deal with every day. The discrimination is much higher. So I hope other people have felt comfortable being here with Jimmy's attitude and how he, you know, has molded the channel and how the views he puts out there. And so, because I think I can speak for him in this, that we want it to be comfortable for all of you too. Why are Jimmy's nails black? Because he wanted them to be. Because he likes the way they look. It doesn't matter why. You know what I mean? What bearing does it have on anybody's life that they are black? Because if you're saying there's some other deeper meaning to it, or you're trying to figure out what it is, I think that goes beyond the point. Because they look neat. There, that's good enough. That's good enough for me. I'd like to see more of it in motorsport too, Woodsy. You know, FIA the other day saying, like, you can't do political or religious statements until you run it by us first, and we agree. Like, okay. How's that gonna work exactly? You know, I would love to see Lewis Hamilton challenge that and say, oh yeah? Well, here's my political belief. Oh, you don't agree? I'm gonna say it anyway. Fine me. Ban me. I dare you. It could be really interesting fireworks in this season if Hamilton or others want to promote a cause. And I know that there's some of you out there that will roll your eyes and go, oh God, here he goes again, you know, but I mean, if he has a conviction like that, and the end goal is to make it better for other people on this planet to live a healthy lifestyle, I don't see how that's ever a bad thing. You can just ignore it if you don't like it. I would paint my hair in rainbow colors. See what I want to see some rainbow colors for your hair, Abby. That sounds like a really complicated dye and bleach job, but I think it's worth it. I would love to go down to New Zealand and Australia. Why is it so far? Okay, can I lasso those countries and like bring them a little bit closer, please? Because they're like 15 plus hours on a plane. I hope to get to those places. I want to see everything on this planet if I can, or feel it with my walking stick if I have to. Because he's secretly emo. Sure. free beers. Shit. Jimmy, there's free beers in New Zealand. I mean, if I can get free beers, you should probably get some.
Clear. Left side. Clear.
Well, Jimmy seems to have had a nice sleep.
Is he still snoozing?
Just
just
messaging
his
his own channel. Yeah.
Lazy bastard.
Well, Zion, that should be between the person and the doctor, not for the rest of us to determine and have a
This is how much faith he had in you.
and argue against.
Actually, I don't know if that's much or not.
No, and Jimmy, he's gonna need that coffee. some of us
I
aren't.
don't drink coffee, but I could do with one right now. Not
Yeah,
much.
yeah. Some of us aren't morning people, and he's one of those that's definitely not.
Well, will flat white work for you?
Why? No.
No?
You know what
You're
I do?
fancy?
No, I'm really not. So for those who don't know, I work on a bar, and I normally do the morning shift, which means I'm honestly more of a barista than a bar. I'm like a barista that can do cocktails, basically. But I fucking hate coffee. It's bitter and shit. Anyone who likes it, you're a psychopath. I've decided. But like, I remember I once did a shift with like 2 hours sleep, and to get through it, I would drink every so often. I'd drink a double espresso, and I would fill the cup up. So the cup would be able to fit 4 shots of espresso. So the double espresso in it, and then fill the rest of it up with vanilla syrup, which is basically just sugar, water, and vanilla flavouring. So it's like the worst thing you can do to yourself. It's like super sugary and full of caffeine.
Yeah, that
And I was
sounds
like,
good.
I was like shaking. That's my one.
Is it even a coffee if it doesn't have any alcohol in it?
What?
I don't know.
We're not doing like Irish coffee here.
Irish coffee takes fucking ages to put together compared to.
Having rough times there, Coin, or what?
I don't
Coin's going on a bender.
Though to be fair, for the past couple of weeks, I have drank coffee every now and then, but only at times where like, oh yeah, it's like 3 a.m. coffee, you know?
To be fair,
stay awake, or like this morning
Emergency.
went really well.
To be fair, I've become, from working at Advantage, I've become pretty good at spotting an alcoholic, and it's normally the person coming in and asking for alcohol at like 9 in the morning.
Clear on the left.
But yeah, coffee is a little bit too bitter for me, normally.
Car on. Clear.
Love you, chat. You've been amazing here.
You know what I'm thinking?
Hmm.
That maybe if you can extract base, then maybe we should abandon the 26 laps thing, because we have splash anyways.
No more fuel
That is, if
saving
you
then?
can find pace. I'm thinking, what do you think, Phil?
I don't have the brain capacity to think right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
You do the maths.
I mean,
my,
I've been
my
averaging
race, I
209.
lost all ability to race engineer about 3 hours back. I'm not gonna lie.
If you think you can be faster, then sure, go ahead. But if you don't think you can be faster, then
Also, don't risk the car.
yeah, also that.
I won't risk the car. I'll just push a bit more now.
I think we should have abandoned it pretty much after the incident, because like it wasn't working out anyways at that point. You never know. It's not a bad practice to save anyways. But at this point, it seems pretty much set.
It's useful for getting a rhythm.
Yeah. Well, personally, I can't not save. I mean, I can, but I'm gonna be slower. I'm one of those weird people who just can't push.
What's our gap to third?
This next lap, I should be able to push a bit more.
What's our gap to third?
Sorry?
I was wondering what the gap was to third.
It's 30 seconds.
Give or take.
Yeah. We've got cars 30 seconds either side of us.
Are we pretty firmly in P4?
No.
No, okay.
The two cars behind us are hunting us down.
So it's a four-way fight
the,
for third.
the cars that were fighting for the lead at the beginning of the race, so...
Yeah.
Okay, they've already shown it pretty quick.
Yeah, both of the cars behind us are faster than us, and the cars in front of us, so... I think we're sort of trying to hang on for a top 5, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, it seems like a good setup for Jimmer with these 3 other cars that are going to be around us.
We got Coin first.
Oh, Coin first, right? Then Jimmer, right? He's got to drink his coffee.
Yeah.
I mean, we could put Jimmy in earlier. Just make him drive for the
You've been awake
last
for
3 hours.
Since.
Alright, see you, buddy. Tell us how the race goes. Bye.
Car on your left. Keep to the right. Still there. Clear.
How are we all doing? Chat, everybody waking up. How many of you are going to stick around to the end? And after you've been hanging with us the whole time, there's really not too many hours left. I'm not sure if I am.
25 laps.
I was here for all of last week's race, but I was just buzzing from the end of the session I did.
26.
Nice. We got some that are born that are born ready to stay up for this. You got caffeine in your veins, so you're just excited to see where it's all gonna go.
Yeah,
I
this
am
one you
too.
might, but the next one don't bother. Like, if you can be faster, then just push whatever.
playing rugby in an hour. Nice. We had some faithful folks that went to see this through. That's awesome. And a bunch of you that are waking up, of course, the more responsible. The responsible ones that actually went to bed last night. Well, you're in for a treat. There's 4 cars here, third, fourth, and fifth, and I guess sixth, that are going to be competing here for third. Although they sound a little nervy on comms, thinking that maybe we might lose a couple of these spots because these cars behind us were quick at the beginning of the race. One of them was leading it even, and
they're getting some nice draft from this guy.
The story of the race for the LMDHs is just attrition for some, where there were quite a few DNFs from the 17 LMDHs that were here, and just staying out of trouble. You know, cars like the ones that spin out in front of you, and you're trying to figure out which side to go around, or just even on the banking here, where people just go like, "Nah, I'm gonna go right now." I'm like, God damn it. And we've been managing that really well. There's a handful of 0Xs. You know, Joe dropped a wheel in the turn 1 grass and spun round, but no problem. All our top speed is still there. The car still drives straight. It's all you could ever want going into the final few hours to see what you got. And I'd say that maybe there's less incidents happening overall because there's less cars out on the track, so you're not going to come across big bunches of them together, really. You can see here on the main straight, I'm going to be delayed from it, but the GTs are spaced out fairly well. But again, you don't know how other drivers are jumping in the car, how tired they might be. But I think this will be a really interesting one to stick with to the end to see what spot we can get. If we can stay in the top 5, or maybe some other things happen and we can get to P3, it's all possible. And that's your update.
Can I get my update?
Yeah, I'll do it one more time for you. Maurice just got yeeted out and Jimmy sat down. There's your recap.
Bring back Maurice. Chat, let's vote in Maurice.
Where's my keyboard now?
He has to do a lap with Maurice in his lap.
Oh, come on, I just... Where? Oh, then.
I'm voting for Maurice replacing Jimmy for the finals team.
Maurice then.
He will have less incidents. What's happened?
We're still alive.
Just honestly nothing.
Yeah, actually surprisingly not much. I mean, we're in P4, 5th and 6th are quicker. Third's up the road a little bit, kind of compressing together for third. Some of the hotter shoes behind us.
Sleepyhead.
Uh-oh.
But damage is minimal. Speed's still there, so I mean, good to go for the end of the race. How are you feeling, mate?
How am I feeling?
Silence speaks for itself.
Sorry, I was doing a shitty bit. Yeah, coffee is how I'm feeling.
Can you do this one here?
Shout out to the best, Bacho.
Okay.
Bacho is the best. You all should be following him on Twitch if you don't already. Hi everyone. Oh, thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it, mate.
If the space doesn't hold us in top 5, then yeah, nothing will.
I feel like we're just in a very quick split 5, and we've got here by not having too many crunches.
Yeah, that's literally it. Yeah. And yeah, the people around us are quick. We can get the car in front. We have the pace. The worry is the fact that the 2 cars behind us are the cars who were fighting for the lead at the start.
Oh, really? The Ollie car made it back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew they would, fucking hell, but...
They're 30 seconds behind us.
Oh, yeah, that'll get us.
And the car in front is 30 seconds ahead of us, so...
And it's kind of been stable for the past stint-ish.
It sort of fluctuates with the pit stops.
The frustrating thing is that the 777 car is leading still, and we had a pit stop on them.
Basically, it's my fault, what you're saying. I understand, guys.
Clearly.
Boxing? Being ready for box?
Coxing?
Yep. Box. Got one more for you. Everything is set up. Cocks are out.
Are you sure? Because
Cocks are out. Good morning, chat. Wait, I'm back now.
Do you want tear off?
Pit boxing in.
I ruined it, yeah.
Fine, get the tear off because the pace was good.
3, 2, 1. Right here.
who's a good boy? You get a tear.
You want another one?
No, I'm good, thank you. I'm full already.
He is no longer hungry for tear-offs. Oh god, I'm just waking up. Thank you very much again, Bacho and the gang, TM, for keeping everybody in check.
I do. I kept them in line for sure. They almost went nuts out there, and I got them back in. I had a lot of fun, and Bailey was there to help for a while. He got pretty sleepy and loopy, which is funny in its own. But lots of good discussions about 10,000 different things, and it was great. I mean, everyone here is just so lovely. I have the best time doing these things, and even 2 in 2 weeks. Hell yeah! Are you doing one next week?
This week
I can take a break.
Pretending I'm not here.
Fine by me. I think I need a break.
Alright, so fuel saving out the window now?
Yeah, should have been long out the window, but I don't know. Not a bad practice anyways.
Morning Champ, is a podium in the cards?
I don't think it is. I don't think it is yet.
Left side. Clear. Left side. Clear on the left.
I think Ollie might get podium, yeah. Well, Ollie and his team. I'm not done anything yet. I've just woken up and got the coffee. Yeah, I just... What's the word? Brain. I tend to wake up and go, oh, okay, is it time to do anything? Cool, I'll check the guys. Cool, we're still running, nice. I should probably get up then, shouldn't I? It's about to sound like he wants to give up and die. Not yet, okay. I can sleep for another 2 hours. Never a proper coffee, man. I just have the big sleepies. I feel dead. Yeah, how's Maurice? Was he good? So I think Chris does this, right? And then it's coin for a couple, then me.
Yeah, you'll get double in a bit at the end.
I can deal. Maurice is fast like that, mate. I've got like a what I call a shit coffee, where it is just that. A coffee that has, well, in name and function. It's not very great, but it's coffee. And it will help me evacuate, you know? Evacuate this life. Oh my god, my brain! It will come in a minute. Give me a second. Oh god. Patch out my brain. My eyes. My everything.
Jards had to retire 16 hours in. was too much for free.
Oh, that sucks, man. It is tough. It's tough out there.
Mine's not working so great either, but it's just because I'm on the other end of things.
Yeah, hello.
There, I've said too much. My voice is shot.
The shapes are coming alive. Think I might go for a ride in my convertible.
Alright, Jackie, put the top down.
Kinda breezy in here. Oh god.
Alright, you were sure you want to go through the plaza?
There's a nice looking man up in that building.
I love books.
Oh shit! Oh my god, hello!
You are the best, Jimmy. Keep doing the stuff you're doing, mate.
How do I say your name? Piyush? Thank you. I'm sorry I'm probably butchering your name. I'm also very tired, but £90, that's usually a honk. I don't... But... Thank you so much. It says you're the best. I'm not. Keep doing the stuff you're doing. Well, I'm literally sitting here right now, making jokes that you guys probably can understand what are about. How we do it. But thank you so much, man. That's incredibly generous. Where honk? Oh! There you go. Oh. Here's a question. For like the main split, the broadcaster split in iRacing, should there be live stewards?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
At least for top split, yes.
Then you'd avoid having what you had with qualifying earlier, or yesterday, where the pole lap ran the apron the entire around the circuit.
Yeah, I saw that. I showed it on the stream actually.
You'd avoid that sort of thing and have like it would be more presentable.
But if I
sort of thing.
If I offer the other perspective, watching Mark around this guy. The other perspective then is you're giving these guys what is basically preferential treatment for a live event that everyone has the same thing for.
Yeah, we all don't get that. That's true. And get 85 splits, obviously you can't do that.
And I guarantee there's been some probably more questionable driving elsewhere as well, but it's just not broadcasted, so...
I think it would be, as much as I understand your perspective, preferential treatment and all, I think it would be better for the image of sim racing if it was
I agree with
live
that.
stewarding. It would be better for
Also,
people outside of sim racing to like get into it and stuff and understand it more.
Also, if they get preferential treatment for having like 10k I rating, that's fair, IMO.
Yeah, you've put in a good amount of time then, haven't you?
Yeah, you're good enough to be there. speed-wise, the driving standards-wise, yeah, that's debatable, but because you don't need those to reach that.
Then also, problem is,
the eyes have it.
I don't have mine. I know. I'm sort of torn on it. I think it'd be great, as Phil says, for like the image of sim racing, 1,000,000%. And if it's been broadcasted and iRacing are paying for the broadcast, I don't think they are. I think it's just like a race spot or whatever. Just do it as a watch this. I'm keeping the music, mate. I didn't ask you for your opinion.
To put on their CD.
Although this track can go. This track's too hyper for this early. And also someone said SimGrid have live stewards. We do that. We do the same thing with SGP. We have live stewards for the big events, but we aren't dealing with potentially 16,000 people. You know.
Should Smurf accounts be allowed? Well, that's a different argument.
Well, I think that if you're iRacing and someone goes, "Do you want another £1,000?" you go, "Okay,
I'm sure."
We've been talking about doing some bigger events than SGP, but we have it as part of like community events. So like we've had like people do 10-hour races. Did he die?
Don't do that when I'm so close, please, Jesus Christ.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
The LMP2 just wiped itself out.
What number was that? Oh, I thought that was like the... Wait.
F.
Oh, God. I thought for a second it was a 51 and we just have more DMs coming in.
Who are the 51? Is that the car you hit earlier?
I like how it's transformed from the car that I incident with to the car that I hit earlier.
I don't know, I didn't see it.
Oh, I see how it is, Phil.
I'm just going by, you know, your track record.
What?
He said it.
I'm only joking.
Sag.
But was the 51 who we had the incident with?
I'm not telling you.
I understand.
That's a yes, then, right?
Yeah. I also, look, I was being nice. I even changed it from you to we.
No.
Okay, I see how you're being this morning.
Phil's in the doghouse.
Is that the Monte Carlo stage doghouse? That's a different sort of doghouse.
Wouldn't mind being in that dog.
There is one punishment worse in Ohio, and it's going to the Monte Carlo dogging stage.
Yo, here's a question. Which rally is the worst to go dogging next to? Is it Monte because it's really cold? Or like Wales,
Sweden?
Probably rainy and like splashy.
I was thinking more like Greece. There's a lot of dust there, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Oh.
It's so coarse.
Hey, how was your dogging experience? Dusty? Like, I like feeling the sand between my toes and other places. asking the real questions here. Where is the best rally to go dogging?
WRC calendar. Oh, in Mexico, you also get a lot of dust.
You'd give it a dogging rating?
Every WRC stage now has a dogging rating.
Safari
What about
rally
Dakar?
Kenya would be more exposed.
I do kick up a lot of dust there too.
But also, like, there's no foliage to even, like, cover yourself up in.
Yeah, see, Finland, it would be perfect for that. There's, you know, it's real thick outcroppings of trees.
Japan, you'd run the risk of accidentally stepping in, like, one of the ditches and, like, breaking your ankle. Yeah. That would kill the
Fun experience.
I need it to be dangerous, though.
Because the edge.
Here's having sex in public isn't risque enough for you already.
In Finland, the mosquitoes would be a factor. All right. I played my summer car. You got to keep that bug repellent handy.
I mean, the last thing I want is to get into a car and have a fight. My wrists, they ain't working no more. Luckily, coin's doing the devil though. I'm grabbing another coffee, I think. We're back in a bit.
In France, you might have visitors joining in.
I don't think there is a rally in France, is there?
No, there isn't. Of course, they do course game, do they?
You got Monte Carlo, Sweden, Mexico, Croatia, Portugal, Italy, in Sardinia, Kenya, Estonia, Finland, Greece, Chile. You've got the Europe Rally, which I believe is Germany, and then Japan.
That's a lot of rallies.
It's 13.
Where'd Jimmy go?
Probably more profit.
Just heard all this docking talk, so.
Searching for a new docking location.
Does anyone know the size of Jimmy's seat? I think it's just
all this docking talk. Someone posted the comment. Chat, does anyone know the size of Jimmy's? And I kind of auto-filled in that, but it was seat.
I was just starting to talk about it. I was like, I think it's a normal seat. I don't think there's anything crazy about it. Guy's got a big helmet. He's gonna need a big seat.
Go with what they say about sim racers with big seats.
They're midgets. What?
Doesn't make any sense, and also not a good term, not a term to use anymore.
Yeah.
No, more people.
Split small, someone small.
Yeah, that's fine. Massive ass. I mean, that is something he has shouted. Maybe I didn't put the two together.
Man, the dogging talk got me all flustered. I'm gonna go do some stretching. Here.
All right.
Cold shower.
Chad, give you down the coin. You've broken him.
Corrupted his innocence.
He thought the stork brought children to people for years.
You still believed in Santa?
I don't have the heart to tell him, really.
No. It was hard enough with the tooth fairy.
Let Bacho drive for some more. Thanks, pal. I mean, I would destroy this car. I think Daytona is pretty tricky to race around. I don't think the layout itself is too tough. You don't have the brakes too much, but driving around in the car is extremely hard.
Circuits can be deceptive, like Daytona, because it's quite a simple layout, but you can really sort of like find quite a lot of time messing around with like lines and stuff. So it's
wide entries for the horseshoes, you know, or at least for the first one.
Coin, 8.7 laps remaining for you.
Coin's gone for a stretch.
Yeah. Well, whenever he's here, just remind him.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Easy to learn, hard to master. Yeah. Oh, Tom, not you too. You just had to click on it. You had to see what Max is doing, or if you clicked on the mug one, I'm not sure. But, well, welcome to the club, I guess.
Well,
I mean, I had to find out one way.
One of the SRT yellow got pretty damn close there at the end before they pitted, so
Yeah, they'll probably be in front of us from after we pit.
Pineapple.
I tried to keep the distance as far as possible. But I tried.
I actually wanted the mug.
I need to make a mug. No crabs here. I have like some shitty Nescafe thing. The powder. Wrong with that powder coffee, right?
And all these cars, 26.9.
Is it when you like use it, and it's sort of, like you end up breathing it in, and, like you have like coffee inhalation. It's very odd. Not very pleasant either. School and your teacher just said what you should do.
Relief.
What, stretching?
You should
Wait, what?
write them a nice message for when they return.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Oh, point is just fucking. You just come.
Still there, hold your line. Clear.
Oh yeah.
I'm in 6.9 laps.
Okay.
Sunday school seems like the worst, man. Well, I did have a coffee machine, but I bought it as a gift. Somebody. The thing is, right, I've noticed that getting older, you have to basically cut out everything that you like. One by one. You have to stop eating everything, stop drinking the things that give you any sort of pleasure. I'm going to hold on to coffee for as long as possible.
Wide line.
I mean, good for you if you get it through fruit. That's amazing. But I don't want to.
Clear.
I can moan all I want. I've always been one that dislikes the attitude. It's like, well, I'm older, so you can't say anything. Oh, it's hotter here, so you can't tell me how hot it is there. Shut up. If I feel old, I'll tell you. If I feel young, I'll tell you. Ah!
Jimmy, you're not allowed to have feelings.
Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago. To try and deal with this fucking race.
I don't know if Jimmy is in a correct frame of mind to drive this car at this point.
Well, it's good 'cause I'm not streaming or I'm not racing yet, you know, it's you, so it's just a wake up process, you know. I'll be fine in a bit.
Is this your morning routine, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's his morning shout.
Coffee and screaming.
Morning scream. It's like to-do list number 1, scream. Like,
until the neighbours tell me to be quiet.
the most normal British singer. Okay, that's enough pineapple for now.
Will you be able to do 4?
Probably I would have to start lifting now, though. If you want me to do 4.
The numbers say that you can do 4 even with this driving.
Thank you, Dean. Appreciate you remembering, mate.
Just keep it in check and just see.
Getting older is a battle.
Thank you, Strat.
Eating pizza whenever I want it.
That's okay.
That does suck.
We don't need to.
I think I need to just exercise more, you know what I mean? Stop being such a little bitch. L is how big of an L we've taken during this race. So a little bit of an L, but not a lot. Q is... no, but the thing I think of is Q from fucking Star Trek. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I got like the best present from my friend for Christmas from Jolien. He so we watched Star Trek together in the evenings, watching TNG. He's sort of watching for it for the first time. He's loving it. So he bought me a little. He bought me this shirt with Picard on it that says "Make It So" on it. So whenever we watch it now, I wear the Picard shirt. Just to...
Oh my god! While you watch it, it's fantastic. You gotta get him like a record shirt or something.
He's like, "Is it me or is Riker getting fatter?" I'm like, "Yes."
Then you gotta give him like the whole montage with the other TV shows he's done. The Unsolved Mysteries or whatever that thing was, the paranormal show.
Didn't happen.
Fabrication. Pure fantasy.
It's just showing the TNG edits as well.
Yeah, or like, have you pointed out how Riker sits down? It's one of my favorite bits, where he always swings a leg over the back of the chair.
Is this mother...
Yes! Yeah, he really didn't want you to have that corner.
Or what Picard's doing in his ready room. Just watching porn.
Oh.
Just randomly just come.
Come. That's how not to act as a slower class car, by the way.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, I know the Pragas have been raced at Daytona. But they wouldn't be able to fit in these regs. They're too slow in the straights. Our Factor 2 servers being stable. We made it up. Pure fabrication.
Man, those are some thick clouds. We might get rain by the end.
Surprise!
Yeah, I can't wait to have that rain in iRacing. I think this is on my soundboard. I've just been playing it from a YouTube video. It is in development.
Frame rate drops to 20. Will you be able to do that one more?
Yeah, I'm 1.5, so I'll be fine.
Okay.
So, coming in next one.
The R Factor 2 is my favourite BDSM simulator. Well, chat, it's on the soundboard.
Alright, coming in, coin.
Yep. In.
They caught. Well, that's my stints.
Well driven.
I tried to keep a gap, it's just impossible. Those guys are just too fast for me.
Chad, give a clap to Grizzle. Single-handed clap from me.
Well done,
Here am I
Grizz.
all.
That's alright, mate. I feel like we, as I said, this split is super fast, and we are just sort of where we are because people are falling off. So,
Good driving, Grizz.
Thanks. Yeah, good luck, coin. Have fun. Pull tires and shit. You are clear on exit.
now,
behind you, that's it.
It's all about Pavilion Micro Machines. What can he do? Provolone Micromanagement. Oh, track temp's going to be warm at the end for me. Looking forward to that.
Like Post Malone, Michigan.
Post Malone, Michigan. That's a good one. Preventative measures. Thank you, Kit. Thank you very much, man. That's very kind of you to send those to this little old boy here. Yeah, pretty much, Zion. We've all got very, very similar drive times. We don't really practice it, we just say, be here for this time, and you go, okay. Well, I mean, obviously we practice beforehand, but what I'm saying is we don't like practice where to be at a certain time. We just know where to be at a certain time, you know. Ah! Like we've all done our like practice stints, you know. We will drive for a few hours before the race to get into that, find the muscle memory. Especially for this sort of race, you know, like for the pickup races, I'll do like 20 minutes of practice, if that. I just like having fun. With these sort of races, you put a bit more effort into it, try and find time in places, you know, and find time in the car.
Here's a meal deal for our golden-haired drunk boy.
Thank you very much. £3.40 meal deal. What has the world come to?
The lead is spinning now. The lead is spinning now.
Oh shit. Twice.
The lead is spinning now.
Chat, what's the leader doing? Do they have a problem? I guess they're like a lap up on us, aren't they? Man, so frustrating. We just didn't have the pace to hang with any of these guys. It's been really fast the entire race.
I'm so tired. I just tried to like lick a cream egg and then realised I'd forgotten to take the wrapper off at first. She's got a mouthful of foil.
Phil Baldwin cream egg update. He's eating the foil. I think cream eggs are nicer with the skin on, to be honest.
Yeah. Are you a foil connoisseur?
Yeah, I mean, it cuts your mouth up pretty bad after a while, but...
I don't know how I got these scars.
No, Eggy, literally just from being slower.
Festivus Miracle, I see your comment, I just want to say fuck you.
Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
I think Phil. Was it you or Joe did the fastest lap, Phil?
Let's have a look.
Joe, I believe.
31.59.
That was me.
Oh. More foil.
Ah!
584.
Clear on the right.
I think our best laps are all fairly similar. I think I did a 31.7. I know Joe did a 31.6.
Yeah. I think Mark's been in 31s.
I know you did a 31.8 last night.
Under 31?
No.
Shaking my damn coin.
Escalation.
I think it is quite traffic dependent. Plus, like, Coin would have driven during the night, would have driven during the day, wouldn't you? So.
Thank you, Crazy Jim. How does this feel compared to the Audi?
Joe did quite a
I
few.
don't know, a bit more agile, I'd say. Actually, like T1. But I don't know why that is. You shouldn't do it. My God, I'm just like, yeah. Well, at this point, it's just bring the car home. I think we don't. I'll get in. I'll give it. as much as I can, but just a bit of banter.
Temperature is really ramping up now.
Yeah, 28.
Left side. Still there. Clear.
We need a new day in the life of a true sim racing geezer. Wake up in the morning. No one there to meet me. No family. No friends.
Hey Jimmy, disqualified after a start from pit to P4 yesterday in my solo 24 hours for a good cause because I drive 5 laps with a black orange flag grip.
Not enough money to go down to the carvery to load up that plate. No outside activities. Get in on in the evening and go sim racing with the boys. Go to bed alone. Thank you very much for that, Roy. Bad luck on you getting Ujima flip, getting DQ'd. But yeah, I mean, them's the rules, mate. You gotta. If spotters like come into the pits, you shithouse, you gotta listen to it eventually. I'll rev up the sim rig way. Just a bit of banter. One's a T1. Oh, I kind of want to make this meme now. I kind of want to do it. My little princess isn't she beautiful? Direct drive wheel. If places that car acts in the bus stop now. Actually, no, it's a car in front of that, I think.
What do you call side coffee? Dispresso.
Thank you, Movie Nation. I hate it.
Seems like it's been a good race. Hope you're well, Jimmy.
Thank you, Stippler. It's been alright. I mean, I think we've only had one incident which might have been me involved. But otherwise, it's been like we've just not had the pace to run at the front. It's been a really competitive race as well.
What happened overnight after Ollie's crash?
I don't know. We went round. We went round. They've come back through the field as we thought they would do. Yeah, I'm going to be finishing the car. So Colin's doing this, one more, then I'm into the end. No, this is this is fifth split. Top split be running down there, touching the fucking wall to get the best line somewhere.
How does a tech guy drink coffee? He installs Java.
Thank you, Movie Nation. How can I, like... this is a very weird feeling where, like... I am genuinely grateful, but also, shut the fuck up. I don't know what... What's this called? What's his emotion? Elva! Get a nice little sim rig picture there. That's nice. Yeah, ambivalence is the word that came to mind for me, but I don't know. P5 because of a pit stop, I imagine.
You're in split 5 of 85, P6 is amazing TBF.
Yeah.
Nico Rosberg beat Hamilton once in before machinery. Jimmer beat Verstappen twice in worse machinery. Jimmer is GOAT.
I find it hard to argue that. I find it hard to argue with that logic, you know. You know what I find surprising? Because like, I have friends and family are always interested in like how I'm doing. Is I tell them I'm doing a 24-hour race. It starts at 1. They're like, okay, cool. And then we'll get like a text at like 10 in the morning, like, are you still going?
When are you gonna
I'm like,
in a rally
yes,
car
it ends at 1. It's a 24-hour race. I told you yesterday. Thank you, Ed. I'm not even going to read that out, mate. Text speech done it already. Thank you for the £10, you shit. My brain. Get asked when I get into Rally Car IRL. Probably when I.
What do you call magic coffee? Hey, precious so.
Probably at. I don't know. If someone fancies writing off their car, I can help them do that.
Yeah, they're just
You
too
got
good
this,
for
Jimmy.
me.
Hit me up on Insta for endurance sim racing on my Porsche League.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. I probably won't be doing that though. I don't do many leagues. The only leagues I do now are with these guys. It's alright, man. Just do what you're doing. Just drive fast. Oh, that's a good one. So do you drive for the whole 24 hours? No, it's me and my team. Are you even driving? No, one of my teammates is driving at the moment. A good one. Yeah. My favourite used to be when there wasn't any day-night cycles. When does it get dark?
That's a GT, I think.
No, it's at 1:13. That's the guy who told me not to punt him at the start of the race. He's been punted.
Jimmy, out of
Oh, it's the
interest,
113.
Which frequently asked question annoys you the most in the streams?
Why would I say that? Why would I say that out loud?
I don't know. I just heard you rant about it, and I was like, every single time I do anything, people asking me about whether I'm related to James Baldwin fucks me off.
Oh,
Even
I
though
saw one of those.
I love James Baldwin. He's probably my favourite professional sim racer, but it just still fucks me off.
Fucking Chris.
Not Alec Baldwin then.
Fucking Chris Bridle of Praga fame just sent me a text saying it's 24-hour race. You do? Do you race for the whole 24 hours? Question mark. So you know what? Get fucked, Chris. You piece of shit. Go fall in a hole.
I've got comparisons to Bancho.
Okay.
I never get told Alec Baldwin. I've been told Harry Maguire before.
Go fall in a hole. Most normal response.
Not Stephen Baldwin.
Most normal.
My favorite, personally, is which one of
With your mind
which
power,
F1
your
driver do you like
determination,
the most?
Your instinct and the experience as well. You can
Or,
fly very high.
if you
Air
mention
density.
an F1 driver at all, and someone was like, someone then just gives their opinion on Max or Lewis, it's like, I just did not ask. I do not care about your opinion about F1 drivers. I'll be saying, man, like, yeah, man, Graham Hill versus Jim Clark. That was pretty cool. And they'd be like, well, Max will have beaten them. I was like, yeah, shut up! Like,
That's the relevant argument.
Joss,
Or if
speaking
you're
of
streaming
F1,
like something like Dance Dance Revolution, which is completely unrelated to anything motor racing, and someone in chat's like, "Oh, Max won the race today."
Jimmy, please stream Dance Dance Revolution now that Coins mentioned it. That'd be great.
just smashing out DDR. Thank you, Movie Nation.
I saw yesterday, apparently there was a news article out that Saudi
Thank you,
Arabia
Scott, as well.
tried to buy Formula One.
Just Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, I don't know what they call it, like the Saudi Arabian fun thing.
What's a
I don't
barista's
know what its name
favourite
is. I'm
exercise
so
at
tired,
the
I
gym?
can't remember.
The French press.
So they apparently offered $20 billion for Formula One from Liberty Media.
Oh, Max could beat
And
Saudi Arabia in a race.
Got
Doesn't matter.
rejected.
Easy hands down.
Easily.
The entire Saudi Arabia.
Max versus the entirety of Saudi Arabia. Let's fucking go.
Do we count people or sand as well?
Oh man.
Whoa! That's some massive jumping, right? Yeah, I'm trying to push, but I just can't.
Thanks to that off-track when I won the incident point battle.
Yeah. Max Verstappen versus the guy in the RB26 Nissan Patrol. Oh man, who would win, chat? I would actually want one of those.
Now on your left. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
I've got to find this video. Oh god. Oh, I was so scared when I dropped my keyboard because I still have the power button. Kind of clever. Anyway, YouTube. Nissan Patrol RB26. Oh, 1320, I can't look at that video, I'll be killed. There's the RB25 Patrol. Filmed on a literal toaster. Look at this shit. I need one of those. I need one of these, man. We're on 52, you can see it here. Why not a full SCI Swap Forester? Because I want an engine that works. GR Corolla? I've got a Yaris. I don't have a GR Corolla. I've got a GR. Well, I say that, you know, I do give the Impreza shit, but it's been my most reliable car that I've owned. And probably one of the most fun cars that I've owned. I know, but it's a meme, man. I gotta do the meme. I'm the internet man. That'll stop him. No, don't do it! Don't do it! I'm a virgin, no! No!
You're back in fourth position.
Yeah, I still have the R35. Ah!
Right side.
Oh, your base. That's a good meme. That's a solid meme. I mean, the snoring guy's got to be up there, my favourite memes. Or just like the one that got me recently was like this. It's like a fish, just sort of it's poking its head out of the water, and it opens its mouth, and of course, it opens its mouth, and what you hear is, and oh my god. Wait, what the fuck? Someone wrote some fanfic. Is it written fan fiction or is it? I think it's AI generated fan fiction. One between me and Gordy as well. What the fuck? Jimmy Broadbent and Gordy March were two of the most renowned drivers in the racing world. They had been rival for years, constantly pushing each other to be better and faster on track. One day they found themselves competing in the same race and the tension between them was palpable. As they zoomed around the track, they both knew that the winner would come down to just a few seconds. In the end, it was Jimmy who crossed the line first. Get fucked, Gordy.
At the best stop, Jimmer, P4.
But Gordy was hot on his heels. As they pulled into the pits, they both knew they had given it their all. But instead of the usual trash talking and gloating, something unexpected happened. Jimmy reached out his hand to Gordy and said,
Did I lose
"Nice
like
race,
20
man.
seconds to the guy behind me last time?
You really gave me a run for my money." Pass.
I don't know what's going on.
Gordy was
anymore, I'm
taken
afraid.
aback, but took Jimmy's hand and shook it firmly. "Thanks, Jimmy. You're one hell of a driver." From that day on, the two men had a newfound respect for each other, and their friendship off the track grew stronger. They even began to work together, sharing tips and strategies to help each other improve.
Listen to fan fiction.
In the end, it was their friendship that helped them become the unstoppable duo in the racing world. They dominated race after race, and their names become synonymous with speed, power, and skill. But even as they stood on the podium together, holding their trophies high, they knew it was their bond they shared that helped them get there. The end.
It was the
Wholesome!
sexy part.
Wholesome fan fiction! It was wholesome fan fiction!
I wanted the bit where, like, you know, someone's gonna get it. You know?
And then, they fucked.
Hold on, I'm gonna go rewrite this.
Chapter 2.
Chapter 2. Dogging.
Chapter 2. The doggening. No, please. Someone, I saw a comment that said, "Jimmy winning that race is definitely fan fiction." Like,
Oh.
what are you doing, Step Gordy?
Please no Punterino Jimmer.
Almost as good as poetry with Freddie Habsburg.
Oh man. I know. He was so good.
Please no Punterino Jimmer.
Chapter 3, WRC Gate.
No. No, chat, this isn't an invitation for you to go out there and write some truly cursed shit. Or get in an AI to write some cursed shit. That's not an invite.
Please no Punterino Jimmer.
Gordy helped my head
Oh, no,
stuck in
sorry.
the exhaust again.
You little shit.
I'm so sorry. I hit enter the moment I heard you say that.
It's just like a paragraph, it just says come. That's all it is.
Hold on, I gotta rewrite.
You you want me to shut up, Coin, let me know.
That's all good. I've raced with BRE in the past. I'm used to it.
Oh,
It
yeah.
can get loud sometimes.
Best of luck for the last stints, Jimmer. Get that podium. Our split finished a few hours ago and we came second in the LA
Yo,
race.
GG, man.
Such a fun car to drive.
Thanks, just catching. You're right. GG on your P2,
Jimmer
that's really
got
good.
Rule 30 Ford. Why chat why?
Chat needs a bonk. Were they stage marshals? At what point, when you're marshalling, you just like turn to the other guy and be like, "What the fuck?" Yeah. Peter, come on now. Thank you for the huffles, though. Oh, mate, do you want to hear this? This is from the, I think one of the team managers at Williams, trying to justify, like,
I've seen
the thing. I understand the point and frustration, but as an esports team, we have obligations to win races for partners and the brands that invest in us. If the game allows us to take it, or we get outplayed by those who do it to us, then the game needs to be stricter. I mean, he is kind of right.
He's correct. It's absolutely. It's like finding a loophole in the rules in Formula One. If you find a loophole, then you exploit it, and other teams that don't just can sort off. Like,
But this is literally in the rule book.
Yeah, but if it's in the rule book and no one's enforcing it, then
Yeah, so he should be banned.
that happened to us in Praga, where like there was pro-am drivers pretending they were AMs for like half the season, and it only took until the last part of the season for them to get actually get penalised for it. It's like when Wolverhampton won that race at Silverstone. It was a pro-pro pairing, but there was no one did anything until the round after. Then they suddenly got a 30-second penalty they wouldn't have got before, which would have meant we would have done better in the race before.
I mean, what doesn't really help in that tweet is the way he says we have obligations to win races, and then saying that.
There is.
It's awkward.
I mean, that's sort of true though. Sponsors want their names on the winning car.
Yeah, sure.
That's sort of how sponsorship works.
It's the point of the race.
Oh.
Yeah, but at
Some
some point,
sponsors want their name on a cheating car, though.
yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
At some point, you want to be like, well, I wrecked the guy because we have an obligation to win the race. And
Pretty sure that's happened more than once.
Yeah.
problem in motorsport though is that the rules tend to go out the window when it's like a Grand Slam finish like that. 'Cause everyone's like, oh my god, what a finish! And then they're like, well, it's a good show. Let's just ignore that it happened, you know.
Is my pit stop set up?
Yep.
Yeah. Someone in your chat says that Specs apparently drove through a GT3 at some point as well.
I mean, I drove through a B2
After a
at some
throbbing
point, so.
triple stint, Phil got out and Jimmy
Oh, you've
dropped
changed the
in.
tune.
They glanced eyes. At that moment, they both knew those juicy,
haven't killed the GT. I
halves
don't
would
even
last
know
the
if
whole
that's
night with ample grip and very firm.
See, my view on the P2 incident is that, like, it wasn't my fault, but I should have known better that guy was a helmet, you know, like, and not just, I should have just given up on it.
Yeah.
Oh, watch out, it's got to come back on, he's gone on the grass. Yeah, good.
Did I netcode another car through there?
You got 2x of that.
Yeah, so he must have spun then.
Let's wait for the DM.
Yeah, he stuck his right-hand wheels on the grass coming out of the little chicane. Spun
Yeah,
into
I
the
got a
wall.
0x initially from clearly netcode, and then he spun, I guess.
Oh my god,
He's not
iRacing.
fighting anyone.
Look at this.
Might lose his spot if he's got
Look at
damage,
this.
Still sucks,
It is
because I wasn't
It is,
intentionally
like,
trying to put him off the
massive
road.
massive netcode, mate. Like,
but does he actually
Nice.
get hit by, or does he just react?
no, he
Oh,
gets
no,
hit.
does
He
get
gets-
hit. Yeah, that's like 3-4 feet.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it was 0x initially, that ground to 1x and then 2x immediately.
Yeah, you could.
Like that for iRacing, that isn't good enough. Like, that's the thing that iRacing needs to find a way to improve. I don't know how you do it, but it needs to be improved. That's not all right.
Pit boxing 10,
Good job, bro.
Good job, Cody.
5,
Just don't have the pace.
2, 1. Right here.
So am I.
Yeah, but you're sexy as fuck. So what's it matter? He doesn't know what to do with that.
Good job, Clemens. No one-hand clapping.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Yeah.
Good
Very
job.
aggressive.
Yeah, good job, corner.
It's the only way I can.
Cody's doing such a good job back just decided to do the finish.
Still writing that fanfic.
We have to think for esports teams like that, Spets would
Yeah,
have,
figure out what
would have
he would
said,
board his
"Should I
glasses,
do
mate."
this?" And I think they would have agreed to do that as well. It's not just him doing it. Obviously, he's the one that carried it out. But I'm gonna go have a wee, I guess, and get somewhat ready to die. I'm gonna go and put on some racing clothes.
All right.
On your left. Clear on the left. On your left. Clear.
I have to admit, I don't quite know, and some people in chat also don't. But what was the offense for the Williams team that they were getting away with?
Oh, what? Sorry, as in like what
Yeah,
we
what
were
was the-
discussing.
Yeah, I didn't
So like
understand the source.
for the qualifying lap, Spets ran the apron, ran the oval section,
Okay.
just hugged the inside of the hugged the inside of the apron the entire run. Which is
Okay.
obviously just a shorter route around the circuit. You don't lose time because you can still just stay flat. But like that's not the racing surface for the road course. Like there are cones
Gain
down there.
right going through there, because
Yeah.
less downforce because of the banking, less,
Yeah, sure.
A shorter
less
route.
resistance. And
Um,
shorter route as well.
But there are a bunch of, like, if you look down there are bunches of cones. Like if through NASCAR 3 and 4, there's like rows of cones below the yellow line. There is a row of cones as you come back out onto the oval to signify that you shouldn't go down there.
But they couldn't build a
it's-
system that would penalize you for doing it?
Apparently not. It's just not off track. I guess it's just the wrong kind of surface. It's still like tarmac.
But it's still legal to drive on.
Yeah, in the game, but like in the rule book, the iRacing Sporting Code as it is, it's technically not allowed because it states in there that you're only allowed to use the legal racing surface, which that isn't because it's, you know, below the yellow line, which is off
So
the
it's
circuit.
protestable then?
Yeah, I would say it is. But like the point is, like, they're not going to change the race results. You know, they might give the driver a 1 week ban or something, but they're still going to have, you know, won the race, which they're currently on course to do.
Well, aren't the results at the end unofficial until all the protests and stuff are settled? Or does it not really matter? I mean, if like the tweet you're reading is saying that our sponsors want us to win or demand that we win, so we will at any cost. If that's enough to satisfy, but I don't know. You say it's not an official result until things are filed and an amount of time for everything to be settled.
That's just the unfortunate reality of iRacing, that the system just spits out the results when the session's over. Doesn't really allow time for that. It would be a nice solution if you could do that.
I was going to say, if they're already giving special rules to top split by they have live stewards and stuff like that, then
they don't.
That's
what we're saying is
that
having
should,
that sort
right.
of thing solve that sort of problem. And then is it okay to give one split live stewards but not the other 84 splits because you really can't live steward them all? And it's weird like that. It's a similar sort of thing to, do you remember the Spa 24 last year with the grass?
Grass, yeah.
It's like loads of them got, I think, bans for doing it.
That changed nothing.
It's like, yeah, exactly. And then they had
because
to go
they still
out
won the race or something, you know.
Yeah, the results do. But then, you know, you had to they had to go and like fix the actual problem post race to make it like worse for when you run through the grass and stuff like that. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm struggling to form like sentences in my brain.
No,
I'm
I
sort
just
of mumbling along, but yeah, so it's a bit of a weird situation.
It's too bad they can't do it through the zones that they put for track cuts. So to say you go on this at this speed for this amount of time, you get a penalty, right?
Yeah.
Or invalidate the lap or whatever they have to do. I mean, I know they have special rules about it for NASCAR and stuff for the speedways like this, but if it's there for the road courses too, like it is at Charlotte, I know that one's technically. I talked about that one earlier because I had a race a couple of years ago where I passed 4 cars and I went under the line at the Charlotte Roval. I mean, yeah, if someone were to protest it, sure, I wouldn't have been able to keep that, I suppose.
I don't know if there's like an issue with the way that the off-track system works, because obviously you've got the pit entry, which is like really wide for the circuit, and you've got to go across the yellow line to get there. You've also got the bus stop, which you've got to go across the yellow line for. So
Going below apron for a tri-oval is legal according to their rules, so...
It is.
It's just 1, 2, 3 for the NASCAR corners, where it's illegal, according to whatever they clarified in somewhere, I can't remember where it was.
It's an interesting debate. I can get you the tweets showing that what went on actually.
Oh, I'm good. No, that's good. I wanted to clarify a little bit for chat too.
Are you fighting again?
No, we're just explaining the previous thing with iRacing and this.
Is that my shirt? Let me give you a big can quick.
Oh yeah.
Look at him.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
I love it. What did you guys finish it yet?
No. He's You watched it very slowly. Well, I know what happens at the end of it, but you didn't. I think what makes that thing worse is they know they shouldn't be doing it. So like on Spetz's stream, he like hid the driver camera, or like the in-game camera, and just had it on his webcam, which still showed him below the apron, funnily enough. But
Yeah, his left screen was showing grass, not at an angle, just straight up.
So they know they're doing something wrong as well. I think like that was also part of the problem there.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah, sort of like if you're gonna try and claim that it's legal, then you shouldn't be showing.
Yeah, why are you hiding it? Yeah, you know. Oh my god, it lasted this long.
Yo, Jimmy, you've hidden the wrong camera, right? You're supposed to hide the
Damn it!
Not your face.
Oh, my batteries are... How? You're plugged in. Maybe they came unplugged. I think it did.
The camera's as exhausted as the rest of us.
It has been up all night watching Maurice. What are we hiding? So shout out to Coin for the whack timer fix.
Yay!
The camera just wants to go to bed.
And for bottoming out there as well. Can I get a shout out for that?
Shout out for bottoming out. Shout outs to shout outs. Shout out to bus stop skip. Shout out to Daytona banking skip.
Cox out for Daytona.
Cox out for Daytona.
Look at this guy staying right of the line.
Clear on the right.
What a nice boy. Oh, apparently the Williams eSport manager who posted that did the dirty delete not too far after.
Yeah, he did.
I'm pretty sure Williams wasn't happy with that tweet either. So,
I was still able to see it because someone had like quote tweeted it.
Yeah, yeah.
well, screenshots of it now, so.
Yeah.
Fuck off! What have you done? My inability to drive?
I don't know, Danny, mate. Say it's the last race you're going to watch, but real life is exactly the same, dude. Real life is exactly the same. I'll keep the camera off for a second, let it recover. That's the whole, like, point of racing. You push the regs to the limit. The thing is, this one is... What's this image? There you go. The thing is, it's not a... It's against the regs. Like, it's written that you can't do that. That's why it's a problem. Like, if anything, this is actually the closest you'll get to real racing. In both that as well. Both the politics and all the bullshit. People look for any advantage possible. No, I don't use dummy batteries. Maybe I should. I think people say things like, "Oh, it's just a game for gamers." It's what people say just to be dismissive. They don't really have an idea what's going on. But I do agree, it does make us all look bad, you know. Yeah, of course it's just a game. You know, in the same way that football is just a game. I think physicality of a sport or something like this doesn't necessarily nowadays matter as much as it used to. People, of course, will hold on to it, and I also think that calling sim racers athletes is hilarious. Just tremendous IQ there from the both of them. Yeah, exactly, Tomo. Good to see you, mate.
Yeah,
competition is competition.
Nothing wrong, but the car at the top, I thought it was staying at the very top and then instantly moved
But
a little bit down. Then
it's just
changed to
people
the
being
top,
like, well, you
and then
know,
she moved a little bit
it's
up.
not as good as the thing that I watch or I do.
Just choose your line.
The thing I like is better than the thing that you like. People always find weird ways they need to have some sort of superiority over somebody else. I don't know what that condition's called. No, I agree with it being a game, mate. I think maybe we've crossed some wires somewhere. I think that you just sort of sounded like you're just completely dismissing this whole thing. Sim racing does a lot for a lot of people, and it's a very competitive environment. It's a simulator. A simulator's a game. I've always said this, it's still a game. What I'm meaning by that is you're dismissing the entirety of this from a competitive, someone trying to exploit a competitive loophole, like literally any other sport does. Like, there's been cheating in every fucking sport out there. Do you watch any of those still? What's the difference there? Well, yeah. I guess you're just sort of picking up on the word I'm using. That wasn't a loophole, that was cheating. But what I'm saying is people will try and look for any loophole. And people are just enjoying sitting in the middle of the fucking track at the moment.
Totally unnecessary, that one.
I know that guy in F1 Esports has been cheating. A bit called out a lot recently, hasn't he? Like that guy was pretending he was really fast. And again, I do agree with you if there's like corporations coming in saying you need to win this, like, and people doing it at any cost. It's definitely against the spirit of the whole thing. We just didn't have the pace, Don Ford. We fell back. So the camera will be back on at some point. I'm going to be finishing after Coyne's done this tank of fuel. Yeah, definitely. I agree, Diode. I'm sorry if I got like a little bit like heated there, but I just like. Obviously, I've been doing this for a long time. You know, I've been doing sim racing whatever for a long time. There's always people who want to try and detract from it because it's in a virtual environment. But I think the thing that I want to try and get across is the competitive side of it is probably more competitive than real racing is. But just for the nature of you can do as many laps as you want. You haven't got to worry about the money, etc. I always will prefer watching real racing and doing that. I think it's more interesting because I like the cars as well as like the jeopardy there. But I have so much respect for people who are fast in sim as someone who wants to also be fast in sim. So I think I'm a bit sensitive to when people say, "Oh, it's just this," like rubbish. You know, that's not actually what you said, but that's the vibe I always get when I read those comments. But I also agree. I also agree, like allowing stuff like what Spets does, and like him like moving his camera or changing his camera to me is like open admission that like I know I'm doing something wrong, but I'm going to do it anyway, because it's just no punishment. We're having a discussion, Bath, mate. You can do that on the internet. If you try very hard and rub those little brain cells together, you can anyway. We're discussing Williams Esports kind of cheating during qualifying, basically. You can find it. I would go to Tony Kanan's Twitter if you want to have a look at it. So they cheated by going below the apron on their qualifying lap. So the apron is this little, see where the yellow line is here? See where those cones are? Not part of the racing surface, but you can go down there and not get a penalty. I mean, in a car like this with lots of downforce, it is fast to go down the bottom here because you're running less distance. Obviously it wrecks the tyres, but for a lap it doesn't matter. Yeah, Tony something out well. So if that was real life, you'd be pulled out of the car and you wouldn't be able to drive it again. Right, is my camera ready to come back on, you think, chat? The thing is with Spets is he'd probably fucking win it anyway. He's so fast. I guess he now has a lot of pressure. He's only a kid as well. He's like 17, I think. He's young. So yeah, I always try and be balanced in these discussions, but I inherently let my brain get away a bit. But I can see Williams' point, you know. No, I think young Spets is 15, I think. I think the older one. There's two of them. Yeah, that's why I turned the camera off, chat. Horace has gone back. It's actually me, Real Jimmer, now. It's like me, Real Jimmer. Yeah, I don't know why it's not a track limit penalty. Like, if iRacing give you a fucking kick in the actual dick whenever you get a slight off track at the bus stop and make you lose like 5 seconds, why is there not a penalty on the apron? If your car's damaged and you have to go down there anyway, then the penalty doesn't matter. You know what I mean? No, I'm just taking my cam decided to give up for a bit, so I'm giving it a rest. Well, there you go, Tom. Exactly. I've just given you, like, if you can run down there with damage, your slowdown won't matter, mate. That's interesting, because I do that. Is shifting on the pit limiter the same? That is interesting. Obviously, my view is that it's okay. That's actually a really good question. What do you think, chat? I'll ask you. Do you think shifting to get to to get to 88 k's in the pit lane as opposed to 87, 86? Do you think that's because I'm not actually breaking the? It's just the pit limiter is set too low. And I'm not breaking the speed limit in the pit lane. I don't know, what do you think? But then again, people run off the pit limiter to run 89 k's down the pit lane. Is that okay? I think it's goofy. I think the limiter should just be at 88k. I think I know why it's set low. It's set low because if you are slightly too fast into the pit lane or an exit, you don't get a penalty because the speed limit is like an average through the pit lane. It's why you see people sometimes getting off a limiter and hitting the brakes and still getting away with it. I don't think it's a question I can answer because I do it. I think I'll give you a biased answer, but I would love to hear your thoughts. Anyway, I'm going to pop the loo quick and try and get my camera back working again. I'll be back in a tick.
Okay.
I don't think people are moaning, Ryan. People are just having a discussion. The internet doesn't seem to know the difference between the two recently.
Morning, Jimmer. Logged out last night as you were having dinner. Any news?
Not really, mate. We're still driving. We're still going round. The pace isn't the best, but you know, we're still going. There's not much we can really do, to be honest, apart from drive. This all comes from a place of like, how do you make this thing better, you know? Anything that can make sim racing more appealing or better competitively, I'm all for. Because inevitably, once you do get into things like esports, it does start to happen, you know. Anyway, probably focus on racking the number 51 again. I'm joking, by the way. I guess that's what's different about sim racing, right? Is that we're trying to simulate something. Like, FIFA is just like you're playing. It's a football game. It's like a simulated, but like it's on controllers. It's kind of a bit detached from the thing. Like Call of Duty is a war simulator. He wouldn't have died like that. I'm comparing esports, I'm not comparing the game as a sim, don't worry. Your simulator's safe. Track temp's 32, yo, this is going to be a shit stint. I don't think we're even going to get top 5 at this rate, man. Yeah, of course, Ben. But like the whole idea of a simulator is to try and get as close to real life as possible. So why not try to, you know? There's gonna be differences, yeah, sure, but I always just think like the "is what it is" attitude is like just a way of saying I can't bother to try, so I'm not going to. Pokemon's a chicken fight simulator. Anyway, I wasn't trying to get into people getting mad at each other. I was just trying to have a discussion. So I hope you're still enjoying the stream. Coin's going to be coming into the pits and I'm driving the car to the end. Hopefully we can do it in one piece. It's a problem. I think that's what frustrates me, is people see this discussion as being like a contentious thing, when it's just a discussion. Like, we're just talking about it, and I feel like maybe in a internet full of, like, a room full of people who are passionate about something, it's hard to have that sort of discussion. Oh yeah, pedal cam. I forgot. Where is it? That one? There it is. Why are my feet there? Hellfire. The most viewers I ever had in the stream, I think, was just shy of 30,000. And that was during Le Mans Virtual when I was going toe-to-toe with Lando Norris. That's pretty intense. That was sort of before, like, any of those guys took this shit seriously. So it was kind of, I think that's why people, it was so watched, you know. Nowadays, no one gives a shit about that. Yeah, I know, Stephen. I know. Yeah, I can hear the music. I have it quite low, though. I like having on. I find it relaxing. I don't know what's doable. I think, honestly, it'll probably end up in P6. I'm not sure my pace is that great in this temp. Do you reckon Ollie and his and Team BRT, do you reckon they can win this? Do they have the pace to win it, do you reckon? No, I don't think they did. They're 2 laps down. They caught us back up, though. This versus Le Mans. Well, this hasn't had a 2 red flags. And it's open to all teams, not just people who pay an extortionate fee to drive. So
is Jimmy around?
yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, 2 laps.
GTD. Can you imagine if it was a diesel class? I mean, Jake. Over £2,000 versus, I don't know, 25 bucks. Which number is bigger? I don't think I didn't really, I'm not like trying to be like humble or anything. I just don't think I have the pace to do much here. I'm gonna just go around, try not to fuck it.
One more.
I would say there aren't many games out there that sort of have this sort of event not be locked behind some sort of paywall. But I would say we try and do that at SGP. Racing's for everyone. Exclamation mark SGP in chat. It was still there. That was nice, wasn't it? Sorry, I got like a... This always happens where I get in. SCP definitely ain't dying, man. I can tell you that. What a weird thing to say.
In.
Right. Let's fucking go!
Hitboxing 10.
Lovely stuff, Coin. Excellento.
GG, mate.
5, 3,
Run, Coin.
2, 1. Right here.
Yeah, good. It's hot.
Yeah, 32. Oh.
Go, go, go!
Jimmy.
The lead is fitting
Yeah,
down.
man. Remember the cold tyres.
You're clear on exit.
Let go. Am I saving or not?
No,
Not saving.
we'll have to splash head.
One's cutting out a bit, I know what you're saying.
Cut off there a little bit, Coin, but I think what he was trying to say is we've got a splash regardless.
Copy, mate.
Might as well rain.
Ah, it was cutting off, I guess I did. Yeah, the question will be if you want to lose time and take tires for those 8 laps or so. I don't remember what count many exactly. Probably not.
Oh yeah, that's warm.
Car on your left. Clear.
This is future Jimmy's problem, not
Yeah,
not current one.
I don't care. The fact that guy's a loser. It's fine. In the context of iRacing, 32 is a fairly low track temp, but around here it's one of the warmest it's been so far. Oh, goody. Do I want? We dropped down just because we didn't quite have the speed.
Goal would be to finish the race with the 69X.
Oh yeah, now we're talking. So much quieter out here now. How many cars are still rolling around?
Let me check.
There's only 9 LMGHs.
Lol.
17.
I think 31 cars are still rolling.
How many started?
50.
Yeah, so yeah, we've lost getting near half of the field.
We've lost 40%.
Actually, 32.
Oh, is it? Which car's the 32nd?
Where did you look, by the way?
I just listened to the standings.
Oh, I looked in entries and looked which ones still have driver in it.
Also, 31st is 101 laps down and 32nd is almost 400 laps down. So who's running around 400 laps down?
Now, where's Nico gonna go?
Maybe they're just AFK.
That's insane, mate. That is insane. That's insane that he did that. Shut up, Jimmy!
That's not the racing line. Where's that LMP2 go?
Shut up, Jimmy, you fucking bellend. See, this is where, if you're a member of the channel, you want to spam the "Shut Up Jimmer" emote. It's the reason why it's there. So I talk a lot of shit. Ah. There it is. Now, I'm not sweating yet, that's just the very unflattering studio light. Gotta get the throttle later. That's a shit that. Oh my god. Understeer. First time not lifting into there and I overshoot the corner. Mad how nature does that. I see one's atrocious right now. Oh, there you go. Late apex. Driving like a helmet. Driving like a helmet. That's better. It's a bit skating the brakes. Be aware of that 911 because they've been a bit rubbish in terms of anticipating traffic. Sort of do that for the race. You find numbers of cars that are giving you problems, and you sort of just look out for them a bit. Everyone's got the 87 on their list. A sort of draft to the line. Okay, he's looking to make it easy. Oh, he is good. Just don't get that rotation there. Needs to be a bit slower on the way in. Oh, I'll have it then. Wasn't going to go for it, but sort of open the door. No, we're not on the lead lap. We are not. Every lap was cones there, man. The pace hasn't quite been there for the challenge, you know. We're sort of where we should be on pace-wise. I'll do our best to try and get a top 5, but I just don't know if it's possible. Pace-wise, I think they're all faster. One died, really? What happened? Were they just in the pits?
Oh. Yes, really.
Car on your left.
Oh no, they're dead.
Still there, hold your line. Clear.
Oh.
Right side. Clear.
My replay just catches the end of it.
Car on your left.
I'll record it and put it on Discord. It's Well, we're top 5, definitely.
51, just spin the 51, man.
Still there, hold your line. Clear.
That's such a shame for them, man. So what happened to them, sorry?
They hit wall hard, lost the wheel.
Oh, man.
LMP2 kind of pushed them into the higher wall.
It was a late send.
Were they like fighting for the lead on pace, or were they good?
They were good for the win.
I think they had it in the bag if they just finished safely.
They were like a minute in the lead.
Jimmy.
They arrived back at the pits, they were missing the wheel, their entire front end, and were pouring smoke.
Oh,
So I don't know if they
Oh,
can get
smoke
back
as well.
there.
Yeah, no.
I think they might have done the engine.
Well, they'll probably get back out, but
Yeah,
nowhere near us. Post a clip.
Where did you put it?
PHR.
Oh,
Yeah.
Down on your left. Clear on the left.
Can someone post a link in the chat? The chat to see it.
None of us are mods.
I can get it on streamable if you want to.
And with good cause. Yeah, if you could, that'd be great. Whack it in stream live chat, and then they can.
Yeah, I'm uploading it.
It's no audio, but I forgot to record it.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. It's in stream live. And the clip does have audio.
For fuck's sake.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah.
Down on your left. Still there, hold your line.
line through there was horrible. Come on,
I think that's just
Jimmy.
highlighted to us how important it is to just keep on the black stuff.
Yeah.
Jimmy, just so you're aware, temperatures are the highest they've been all race. Just keep it calm, mate.
I can see it on the dash hanks.
Okay. I didn't know if you could. Stellar lap times considering.
I keep fucking T1 in the horseshoe. Like, I just when I carry speed into it in the car, like, nah. But as you say, it's just warmer.
Second row shares, that's the nasty one.
I can full send the bus stop though, yeah!
That was a scary line. That was it's so fast, this thing. It's unreal. Watching it from like the off-board.
You're in 4th position.
Pit stops. Bad line, Jimmy.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
So the car behind is, we're not racing them, they're ahead. But the car ahead is kind of maybe reachable. I don't know. They would have to make a mistake, so you have to keep up the pace.
I'll give it a go. So cautious down the bottom now because it feels like I can't get any brake down here.
Also, sorry, I tried to get it on the straight, but I forgot that stream is delayed.
That's good. Just go somewhere. Commit to the bottom or commit higher. That guy always does that. He just goes, ah, ah, ah. Double suck. I know I'm sucking through T1, but I honestly don't have much more I feel like I can do there whilst keeping the car not locking up. My line through here needs work though. Ah. Nice warm track temps, my favourite. Well, blue flags are different in endurance racing. They're just literally there to tell you the fast car behind you. You don't have to do anything, so there's no punishment for not doing anything. Like, that sort of blue flag doesn't exist in multi-class racing. Well, the 33s are just depending on traffic, you know. This car feels so shit in this heat.
Crystal,
Hello?
you here? Do you know how long does it take to change tire?
Really?
Okay. I'll check the last.
Basically, if it's like 30 litres or more, you change tyres.
It's less, unless we split in half. Then it could be 2 shorter stints.
Fresher tyres are going to be an advantage in this weather.
Yeah, because the weather is not ideal right now.
So if you catch someone at the bus stop, you lose a lot of time.
I'll check the last pit stop just to double, to be doubly sure.
Yeah, just go look at the stream and see when the car dropped. I feel so bad here.
$16, 17 seconds, something like that.
Give or take 16 seconds, yeah.
I guess make a choice soon. Got 5 for 4 laps at the line it'll be. We'll be in P5 again after pit stop, I think, so. And we're realistically fighting for P4.
Slow car ahead. Go left. Car on your left. Clear.
So the thing is, it's unlikely that will change anything, but if something comes up, we're there.
Well, let's prepare for that. You know, let's prepare for if there's a chance, we'll do that.
Yeah, so it's gonna be like 40 liters and then like 37 or something like that.
Copy. Car feels so shit down there. Fuck me, there's no front end. Badge.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno bello.
Did you have a good camp?
Yeah, that's right. How's you doing?
Well, there is a clip for you on Discord about what happened with P1.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
P1. They're still in the pit.
I'm not surprised. The car was ripped off.
I mean, front axle ripped off, engine.
Jimmy, what did you do?
Jimmy did nothing. It was an LMP2.
Well, sorry for making that assumption.
Sag.
Do you want a clip, Joe? I'll send you a clip.
Oh, yeah, why not?
There's 2 left of fuel left.
Last hour, boys, let's go.
There you go, Joe.
Lost hour.
No. Oh, yeah. Finally got my rotation, too much of it.
Okay, put it in at the end of this one.
Yeah, copy.
Fuel and almost a full tank. Not almost, but...
There's nothing, man, mid-corner.
That's a big hit. How did the engine not blow?
I think it later.
Further around the lap, yeah.
You have about 1 lap of fuel left. Car on. Deep to the left.
Box out, car in.
Cock, mate.
Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
What's my pace compared to the 55? On average.
50. We're not racing 55. They have a pit stop on us.
Okay.
But
yeah, but I'm saying, can I make
it's
it up?
similar.
It's 40 seconds or so, isn't it? Like, I need to have.
it's kind of similar. You've been quicker the past 3 of the 4 laps. By about half a second.
On the left, clear. Right side, clear on the right.
Sorry, no. It's a shame. Well, car's gonna be a bit lighter than normal, so we should go a bit quicker hopefully at the start here.
Is entering the international portion.
Okay.
But this is the sort of gap that you have to them.
Okay.
Their pit stop will be like 10 seconds longer, maybe.
How fucked were the tyres?
72 rear, 73 front left, 80 front right.
Front right tyre temp was 114. I came in.
Yeah. Probably lock up. Something. Would be an ask to drive this some more. Would be not very enjoyable.
Traffic coming up, it seems. Means we aren't going to get to use the best of the tyre, which is somewhat frustrating, but hey, it is what it is.
Left side, clear on the left.
Oh, this LMP2 is so slow. I could have been okay if it wasn't slow, but he's now I'm going to be slow and I've got to stay behind him for the bus stop. If it was a second up the road like it was before, it would have been okay. Fuck me, he was slow. Slow for a P2. Oh my god. Massive stutter there. I just had that absolutely massive stutter into the horseshoe.
Oh, that's not good.
It's the fucking cones. It's the cones, mate. Like,
they're annoying. They're so annoying. And like, no one actually drives there. I looked at what the replay shows, and it shows like the car driving on the road, and the cone like 2 meters away from the road just like gets one off. Why?
maybe it's Chrome. We'll see what it's like this app. My Chrome's open for a while. Might be like just fucking tanking some resources now.
How's it feel?
Nicer with less fuel on it.
Yeah, you're quickest right now.
Look at me this lap. Holy shit. Luigi caused all of that. It's not how you do on the good laps, it's how you do on the traffic laps, I think, that defines the pace around here. Hypercloud, 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 come on. Too early on the throttle there. Oh, you're such a fucking helmet! Fuck me. Literally traffic. Literally, you're coming out of the pit lane. Be wary. Use your eyes.
Head down, you're still the quickest.
You say pipe down?
Well, head down. Cock down.
Cock down.
Cock down. Flaccidity engage.
They're right, there's no need for it. Just get caught in the moment a lot. Oh. Good line there, Jimmy. Well done, mate. Alright, how fast is LMP2 going to be? Yeah, that's how fast it's going to be.
Now on your left. Clear on the left.
Another P2.
Now on your left. Clear on the left.
Josh is not the target.
Yeah, I don't think he was. Oh, GT in the bus stop this time. It's 3 in a row, man.
Josh is not target. Copy. Question.
Stop him then, please.
Fuck it. I have 7 laps at the line.
Yeah, seems about right.
How did I just get that so wrong? Not anymore, I'm gonna get stuck behind one of these guys. We'll get 2, won't get all of them. Better. Not better. TC on exit. I've like burned these tyres. I've been pushing them pretty hard. Shit, just didn't get the rotation in the right place there. Just preferring that tighter line there. Better exit, well done.
You have the leader behind you.
Copy.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
Okay, one of these in the pits.
I go. That tiredness creeping in a bit.
So we want to will be about 25 seconds ahead.
You're back in 4th position.
I'm trying, man.
Nah, I get it. It's without the error, I don't think it's reachable.
Oh my god!
Good boy.
Right side. Stay on the left. Clear. Car on. Clear on the right. You've got about 2 laps of fuel left.
Well managed so far.
Left side. Clear on the left.
One more lap.
Copy.
Left side. Stay on the right. Clear on the left. You have about 1 lap of fuel left. All right. Clear.
Clocks out, Karen.
Copy.
Don't forget to get more fuel. Pit box in 10.
Good stint. One more of these. And if it's not enough, then it wasn't meant to be.
3, 2, 1. Right here.
But still here.
How much is going in?
38.
Copy.
It's
Go, go, go!
tires took longer.
P2.
Sorry, what?
I don't know if chat's being shit or not. Something about P2?
No.
Ah, bastards.
That's been
My hopes up then. Bad chat. The P2 have to pit again.
P2 has to pit, yes. But their pit stop is gonna be fairly short.
Okay. It's fucking GTs again. Of course they're back.
Yeah, they were on pretty much they were on the same pit strategy as we were, but they're extending the first and then splashing the second.
Car on. Still there. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear on the right.
Fuck's sake, Jimmy!
Yeah, they're getting fucked by traffic right now, so...
Right side, clear.
all these cars helping us a little bit because they're racing right now.
Yeah, they're fighting with the team that will try to catch.
I am not sure what's the gap going to be like after their pit stop.
Have GT3 at the bus stop.
They did it. "111" is the target.
Copy. For fuck's sake.
Ah, they're moving. Yeah, gap's quite big. Yeah, they're both in T1 right now. They're so close to each other. Hopefully they race each other and slow each other down.
I don't know if you saw, Coin, but the altitude car did hit the BRT car earlier.
Oh, I didn't
So,
see that.
not heavy hit, but like when they were fighting. So.
Yeah, so the real gap is 19 seconds.
Clear on the left.
– 19 seconds after 24 hours. Mate, it's 16 minutes left. We do it now, mate. We make the moves. Oh, yeah. Puck. Shit. Oh.
Right side. Clear.
Andrea, you're blinking, and then you cannot turn in or what?
Blinking. Is Bing chilling? Danke.
All held.
Left guard. Clear.
No, it's not looking good for P4. All I can do is keep pushing hard and hope the pressure gets to him. That's all you can do at this point. Oh shit. Hit the bump, hit the bump, hit the bump. Good.
Jimmy, P3's still there.
Say again?
Ignore chat, P3's still there.
Oh, I know, I know. Oh, well, funny. Just to double check, feels good.
Feels good. If anything, I'd probably overfueled you a little bit, but expected more fuel usage.
Guys, if you are enjoying me sweating out trying to catch these guys and probably ultimately failing, but giving it a go anyway, appreciate hitting the like button. You can subscribe as well if you want. I know that the gap isn't coming down, but all I can do is push. Well, it's come down a little bit, but not enough, you know. Been live in total nearly 25 hours. Don't you love endurance racing?
Hello, Bailey.
Clear on the left.
I'm fine on fuel. I think. Find out, I guess. I can't save any more fuel now, really, so.
We had 3.9 on the line, so.
Alright, it's gonna be 3 minutes remaining at a line. I've got 2 laps of fuel left. Let's start lifting.
Probably an idea.
Yeah.
What happened to overfilling, Corn?
Interesting. I thought I would fill you. You were too quick.
Did you
Just
go off your
lift
own?
forward, damn it.
Did you go off your own fuel average, Corin?
No, I was using 2.2 as average.
2.2, bloody hell.
Yeah, well, I think that's our charge halted.
Yes, alright. Was just out of reach, to be fair. Oh,
P2 in the box.
Yeah, for
wait,
fuel.
what?
Yeah, they're splash and dash. They're already moving.
Okay. I thought they had enough.
I think I'm going to have to pit. Got 2 minutes at the line. I'm going to have 2 laps left. Maybe.
No, you're fine. You don't need fuel after you cross the line after, anyways.
Either is just out of the first hairpin.
Yes, the next lap is definitely last.
Left side. Clear.
It went 1 lap longer than I expected.
What you're telling me is you got it perfect. That's what you're saying.
Can Jimmy
Yeah.
finish this lap and the next one? On the fuel.
We'll have to coast.
Yeah, no, he had 4.3 going into turn 1, 4.3 litres. So from my.
Obviously, you didn't want to risk it.
But I'm
It
hyped,
doesn't
I'm
really
hyped to
matter.
lifting now, so like.
Yeah. You got the 5 laps behind you. You don't want to risk it. Sort of.
The gap was dropping, but just not enough. Maybe if we put it on for the last 4 stints or something, then maybe, but I don't know.
Well, if this isn't white flag, then I've got a bit since that.
This has to be white flag.
It is.
There we go, white flag.
Hey, coin was perfect.
I underfield a little bit. I thought
my
I
God.
overfield by. What is he doing?
What the
Oh my
fuck?
god.
My word.
I'm worried. No one can overtake us anymore.
Cruising to the finish, I guess.
Yeah, just carefully. Just careful.
What was he doing?
Have performance at all.
Well, there you go. That's my stint summed up. Good stint, and the fucking murder of a P2 at the end of it. Well.
You need to get 3x in this lap somehow. Not like that though.
Oh no, it is broken.
Yeah, just be very careful.
He like massively. He basically stopped.
Yeah.
Like in the corner. I don't know what he was doing.
Just another in a long series of LMP2 moments, unfortunately.
He's literally he's in there, right? I'm just cruising the end, and I'm just gonna do this.
I will throw it out there.
I'm gonna be disappointed if you don't get
laps
2x.
down from the next P2. So
Yeah, I'm gonna be disappointed if this is not 69x.
that P2 was the last place P2.
Oh, you got the off track too soon.
I know, I can't get another one.
There's one place still.
Where?
Once the
Just
line.
good grass, like on the pit entry or something. There's grass there.
Watch it in the wall. Wheels off.
We did it. Oh, fuck this, mate.
Well done. It wasn't really.
Oh, you gained 2x by doing that?
I don't give a shit.
I don't think those will
He's
count.
ruined the whole race now. That's it.
Whole race ruined.
We got to start all over again.
Oh, God.
I don't think those will count.
Oh, dear.
Let's see if it is
Good
a
effort.
Broadbent moment or an LMP2 moment.
Oh.
He was further off than I thought he was. But,
Yeah, to be fair, I think I was locking up because I was like, oh shit, I need to avoid him now.
Yeah.
And he just sort of.
Yeah.
I think it's a Broadbent moment.
Certified Broadbent.
I was like, let me just hit this P2. Oh, it looks so bad.
Well done, guys. Great job.
Great good, doesn't it?
No. Oh god.
Oh no.
P5 though, hey!
Looks so bad, man.
Absolutely. Christ.
Oh man.
Guys, I think that is by
Yeah,
a
god.
mile the best result the team has had at Daytona.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid.
That was a hell of a race for the top 5.
Yeah, it was a
To
great
all
race,
be
everyone.
That
Nice job
close
to the winners.
for the whole thing. Incredible. I believe that's what they call a proper race.
Oh. Well, fucking hell, mate. I mean, yeah, everyone was so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a
blistering.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like you guys are in split. What was it? Split 5? Was it?
Yeah,
Daytona?
yeah.
Yeah, split
That's
5.
incredible. These days, that is an incredibly high standard these days.
Yeah.
Affect. Sorry,
Just reposted
guys.
the link to the P1 crash, Jimmy, because you didn't see it. You were driving.
Oh my god, what a melon.
Best murder all race.
This was
Wait,
with.
that was the leaders.
How long to go was that with?
That was with them just over an hour to go. That was the
Oh no!
LMDH leader had it sewn up like a minute 30 gap.
Oh dear. I mean, that's putting it quite politely, really, isn't it?
Oh my god.
Yeah, just not.
I mean, it was late, but it looks like he's well alongside. Like, P2 knows he's there at that point.
Well, it looks like the P2's giving it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently, it's the most extreme cutback I think I've ever seen in Turn 1.
That's my line, David.
Oh, is it? Oh, in that case, it's the most extreme cutback
well,
I've ever seen in Turn 1.
It's my line if I miss the corner.
Jimmy's line if you missed the corners.
Nah, Jimmy's just Jimmy's line, and if he misses the corner, is to crash and kill him. So I guess, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. I'm just like, yo, how do I slow down for this corner? P2.
Oh man.
Well.
Oh man, I can't. I mean, the longest we've been in the pits all race was just 1 minute and 36 seconds.
Yeah.
Which would have put us in P3, I think, wouldn't it?
I think we would have fought for P2 if that wouldn't have been the case, actually.
So basically, what you're saying.
Well, yeah.
What you're saying.
Yep.
Chat, I've been banned. It's the end.
Oh god.
Good effort.
Oh, I only paused the stream at a random place. You know, there's nothing I'm saying about pausing the replay here. Me and my bestie. Me and my mate.
God damn it, man. Oh dear. Bloody good effort, that guys. It really is.
Who's doing the next IMSA race?
Shut up! Get out! Kick him! Get out! Into the bins.
Yeah. On your bike, mate.
You don't pass go, you then get 200.
On your bike and into the
Irate.
fucking ravine with you.
Hey guys, how did the yellow car finish?
We finished 11th.
Yeah.
Look at that.
We
Well done,
finished
guys.
That's impressive
Yay.
considering
2 cars
some of the
finishing.
things that happened.
We gained a position in literally the last 6 minutes.
Ooh.
Oh damn!
Nice.
Nice.
Actually, no, I saw that, didn't I?
Drama.
Well
I was
fucking
focusing
done,
on our
though.
race for the past
Oh,
hour.
man.
You guys
Very
were fucking
good
excellent. Well
effort,
done.
everyone. Genuinely. That has been a pleasure to watch from the
Thank you.
sidelines.
I always get so frustrated. I felt like, yeah, I'm wringing the fucking neck of this thing. I'm like, what a great stint. How could I ruin this? How did I?
Bonk.
Stop it!
Oh man.
Oh dear. Things happen.
See, that's our best result with Daytona, isn't it? P5.
By a mile.
Yeah.
And it was extraordinary to drive that thing around here. God, it's fun.
It was
It did look.
at the end. It was a bit shit.
Well, that's just because it got warmer.
No, I mean, like with the Stance Nation I had going, it wasn't the best there. I nearly fucking killed. What? I hope it wasn't just P2 because I had I nearly went off at the horse. I was like, oh no, am I gonna like do the whole? Was it Degrassi? Who was it that just came flying across the T1 at Monza? I thought I was going to wipe out that car. I went off at
God. Jesus.
I don't know why I'm saving this replay. It's taking forever.
Because you weren't doing what you thought you were.
I'll tell you what, guys.
No,
Before you
I
go,
wasn't, no.
is Ollie still
Most of them
streaming?
were yellow replay.
Is Ollie still streaming before we go?
My PC can't wait to be shut off for a bit.
Sick Ollie.
Mine's been
He is still streaming. This guy's just gone full time. He's just gone full time. Go and give him a GG for what was a pretty fucking great Daytona. Sorry, I'm just copy and pasting. Go give him some love. Let him know he's done well. And I think I'm going to end our stream there. Guys, I'm going to end off the stream so I can go and masturbate.
Oh no.
It's dogging again.
Thank you all for putting up on me and my stupidity as always. And I hope you had a good time. It was a lot of fun. It was a pleasure to race with you. Not you.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good.
That was really good fun.
Yeah. I enjoyed watching you suffer and send it on the last 2 stints or so, even though I did under fuel belly a little bit.
I'll just echo a few things. Like we had a bit of a rough time over in the yellow car, but like, we had a lot of fun driving that car. It was so fun.
Good.
Just remember, chat.
A great success, I believe.
Cocks out. Remember to cock the slap.
Cock the slap. That's the highlight.
This lap, yeah.
Bloody coin.
Cock the slap. Right.
Love that. I love that that became a thing this entire race.
Cocks out for Daytona.
I gained a single I rating.
Oh,
I don't want to know what mine is. Anyway,
linked
chat.
the results thing.
Love you guys. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
Bye, chat.
Sound muted.
Thank you guys again for joining us for another 24-hour race. It didn't go as well as I wanted it to, but we still yeah, I'm still happy with P5. I feel like we could have got P3 had I not been a fucking helmet. Problem is, I'm a fucking helmet. So, we're there. But big thanks. Hope you had an awesome time. Thank you to everyone who's, as always, has helped out. The entire team for being amazing and doing a much better job than me. For chat, for giving me shit for basically 25 hours straight. I love that. To Batcho again for giving us some lovely overnight vibes, as well as Bailey. What a legend. And yeah, I think I'm going to go have a big wank / sleep. So take care, guys. Have an awesome rest of weekend. And I'll see you next time. Love you.